It's great. The weed was too good to smoke, and it was too good not to, Coco. I can't lie to you.
Did D in Colorado come by?
Yeah, no, he's back. Wasn't feeling no good.
Okay.
Yeah, D is the best. I've been trying. I tried to get him out there, and I tried to get him a hotel room, and my hotel was sold out. And then I've been trying to get him to Vegas, and I want to get Tammy taken care of.
Tammy's coming, but the problem is that
I'm not there.
You're not there.
I know.
So I got to give her a call. I was going to call her last weekend and say if she wants to meet up with us, maybe here.
Yeah.
Either here, or maybe there was another place I was thinking where you'll be there, and I could go that weekend and hang out.
Well,
with
you know, I mean, I've got a big residency now. I mean, they've extended me, Coco, for another couple of years. So
they did.
Yeah, it's the first time they've done that in over 20 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got a great house. I got a swimming pool. I mean, a hot tub, swimming pool right there. I walk out. It's high walls. Nobody could see anything. Walk out my shorts. Okay. While I got breakfast cooking, jump in the pool. It's 100 degrees. Feel like a champion. Go in, eat breakfast. Have some coffee. Wake up and get motivated instead of being all bummed out and depressed and laying up in the bed all day. It's like
Vegas or Nashville.
I'm right now. It's half and half. I've got to sell my house there, but I'm gonna buy some land. My house is doubled in price in like 8 years. Nashville's booming, and so I'm gonna buy like 10 minutes outside of town. And it's a 10-minute drive as opposed to a 3-minute drive. I can do it. I can do it, man.
There's land and pee-pee. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, let me tell you. 40 acres.
Tornado comes, you check into the motel.
Stop. I'll be 20 feet underground. I'm going to build me one of them fucking bunkers. Okay, yeah. I'm going deep.
Man cave with certain oxygen and shit. Shut that fucking
I'm fucking sorry. Everybody's hit me up. Go on there and fucking love you.
It's, you look good.
I feel good, Coco.
We
feel good.
We were talking about divorce when you walked in.
Yeah.
What I had gone through. We were talking about, the separation was easy for me because you don't know you want to be free till you're free.
Right.
People really don't know they want to be free till they're free. They think something's going on. Things are not clicking, You're feeling kind of sluggish, but maybe it's a situation you're in.
Right.
So nobody knows they did a divorce till they're getting divorced. And you go, Jesus Christ, thank God.
I'm getting divorced.
Yeah, you're not final yet?
No, not yet.
When is it finalized?
I don't know. That's as soon as it gets done, it's done.
It's another 100,000.
Probably.
For paperwork, yeah.
Probably. That's all out of the bills I get, dude. Another 60,000 here, 70,000 there, 85 over here. I mean, there's 6 lawyers involved in 2 states. So, I mean, it just keeps on adding up. But, look, I married a great girl. She's a great mom to my wonderful children, and God bless her.
That's all you can do.
That's all you can do. I want her to find love and be happy and just go about her business,
I wish I wanted that for my ex-wife. You know what I'm saying?
Sorry.
I wish I could be positive for my ex-wife. First of all, I don't say what I want for her because you never put it out there. It's like throwing a jab and leaving yourself open. I just leave it in God's hands because, at the end of the day, I'm here.
Yeah.
And the best revenge is success,
Yeah.
So I took me years to learn that and to come to terms with that. So now I don't bother nobody, dog.
No.
I don't bother nobody. I really keep it as light as I can. Yeah. I was telling you that you walked in before that at times. Listen, man, I had a really... There's 2 ways to say it, Prophet, man, and no way is the truth. I could tell you I had a really shitty childhood. I could tell you I also had a lot of fun in my childhood.
Right.
I couldn't imagine if my mother would have stayed alive. But then she also found that I got left back when I was a dumb fuck. So God knows where the fuck that would have taken it. But at the same time, I had these people around me that at the time I thought I had superpowers because whatever pain I was going through, they made me forget. Like either we went to Rudy's or we went to Chan's or we smoked a joint or we did a lot of criminal stupid shit,
Yeah.
And it seems like I've been away from that for 30 fucking years. Like this month, it's 30. Wait, sometimes you sit there and go, oh my God, I have to do it. Wait, this month is 35 years since I graduated high school.
Yeah.
35 years.
Wow.
The other day I got high and I almost got an anxiety attack when I thought about those dates. I had to do the math on paper. That's how fucking blown away I was. I'm like, I have to do the math on paper because this cannot be 35 fucking years. What you're trying to tell me is that 35 years ago I graduated high school. That's what you're trying to fucking tell me.
You know what's fucked up?
What?
You know, you just said you got left back. Look, they kicked me out of school. I didn't even get to graduate. So, like,
you didn't graduate on stage either?
No.
What a fucking embarrassment that is.
I know, and my classes had reunions, and they don't invite me. I'm the only one from Clarksville, Arkansas that's, I don't know, been on TV, got 9 specials, Netflix, stand-up comic, and we're not gonna have it. It's so crazy.
Maybe they.
You know, a couple of years ago, in 2010, the class 2010 wanted me to come and give the graduation speech, and the fucking school. So I canceled a week of work. All right, I get a nice suit made for me. All right, I got my car shined up. I'm ready to go back like a doctor and be nice. And 2 days before, they had one of my old buddies call me up and go, "Nah, an insurance guy's gonna talk." All right, the kids wanted me, and they invited me, and I accepted, and so it's like that whole thing cost me like $60,000 to be called a motherfucker. It's just like, why wouldn't y'all let me be there? I don't know. God bless them. Maybe somebody in Clarksville, Arkansas is a fan of this. I got my buddy, Dirty Sanchez. He's Nicky is right there running a barbecue place with this Peckerwood white hillbilly or pillbilly.
So how long ago did you get thrown out of school?
I got thrown out of school 1990.
So
yeah, 27 years.
27 fucking.
I know.
So how long have you?
My girlfriend's 25.
How long have you been out of school, Lee?
It's gonna be 10 years. This month. So yeah, I'm having a reunion. I think it's Thanksgiving week, which is weird. I don't keep in touch with anybody. One guy.
Where are you from, Lee?
Right outside of Boston.
Oh, okay. Like North Andover?
Sudbury. It's near.
Oh, I know where Sudbury is.
Oh yeah. It's
there used to be a Chinese food place there that had comedy.
Oh, yeah. No, they had comedy in Sudbury?
Yeah.
I think they had comedy in Worcester.
Worcester.
Worcester had it, and then there's Kowloon's.
Yeah, that's on Route 1.
Yeah, it's on Route 1.
That's what Dean
and then Sudbury had a Chinese place that I did comedy at one time. It was owned by Nick's. So I did that in the 90s.
Was it Lotus Blossom? Because that's like the only good Chinese place there.
I think so.
Holy shit. That's crazy.
Yeah,
I never
I've been in your hometown.
Yeah, I drove through, because you always talk about that, Joey, about like seeing where you were. And one of the last times I went to go see my mom, I wanted to go alone. She ended up driving me through the town. We just drove past my old house, and it was weird. It was kids I babysat are juniors in college and about to go to college now.
And you can't go home. It's different.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Just 35 fucking years ago.
Ooh.
Are you a different man than you were then?
Without a doubt. First of all,
you were already
I'm
doing
a man
comedy,
now.
Right? You were already doing comedy.
Yeah.
Right? When
yeah.
you were in high school, you were already doing stand-up.
Yeah.
Wow. See, that's completely. I didn't know dick. At 18, 19, I had no fucking idea. I
told you why, right?
Yeah, well, you wanted the Tech Kennison thing.
Well, no. Before the part that made me want to be a comedian and not go to college and or give a shit about high school, because I was going to college and high school at the same time, was I performed at a Shakey's Pizza, and I won like $50, and the whole table got a tab, okay, and they were drinking pitchers of beers, okay, and slipping me one. All right, mostly I was fucked up on Big Red Cokes, okay, and shit weed, all right, and I got a fucking I was in my '79 Oldsmobile Color Supreme, okay, burgundy on burgundy, baby, okay, and I was walking out there, and this kind of ugly chick, came over and we started talking, and then made out, and she blew me by the fucking dumpster behind Shakey's Pizza on Highway 71 in Fayetteville, Arkansas. And I said, fuck school. Fuck it all. I want to be a comedian. I just did 5 minutes that I've never done before. All right. And made people laugh. I got free pizza. I got fucking $50 and an ugly girl sucked my dick. I'm in. I'm all in. But the difference between then and now is I was a kid then. I was a kid because, you know, all my friends were much older, so they always talked to me as a kid because I was the youngest person doing stand-up in Houston, you know? And I was a kid. I had no peers, nobody my age at my level stand-up. And I was pushed around and protected and everything until I got so mad I almost killed some of those old fucks in Houston. They don't know how close they came. I had a pistol and I was out of my fucking mind, okay? I was fucked up on codeine syrup and I was ready to fucking kill somebody. Okay, I'm serious. And I moved out here after the Latino Laugh Fest, Joey Medina, and I met you. And being out here was a chance to remake myself in the image I wanted to be. And it was harder than what it was in Houston to survive. You know, everything's more expensive. And that really, from 98 till when my father passed, was me becoming a man. And the last straw was my father passing. I don't think you're a man until you don't know you're a man until your father passes away and you're no longer a son. You know, you don't have a dad. That's the point where you go, this shit is way the fuck real, okay? And I've got to get my shit together and, you know, have responsibilities. And that's the whole thing. That's the difference. But yeah, so when you ask me if was I the same man as I was then, I say I wasn't a man. You know? Had I fucking commented somebody? Yes. Had I had my dick sucked? Yes. Was I 18? Yes. Could I vote? Yes. Was I a dumb fuck? Way yes. Was I naive and stupid to the ways of the world? Yes. Yes. Without a doubt. And it took me a long time of getting motherfucked to learn that lesson.
At 19, I had the mind of a child, but the essence of a man. I had a, you know, it's so weird. Like I had to write this thing. I read this book, and they want you to write like get negative, positive stuff. And I wrote, there was a thing like how insecure I always was, but confident at the same time.
Yeah.
You know, and so I remember going into the city with friends of mine and going, when you walk across the street after you cop, you have to see your body language. You fit right into New York City. I never understood about that until a couple of years ago, what he was saying, you know. But at 19, yeah, I had the mind of a fucking child, but the essence of a man. I already had the fucking act. Like, by 22, I already had the answer, where a lot of people...
Now, your 22 was a lot different than today's 22. I mean, not for nothing. It's like your 22, with the way you had to come up, losing your mom and your stepdad and all the shit you went through, you were forced way before. You know, one of the biggest parts about being a man is realizing you got balls for a fucking reason. You've got to live. You got to survive. You've got to fucking work. Nothing is free. You got to fucking have it to make it happen. And you had to do that. You had to fucking live. And so you lived with the cop, okay? You lived with, you know, your other friends. And you go drink in the hash ways. You'd go down and get you a Yoo-hoo and a roast beef sandwich with mayo on white, okay? And you go, you know, she'd throw in a little rice pudding. You were raised by a lot of people, dude, but you had your roots. You know, you go around where you are, and you had to survive. And you weren't given a choice. Today, kids, they ride bikes with helmets, and kids go to school. They got $100,000 in college loans. They got a liberal arts degree, and they're living at their mama's house. That was not you. You had no backup plan.
No, there was no.
No, there's no backup plan.
I
It was
wanted
all
a
forward.
backup plan. I wanted to go.
Who
to school.
doesn't?
I wanted to go to school. I wanted to have a car like everybody else.
Yeah.
I wanted to have nice clothes, but
there was no backup plan.
And you know what? How some people, I always say this, how some people join a cult, or some people join Scientology, or some people join Bikram yoga. I took the low, what do you call it?
Low hanging fruit.
And I became a criminal because that's what I was not raised to be, but groomed.
Yeah.
Groomed. I was groomed. I had been shown that as a kid. I had been shown a lot of avenues, and I knew how easy it was.
Yeah.
I had been doing it, you know. I can't believe that the summer that I turned 16, I hit the number. I hit the number for $2,500 on my birthday, guys.
That's strong.
Did you ever know that, Ralphie?
I don't think I did.
It was a 2-foot blizzard in Jersey.
Holy shit.
And what I wanted for my 16th birthday was, I started the day at a karate tournament.
Yeah.
All right. And the deal was I was going to get first place in fighting and first place in form. And I was quitting martial arts. I couldn't take it no more. It was too hard for me to go uptown and play basketball and have a girlfriend and talk to friends. And then in the middle of all this, I got to take a bus to Union City and walk a mile and do karate till 8 o'clock at night, 10 o'clock at night with men. It was just, the schedule was too packed. And besides, those guys didn't get high. They listened to rock music. I loved them. I loved geeking out with them on the weekends. So that Sunday, I started at a competition like in fucking Newark. They were going to cancel it, but they shoveled the roads. And I got to go to the competition. I got disqualified. But before I was leaving, no, I'm lying to you. I came back from the competition about 1:30. And North Bergen kids were like, what are we going to do? And I go, let's go to the movies. Let's go to Jersey City for the movies. Let's take the number 1 bus and go to Jersey City. So as I was leaving, my mother was drinking with the bookie and his wife and his brother and the cousin and the people across the street. And my mom looks at me. She goes, he wants to give you a present. He wants you to put $5 on a number. What number you want? I got 219. And I just left. And I didn't even fucking think about it.
Oh, my God.
And I went to the movies. I bought sporting goods in Jersey City, right across the street. I used to buy sporting goods in those days. They're probably still there. In Journal Square, from where the dude who blew up the World Trade Center the first time, the blind guy, that was his office.
Sheikh Khalid.
Sheikh, whatever his name is. But I walk in the fucking door. Me and my friends got to take off our shoes. And my mother hugs me and goes, congratulations, you hit the number. I go, come on. What did I win? And she goes, $2,500. So I gave him a $500 tip.
Oh, that's nice.
I gave my mother $500 and I kept $1,500. And the deal was I was supposed to put it in the bank. Fuck you.
Yeah, man.
I took a nickel out of that motherfucker and started buying acid every weekend. Up in Pittsburgh, doubling my money, tripling my money every week. It was ridiculous. I was living like a fucking prince. As long as I had that acid, I always had $200 cash on.
Yeah.
Because it was an $85 investment and I was getting back $300. So I was making $215 on every 100, Jack. I would sell 100 in 2 days, Lee. When you're fucking 16, you're making $215 every 2 days.
So wait, how many hits of acid would you buy?
100 for $85 and sell them for $3.
And then, but did you ever think about like what transporting 100 hits of acid across state lines would have?
Not one time.
Oh.
And I can look you in the eye and tell you that not one time. I knew I was going to sell this in North Bergen to high school kids. It was a bubble. I was completely safe. Completely safe. I would sell Black Beauties. I would sell ups. And I dabbled a little bit of weed. A friend of mine, Joe, would sell me a quarter pound for $200. And I'd sell an ounce for $100. So you'd make $200 right off the fucking top. I usually make $150 and smoke pot like a savage for a night with my buddies. Show up with a bag bigger than your fucking head, Lee.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
That hustle has been taken away in this country.
Yeah,
See, that was a hustle. That was a way of life. Guys like Ralphie, neighborhood guys, they figure out a way how to make a great living and not bust their hump. So what they would do is they would fucking get a job within 8 months of the year, but in June they were guaranteed laid off. They would collect unemployment till October, And the whole summer, how do you think they lived? They got $450 a week cash from unemployment. Plus, you made $1,000 a week, either booking or selling something. Remember, Lee, you could buy 100 Quaaludes and sell them at the bar in one night.
Wow.
So it was $200 for 100 Quaaludes.
I don't think I could.
Lee,
Without a doubt.
Lee, all you got to do is take a piece of this Quaalude, break it in half, and eat it. Put it in your pocket. You come to my house at 6:30. You come to my house at 8. This is how quick it was, Lee. I swear to my mother's grave. I swear to my daughter Mercy. You come to my house at 8:30. I give you 100 Gorilla Biscuits, right? You don't have to wrap them in aluminum foil, nothing. Just put them in your pocket. I saw it done. I saw guys way dumber than you. I don't mean that way. I know guys that are completely idiots. You're college educated. You just wouldn't know.
I have an arts degree.
Your body language would give it up. But I know guys like you.
Right. Oh, my
That
God.
would live at home with their mothers. And on Friday and Saturday. On Friday, I'd see them at 8:30.
Some Quaaludes.
You give them 100 Quaaludes. They go to a bar and they buy the half. A guy like you would just buy the half a Gorilla Biscuit, put it in your pocket. And pretty soon your eyelids start to close like that, and people would know. People would walk over to you and say, Lee, what are you holding?
That's like an open sign?
And you just tell them right off the bat, I got Lodi. He wants to go to Lodi because Lodi was a place in New Jersey.
I had an Aunt Marty Bell in Lodi, Texas.
Okay, Lodi.
That's so funny.
So they used to call him Lodi. Lee, if it was a Friday night and people were doing blow at $4 a piece, everybody who would come to you would give you a 20 and take 5 from you. You think of look at it that way? Nobody would come to you and buy one Quaalude. So 5 people buy. I mean, you wouldn't even believe it. You'd be back, and once people knew you had Gorilla Biscuits, good ones, on the weekends, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, shit. All you'd have to do is go to 3 neighborhood bars. You could Uber in between those bars and just drop 60 to 70 off at each bar and go on your way. Make your profit. See a guy like Ralphie and go, Ralphie, you want to make an extra money here? I'm going to give you these for $3 a piece, sell them for $5. Ralphie's a dog man at fucking Jazz LaRue. And you leave the last 30 with Ralphie. And you just made yourself 400 fucking bucks. Maybe even 600 because you sold 300 of them.
That seems a little too easy.
That's how easy it was.
That's how easy it is.
Did the bee get you?
I'm looking for it.
I know. It's around here. There's a fucking bee in here.
It was so crazy when you think about it. And am I ashamed of this, Ralphie, man? You know I can't lie to you.
No.
But there was a time I was under the fucking credit card, dude. And I still, to this day, out of all this shit I did, there's 2 things that I sit back and giggle and go, how the fuck? Not hula hands. The ground round in Sundays. And I look at you as a man.
Ground round.
And if you don't believe me, you call George Kaladinsky right now. And that's my witness. All right? I took George to the ground round. The way I would walk in, you hungry? Yeah, come on. Let's take a ride. I'd walk into the ground round with you. Get what you want. It's something. You get the soup, the chili, give him wings. How many wings you want? 6. Give him 12. You're like, look at Joey. And also, the tab would come. I go, thank you. And I go, start walking. And you go, what? We ain't paying for this.
And then you're a fucking accomplice.
Do you know how many times I did that? I think I did it 3 or 4 times with George. With George,
you made him your getaway driver.
Oh, yeah.
Without him knowing it.
No. In those days, there was always a by the way. I would give you what you're looking for, but it ain't going to come easy to you. You're either going to give me a ride, a shirt. I got to take a shower at your house. I got to do something.
Yeah, boy, with the turned up.
Oh, my God. Yeah, fuck you. You got to give me something. Nothing ain't cheap in those days. I'll give you 20 Quaaludes, but listen, we're going to go to the Bronx. You got to wait outside this black neighborhood and keep the car on go. You know what I'm saying? Keep the car on go. Lock the windows.
Keep it on go.
Don't open the window for anybody. Oh, I was.
You don't need no air right now.
You don't need no air. Just keep fucking
Mind your fucking business.
You have no fucking idea how easy it was to make a living. But I would go in 85, I was the worst I ever was. The worst I ever was.
With cocaine? Or?
No. In 85, I was clean. I was spotless. I was just smoking weed like a motherfucker. And I went on a 6-month tear in the New York City, northern New Jersey area. Until this day, they're scratching their heads. I would dress up in a suit and go into the office building and take purses, and cash registers and shit. It was fucking envelopes with nothing in it. I throw it away. God damn it. I would go to Safeway and steal vitamins and stuff and tampons and what's the itch when you vaginal? What's that stuff you get?
Gardasil?
Yeah, Vagisil. You steal it in Jersey from Fort Lee, and I'd walk it over the bridge to Spanish Harlem where they pay you top dollar for that shit. I was a walking fucking scam. It was like it didn't stop.
Razors.
The number one thing I did was I got 3 credit cards in my wallet that were expired, and expired. One was hot and expired. And they got away with this for 6 months.
Well, that's when they just did the paper.
3 times a week, Lee, I would eat at a fine restaurant, a tremendous lunch on the for free. I always left the cash tip.
I think they
I was never a piece of shit then.
They invented cameras because of you. I think because of people
Lee, you gave them your card that was under $50, and it was the lunchtime crowd. Your restaurant had to be packed.
Yeah.
It had to be packed. If you went in there when you were
They can't look at it too long.
They couldn't look at it too long. They would have to take, when they had 3 of them for lunch, you would go to a restaurant and they got 3 things. In those days, they didn't call, Lee. If it was under $50, $28, $32, they didn't call. They just wanted this ching ching. You signed and they gave you the card back.
Did you look at the names and only get male who not a black dude?
He was Olivia for a week.
No, listen. I became whatever name you gave me.
Olivia Ruiz.
Whether it was Mohammed, Ching Sao Ho. I was a Chinese guy for about 2 months. When I lived in San Francisco, dog, I was a Chinese guy for at least 2 or 3 months. Because I used to go to that fucking Japantown up in San Francisco, and they were the only people that would take traveler's checks without a credit card, without a license. They were in on the movement.
Well, yeah,
the Yakuza.
How do you even sign for that credit card, dude? You can't.
You have no idea.
Wow.
That's how it was,
You
man.
got to talk to the people like you own the joint. Let me get that watch. Let me try it on. All right, let me get this one. What else you got? Let me get that one too. Boom. What's your name? Sam. What's happening, Sam? Everything all right? I made your day today. You're going to make a nice commission. You take Visa, credit card, American Express, Diners Club. What do you take?
Yeah.
And here I'm holding a Visa.
Yeah, but
you know what I'm saying? I'm holding a Visa, but I'm throwing different options at you. I got Discover. I got Amex. What do you want? I got a silver card.
I've seen you do that.
No, dog. You got to walk in there like you own the fucking place, Lee.
Oh my God.
And the guy would be smiling, having a great time. You give him the card. He's thank you for coming.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Kim.
Thank you. Yes, and yes. They're not going to argue with you. Every once in a while, they ask you for a license.
Yeah.
1 out of 10 times, you got to ask for a license. Then you got to run out and you lost the credit card. The credit card was hotter than hot. Remember, in those days, it wasn't what it is now. If I stole a credit card in LA and I sent it to you overnight mail in Jersey, you had 2 days to go bananas because it would only break down in zones. Right. So it would break down in the West Coast zone, the mountain, the whatever.
If you did it on Friday, you had till Tuesday.
You had till Tuesday. Oh, Lee, there was 1,000 scams. Remember, in those days, I would say to you, Lee, give me a nickel. I'm going to give you back $5.50. I ain't going to do that. Watch me. I go buy $500 worth of traveler's checks, and we get you fucking 30 cents on the dollar, whatever, and then we bang your T-shirts. You have no idea, Lee. You have no fucking idea. I can make your day. I can say to you, Lee, you need a VCR? Yeah. Give me $100 because I'd use the traveler's checks. It would cost me nothing. Mm-hmm. The traveler's checks would cost me nothing.
Okay.
30 cents on the dollar, maybe a favor. Like in those days, the Cubans used to get a ton of traveler's checks, but they couldn't use them because they didn't speak English. So I was the only motherfucker that outlawed it. So they tell me what they want up in Japantown, and I get it for them, but charge them a vig for doing it for them. I go 50% on them. And what were they going to do? They couldn't use them themselves. They couldn't even speak the fucking language.
Oh my God.
Fucking craziness. Like, this is the shit that keeps me up at night.
How do you come up with this stuff as just on the fly?
This is your
make these you're running an empire.
You're out there. You're a one-man army on a daily basis. You wake up in the morning, you go to a Charlie's, you order breakfast, and you put it on the tab. And you tell them you're going to be back by 5. Let me tell you something. You want to know about pressure? When you put breakfast on the fucking tab, and you got to come back by 5 with $10. So I got to make time. I'm already minus 10. It's 9 a.m. I got to put this fucking day together here. I got to do a half gram tonight. It's ladies' night at fucking Apollo. I got to come up with a new shirt. I got to go to fucking Walmart. In those days, there was no
Strawberry
Walmart.
daiquiris.
Yeah, I got to come up with a yardstick for that. Somebody's getting robbed today. What a fucking nightmare. You have no idea, Lee. You have no fucking idea. I'm very happy that whole shit. Today I was talking to Larry, and we were talking about something. We're talking about businesses. He goes, what if you just took the business and moved it to Vegas? And I go, this place up there. That's called borrowing from Peter to pay Paul. Eventually, they're going to nail you on something. They're going to realize you don't live in Vegas or some bullshit, and you're going to go away. That was me 35 years ago. Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, let's do it. Who gives a fuck? With no repercussion at all. It's the repercussion that fucking kills you.
Right.
Yeah. I had, when I moved in, I didn't transfer my electric. It was just on. I had it for like a year and a half, and they just turned it off one day. I had to go in and pay. I think it ended up being like $1,400.
What are you going to do? Jesus. You know, it's funny how...
Poor Matt Becker.
I quit high school that August. Like that August before my senior year.
Yeah.
I was like, there's no sense in me going back. Oh my God. What am I going to do with my life? Like, I was at that point. I go, what am I going to do? I'm going to go to school.
Yeah.
I go, this is a job. It's union. They promote from within.
Right.
These guys make money. I knew all about this company because I had worked for a lumber yard that was a Masback Century hardware chain. This was the warehouse. So I would talk to the guys that delivered all this shit. And they were telling me how much they enjoyed working there. And one day I realized it was down the block from where I was living. And I went from being a daytime shift guy to a nighttime loader. So I said, what am I going to go to school for? I'm making $15 an hour. This ain't bad at all. I could do this forever. This takes me fucking 4 hours at night. And you know what, bro? I went back like in November, and I pegged it out. I tried to do all the credits, and they came back to me and they said, you're not going to graduate on stage. I said, then what the fuck am I doing this for?
Yeah.
And I don't get invited to anything.
Nothing, I know.
Nothing.
I know.
Nothing. Listen, guys, I'm over it already. Like,
I know, right? It's like I have to be over it. I miss a lot of those people.
First of all, no, but I talk to a lot of those guys.
Yeah, I don't.
See, I talk to a lot of those guys, especially now, lately, the last few years. In fact, I want to give a shout out to my buddies having open heart surgery fucking Wednesday. If I didn't have Brea this weekend and my wife didn't pick, if my wife didn't pick Tuesday, tomorrow to fly, I would have fucking flown back to New York at least Monday.
Yeah.
This guy went to my mom's wake.
Wow.
Like, I go back that deep with Steve Avillo and his family and shit. So I'll be praying for him on Wednesday. Open fucking heart surgery. Plays in a band. Went home one night. I got rushed to the hospital. His heart was beating too much. Don't do drugs.
Yeah.
Hasn't done a drug in 20 fucking years. And it happened again. He had an episode again. So they said they have to do something to his valves. So.
Wow.
But I was all 4 years with that kid. That's fucking amazing. 35 years. And guys, you're listening to this podcast. You're like, what the fuck is Joey talking about? Let me tell you what he's talking about. It goes fast, motherfuckers. It goes real fast. Real fast. I know next year I'll know Ralphie 20 years, right?
Yeah.
98. That's how fast this motherfucker knows. I know Ralphie from an apartment to getting a dog to getting married to having a big house to having 2 kids to having 2 houses.
And a bus. Now back to one house.
Now back to
or no house.
It's fucking Reno, Tahoe, and back to the ghetto.
I'm so lucky, dude.
No,
the guys at Caesars are just treating me super nice now. You know, I mean, it's phenomenal. They're class acts. You know, and I can't be mad the way I'm being treated or nothing. I can't even gripe.
Well, listen, brother. And like I tell people all the time that you said it when we were talking earlier about there's no escalator to the top. You know, you're not getting paid right now. You're getting paid for the shit you did when you went up to Visalia and you fucking keys fell down the elevator.
Oh my
shaft.
God, I remember that.
Okay, and you had to go. Who does that happen to? Lee, who does that?
It would happen to me.
That you go to a fucking gig, you did a great job, you spent the night, you wake up the next morning, you go to the fucking elevator, you go, oops, your keys go down that one little crack.
That crack.
And I heard they held for like a minute.
Yeah.
I heard they held. By the time you bent over, you shook the elevator.
I could see them. I could see them going down as it hit the light of every elevator. So I saw them, and I could see them down at the bottom. And I'm just like, ah! I got hit by a kid who was coming in from the swimming pool. Okay, and I had the keys in my hand, and I got hit by that little girl and on my hand, and boom, they just right in the middle. It took 2 years, but the Hilton there, or the Marriott, whatever it is, they gave me my keys back. But luckily, I had an extra key in the car, so all I had to do was get it open.
And it was Saturday, and they couldn't get an elevator guy.
No.
I mean, there was 1,000 fucking by the ways.
Yeah.
And that's why I tell, everybody, like young comics, if you had that bump to some dude when I was with my family. And on the way out, he goes, oh, I've seen you at the Comedy Store. I just got into it. I've been doing it a year. He goes, what is it? What is it? Can you tell me? And I go, time.
Yeah.
Time and mileage. If you do 8 fucking open mics a night, I guarantee you 20 fucking years from now, you'll fucking get paid. Because that effort will not be fucking gone unnoticed. Right. Trust me what I'm telling you. You'll know, too. You'll know. Sometimes they give you a check, you look at it, you go, that's for that fucking time. I finger banged that Indian chick at Twin Falls, Idaho on a triple run.
Yeah.
Triple run would send you to all these
that
fucking
sounds like fun, though. Why are you getting paid?
You know what, bro? Triple runs, Lee, if I had the time,
I'd go do one.
I would take you on a 2-week triple run and hire you as the chauffeur. Just so you see.
You know what?
You would tap by the third night.
No, I love it. I would love it.
You know what's great is I can do them now. I did one basically earlier or last year, but I did it in a bus.
A lot.
Yeah, but it was a bus. It was great. It was great.
I guarantee I wouldn't quit.
I mean, Lee, this is.
But you're in a car and you're driving 12 hours.
12, Lee.
And then you're driving, and then the next day you got to get up and drive another 12 hours. And then the next day you drive another 12 hours.
And then the last day you drive an hour.
And the Thursday, you've crisscrossed where you're going to be. Like you're going
to. And then you have to come back. Yeah, to that area.
Yeah. You're in Wenatchee.
It's crazy, Lee.
And then you're in Missoula. And then you're in Yakima. But Yakima and Wenatchee are only like 80 miles
there in
apart.
Washington. Missoula. In
Montana. Fucking Montana.
Lee, it's fucking crazy.
Then you got to go to Lewiston. And then you got to go over to fucking Oregon, and you're in fucking Coos Bay, and then the next day you're in Spokane. You're like, I drove through Spokane 5 fucking times.
Coos Bay, I forgot all about Coos Bay, Oregon.
Man, how good is the fucking crab meat there?
Jesus Christ. No. Lee, I started one from Houston that took us into somewhere in Idaho. And then we got up the next morning because there's some days you drive 8 hours. There's something, because you got to remember, we got to do a show. So I get off stage at 11:30. You got to have a drink. They pay you. You got to talk shit. These people don't see civilization. They don't see anybody. You're the biggest thing that's coming to their town since fucking the guy who shot the president came in there.
Like, you know Steve Prefontaine.
Yeah. No. It is crazy, Lee. And God forbid if you do radio. Like you usually go to some college station and you do radio in those towns. They'll come out.
Yeah.
You really live in California?
What's that like?
So you got to talk to them, Lee. So we're getting back to the room at 1:30. We're up at fucking 7. Driving 10 hours to 5:30. Get to the hotel, take a shower, eat. Do the fucking show, go right back to bed, and fucking do it all over again. Hopefully we catch a 6-hour drive. But Friday, you catch like a 10, and then if you're lucky, it's the same place, maybe an hour. But don't bet on it. Some nights you gotta fucking drive all night.
Yeah, because you gotta beat snow.
You gotta beat the snow.
You gotta beat the fucking snow.
And now you gotta drive back all Saturday night after you've done all that driving.
How did you do it, Joey, without the GPS? Like, can you read a map?
Motherfucker.
This was 1995, Lee. You bought a map, You had a 50-state map.
Yeah.
Okay. At that time, my vision was a lot better than what it is now. I tapped out once I moved to LA. LA had a different thing.
Thompson guy.
That confused the shit out of me. I'm no fucking Phi Beta Kappa here. I'm okay with maps because I was a Boy Scout for 3 or 4 days. Okay, I was a weed blow 4 or 5 days. Yeah. I was one of those assholes. Like 4 or 5 days. So something in Miami, I learned how to read maps. So when I got into the triple runs, you had to get the state and drive it out and then go to that page and put like a fucking paper clip on that page and your page and get the connector. And then I would circle that and then I would get the directions from them also. They also sent you directions. Yeah. They would also send you the night of your gig and how you were going to get there. So to the next gig. So how you got there, let's say your week started Tuesday through Saturday. That's 5 nights. How you got to Wenatchee, Washington, that's your department. That's your problem. Once you get to Wenatchee, Tuesday night, you're going to go to the place, the Palm Springs of Washington. You just said it before. Yakima, Washington. And then you're probably going to go to Missoula on fucking... Now, people like Donna Richards in those days and the other lady, they had runs, but their runs were like 4 hours.
Right.
That's manageable.
5 hours, yeah.
No, that's not bad at all.
No, those other ones, those triple runs, they were 12-hour run, kid.
And like, what happens with weather, construction?
Fuck you.
Accidents.
If let's pretend that there's a gig and it's 7 hours, and it's me and Ralph, and we're pretty legit with each other, and we hear there's gonna be snow. Guys like me and Ralph, you go, you know what time it is? No Doze and Mountain Dew.
Yeah, might as well.
No Doze and Mountain Dew. Pack the car. Pack the fucking car, and right from the stage, we get right in the car. The hotel knows we're coming. We're comedians, and we'll get there as the snow starts.
Yeah.
By the time we're getting to that city, the snow will start getting hit. We're catching it as we're driving at night. Yeah, there's different strategies.
It sounds silly, but how would you find the weather out at that point? Was it the
TV, radio?
Yeah. They had the radio for all over the country?
Yeah, but we also read the paper. You know, I still do that. I still like reading the newspaper.
You sure don't?
And it's like nobody does it anymore. Nobody does it.
I don't read the LA paper. I'm not gonna lie to you.
It's got no.
Every once in a while, I pay the $2.50 for the New York Post.
Right.
At the airport, I rip it off. It's a federal charge.
Yeah. Right.
You know me. I want to be locked up next to fucking what's his name for a week, so I get some info out of him. Maybe I'll call into the podcast. You know what I'm saying?
Fucking El Chapo.
Somebody. You never know you're gonna bump into.
So funny.
I wish my memory was clearer of those times. Well, there's maybe like 3 or 4 prisoners, maybe 5 that I did time with that I remember. That from time to time, their name will pop up and I'll look them up on Facebook. One kid, I found his son.
Oh, wow.
And we communicated for a while. I don't know what happened there. And the rest of the guys, like I remember Etchy. He's a black dude that was like from Indiana. I did time with him. He was cool as fuck. Spencer Antoine, I looked up. First of all, if I'm 50, Spencer's got to be fucking 80. Because when I was 25, he was 55. Right? So I was doing time when I was 25. But I'd love to reconnect with him and just talk some shit. All the dudes in the AIDS unit, they got to be dead. That was 87. That was way before the medication. Yeah. And they weren't looking too good then. There was a black dude in the AIDS unit that they thought he was going to die before, but he made it. By the time I got out of the halfway house. He was still there. When I worked with Katie Siegel on Superior Donuts, I felt like pulling her over and going, you don't understand how many times I watch you in the AIDS unit. That fucking show, Married with Children, on Sunday nights.
Oh, yeah.
We get a bunch of food from the visitations. And we'd fucking watch Married with Children. Like 8 prisoners, and the dudes who had the AIDS, they wouldn't leave their bedroom. Yeah. They would stay in that bedroom. We were cool with shit with them, bro. We would knock on their door and make them come out and eat. We used to have tons of food, man. Is that me?
Yes.
You?
It's not me.
My phone's off.
I'll turn mine off. Maybe it was mine. I don't know.
No, it's kind of weird the characters I met when I was locked up.
Yeah, right.
Man. It's kind of even when I was in rehab, I went to this Puerto Rican rehab in Boulder, like it was never. It was such a scam.
Dude, you should have gone to my rehab.
Dog, those things.
Man, my rehab was nice, dog.
No, this was
Nice.
Listen, this one you pay them the money and they just wink to you.
Oh no.
They were like, listen,
No,
you know
this
what's going
one
on.
had
Listen,
you chanting.
You can stay here for 22 years, ain't nothing gonna change. All right? They told you that going.
Massages and
Yeah,
stuff.
just give us the envelope. We'll run around to the court. And we'll let you blast off whenever you want. Just show up, be early for the meeting.
That wasn't mine, man. That was not
really,
mine.
They worked on your heart over there.
Fucking A.
How long did you stay in rehab? 2 days.
No, I wish. I was out of there 2 days. I would have been out of there. But my wife was like, "You're not coming to my house, okay?" And I'm like, "What the fuck?" And they gave me a fucking Ativan, okay, that I never taken that shit before. And I woke up 24 hours later, okay, 24 hours, the whole day later, in my own piss, okay, going, I just pissed myself. What the fuck did y'all give me? I just smoke weed. I was taking some pills. But I wasn't taking that motherfucker, all right? I swear to God. Oh, my God, Coco.
Would you recommend it? I've been taking names.
Ralphie, man, tell me the story. They had you running the airport like O.J. Simpson.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. It sucks so bad.
They got
and it's like, as mad as my wife was, she's like, hey, he's got to get out the urn. Okay, so it was rehab. Pew! I'm out. Okay, I'm out and about and come back. Made me take piss test. There's nothing in it again. I'm like, I told y'all. What the fuck? Let's just go. But it was good to get my head right.
How long did you stay in rehab?
34 days.
That sounds nice.
Yeah, it was great. I ran it out to the insurance. Said, "Fuck it, we're out."
Insurance billed it?
Yeah.
They paid for the whole thing?
Almost of it. Yeah, it still cost me like $60,000.
When you went to the rehab, did it help you?
You know what? It didn't. I wasn't addicted to drugs. I was gonna be because I had PTSD, and I would have been. I really do.
Why are you laughing at PTSD?
Because he's a cocksucker. That's why he loves torturing me.
I'm just trying to think. What he's got PTSD. I was there on many occasions.
Yeah.
Was it the fall on Gardner?
No, cocksucker.
That's what
Robbie, mate, get up. That thing is gonna mug you.
Was it the time we found the hooker? I mean, there was a lot of situations where you could have gotten PTSD. That's all.
No. It was when I almost died in Tampa. You're fucking such a dick. All right, I know. Put the sandwich down. That's what it means for Ralphie May. You told me that joke one time. You go, you got PTSD. I mean, put the sandwich down. That's the problem you got. But I would have been addicted. I would have been. Ain't no doubt about it. And I'm on Lexapro and Lamictal now, and man, I feel phenomenal. I'm not fucking bad about nothing.
You should be like a rep on the commercials for them.
Man, I do the Dollar Shave Club. I can do it all day.
What's Lexapro for?
It's an antidepressant.
And does your dick still get hard now?
Yeah.
There's got to be a by the way.
No. With the Lamictal, my cums are like twice what they used to be. Okay, it makes your fucking semen load twice as much. All right, which means my nuts get a little sore, so I gotta fucking drop a batch pretty regular. Okay, but man, it's like more volume than it's like a fucking wet sock or a ladle of pancake batter up against the wall. It's like Stymie when he got hot with all the ink.
I'm over here laughing because there was 2 other times when Ralphie got PTSD when I was there.
200?
2 other times, not 200. The one time he got up yelling and his head went into a light bulb and it burned the top of his mouth.
That's not PTSD. That was hilarious.
And sleeping next to Jodie Furtick when she's passed out and you want to finger her gut. And you got to sit there for an hour.
You can't.
Whack it off in your pants.
Oh, my God.
That'll give you PTSD. Me and Ralphie would play fucking drink a pool with Jodie. And we'd sit there praying for her to just take her clothes off and blow ball. Oh, my God. It was terrible. Oh, my God. Fucking crazy days, Lisa. I had 20 years of comedy in LA, fucking fucked up building. Just
It's so crazy, dude. You know, like I was at the store last night, and like the new comics, they don't have a lot of camaraderie like we do. Like the same guys that we used to roll with, I saw last night, and it was like even though I haven't seen them in a year, it was like I saw them last week. You know what I mean? Because we were down so much, you know. I like Mike Young, okay? Saw Mike Young.
It was good to see Mike Young.
Yeah, right?
It was good to see Brody Stevens last night.
No shit.
Chris D'Elia had me dying.
Dude, you had me dying with that fucking harp.
He was doing something about Tupac. That when Tupac was dying in Vegas, he was taking his last couple of breaths. The cop went up to him. I said, Tupac, quickly, please just give us something. Tell us who shot you. You saw who shot you. Tupac took a minute and gave the cop the finger. So he did this whole bit on how, would he give the cop the finger? You know what I'm saying? If he got shot and shit. So I was back there, stoned to the gills. I like Sunday nights at the store.
Me too.
I like the off fucking nights.
Yeah,
but there's no off nights at the store no more.
Dude, it was. I had to sit on the stool.
Yeah.
On the doorman stool to watch your show.
So that was PTSD. There's a couple times you were with me.
No, it was just
PTSD,
fucking me dying. It was me almost dying and not being able to breathe for 11 days and no sleep. It fucking broke you. You know, I mean, I couldn't sleep for 9 days straight. I was in ICU. I had this thing breathing for me. I couldn't go to sleep. And so they were sucking stuff out of my lungs. And it was brutal. It was fucking brutal. And that's why, like, I can't sleep on white sheets because it reminds me of the hospital. I have a really hard time sleeping because I don't want to. If I go to sleep, I think I'll die. All right, and so that's why I take the pills now. And now I sleep, and I'm not crazy no more.
Good. Where's Tony Bennett, cocksucker?
Did I tell you he came to one of my shows one time?
Absolutely.
He's so cool, man.
Real quick, Two Board Tack, Phil P. Marchetti, Dominic Salas, you fucking savage, Lemon GF, Tony Eichenlaub, Ookie Spooky, Andrew Wong, and my main motherfucker, Joe Abraham. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I got one. I got a fan, a buddy of mine. His name's John Roberts. Listen to this guy. He's an Ojibwa Indian, okay, on the Red River Reservation up in northern Minnesota. He has, I think, 9 kids adopted, and he's a stand-up comic, and he's a member of the Church of What's Happening Now.
Give him a shout out.
Fuck yeah. John Roberts, you're a fucking funny motherfucker, all right? And I worked with him. The guy's great. He's fucking phenomenal comic.
Was that part of the fucking an agreement.
No, dude. The natives, they like me, man. I raised a bunch of money for them, and I like, man, I'm glad that thing happened. I didn't know how fucked the Indians were. Did you know how fucked they are?
Yes, I know.
I didn't know that. I thought like after like the Trail of Tears, because I went to school in Arkansas. They didn't put, oh, this is what happened to the Indians. Okay, it's like after the Trail of Tears. I guess I thought everything just worked out.
Prophet May, let me explain something to you. I grew up with a cast of characters that would say things to you, and you would have to look at them and you wanted to question them, but you knew you were way beyond the question because they were so real.
Yeah.
You had 30 seconds to decide where this motherfucker was coming from. And they would say shit from Darren Rago to Timmy Holloway. Today, Timmy Holloway sent me a tweet. And one night, it's 1984. It's the height of cocaine. Everybody's doing it. Miami Vice is on. You can't talk to a motherfucker that's not smoking bazookas or whatever the fuck it is. And we're standing in front of Corky's. I'll never forget. I could live to be 80. Now, Timmy's brother was my age, was crazy, very funny, and very low-key. He don't like no drama. He don't like people with long hair. You know what I'm saying? You know those fucking dudes. I will never forget this.
What about Rager?
Who?
Was it Rager? Isn't that the
Rago. Rago wasn't there that night. Rago at that time was in love. At that time, this was the cocaine crew. It was me, the Pelican, Stinky, and Fernie. No, Fernie was murking, but not really. He was mad at me. So that was the original three, and then Timmy, and then we had, whatever. But us three always trying to find a way to get a package. Lubes, Venieri was in the circle back then.
I like Venieri.
He was the driver. We would always work for him and shit like that. What the fuck am I talking about here?
What about Ralph Fufuso?
Ralph Fufuso. I grew up with Ralph Fufuso. Was a bit different.
He was a nice kid.
Basketball
kid.
He was a nice kid.
Football kid.
He was a really nice kid. So we're standing in front of Corky's. It's a Saturday night. It's 2 in the fucking morning. And there's a commotion outside. We're inside, I'm sorry. And we go outside, and somebody yells at the guy I'm standing at, Roger, your brother's outside. Come on out. And Roger goes, what the fuck? And so I walk out there with him, and Stinky walks out, and somebody else. I'll never forget that the little brother's outside. He's like, I wanted to see what the hell you were doing. But the little brother left the car lights on. He left the car on, double parked, with the
hazard lights?
With the hazard lights.
Yeah.
I'll never forget, he bends over and goes, Timmy, what's the circus in town? Go turn the fucking lights off. What's the circus in town? My point being that, I grew up with people who would say shit to you, and it's always something. Let me tell you something, man. I love you to death because the last 20 years you've made it cool for me to be alive. Like you've made it this acceptable. Like when you used to go on the road and come back 2 weeks later, I loved you because you got me weed and shit like that. But I really love seeing you because I really missed you. I figure without you, I'm at the store by myself. I'm fighting these motherfuckers.
Dude, we were. It was me and you
in that little fucking apartment. And it was just a crazy situation.
That's where this began.
And I would tell you shit and we would giggle. And it's just weird that every time, the hospital, the PTSD, the fucking,
craziness.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Ralphie, how do you survive 20 years of Joey's mental torture? There should be a plaque for you, the longest running.
Right. Yeah, longest running friend. Okay. All right. First of all, build up a tolerance to that weed. Okay. All right. You got to have a mind. Now, have you been a getaway driver yet?
No.
I don't know of anything.
No,
you haven't been a getaway driver yet?
I don't believe so.
And Coco's not the same Coco he was.
No.
Okay. So, and I mean, while you get the Bolivian flu every once in a while, you never fucking brought it around me.
No. I do little bumps in the bathroom.
Right, right. But nothing disrespectful.
I
if when I first got here from Houston, If you'd have put out Coke right there, oh, I'd have died. All right, all right.
No,
But you were always a gentleman. Always
no,
a gentleman about it.
I wasn't even talking about that. I was just talking about like
The
him
praises.
torturing you like mentally.
Oh
like,
my
Let me
God, the
explain
tortures.
something.
Oh.
Let me
Okay,
explain
all right,
something. Let me
Lee.
explain
I
something.
broke my fucking hand. I hit a guy at the fucking at the post office because he pushed an old lady down because she couldn't hear the Asian lady. She was an old Russian lady. All right, and he couldn't hear the next go net please. Okay, and so the Russian lady was standing there, and this douchebag LA guy pushed her, and she fucking snapped her fucking arm.
oh my God.
Yeah, right in front of me. So I turned around and hit the guy, and it fucking broke my hand. Okay, and so I go home. I'm fucking calling Joey, and I'm shook up, man. I'm like Coco is like a shark. If he smells blood in the water, if you're upset about something, that's what he's going for. All right. And so he called me up and goes, "Get out of there. Get out of there right now. The police are coming right now because you knocked the guy out for let's go out the back door. I'm outside at El Compadre. All right, go out the back door right now. All right." And I ran out the back door thinking like that, and I didn't have my keys. So I could lock myself out of the back of Gardner. So I had to walk all, and I was, you're fat, you're mad. Okay, you're mad. Like now I gotta walk around the goddamn front to get in there. Or I'm hiding, thinking about doing go down to George Wolf's house. Okay, what do I do? What do I do?
It's crazy how many getaway drivers I used that I had to cut a piece in, and it's crazy how many getaway drivers I did something with. Until today, they have no idea when down.
Yeah,
I think I'm in that group, maybe.
No.
Not like a getaway, but
You
like
have no idea.
a fast leaving.
You have no idea. And you know what's crazy? Like I remember like 4 of them now. I don't remember the good ones when you come back bleeding and the people are like, what happened? Oh, you come back like OJ. Your hands are cut, your eyebrows on fire, your shirt's ripped.
Yeah.
And what the fuck were you? Oh, I had to go take my shirt out of the laundry. You fucking retarded. Are you fucking crazy? You're bleeding from your hand. It's gashed to death.
Man, I tell you.
Oh my God.
When I remember one of the funniest mornings, we get up and have coffee at like 9:00. And I thought you were gonna be at the house. I thought, he's got a key, just come in before I can lay down on the futon, go to bed, all right? Maybe take a shower and go to sleep. All right. We didn't give a shit. All right. And Joy wasn't there. And it was about 10:00, and I made breakfast and no Coco. What happened? So I go over to Gavin Boyd's, and there's the king of the zombies having Bolivian flu like a motherfucker.
Oh.
And then you're sitting up just to talk to me, trying. You smell like pussy and coke and booze. Oh my God! Well, I mean, a lot of pussy. All right. And Gavin Boyd was like this, and his little shit dogs ran up to you
and pissed on
your head. A little shit dog. Yeah, what a fucking asshole.
Both
They're both dead now, I guess.
Fuck them, those ugly little fuckers. Fuck him. He thought it was cute and shit.
I know. It's such a dick move.
Fucking crazy shit, man. Listen, this year's going to be 10 years since I haven't done that powder.
Dude, I know. This
10 years since Marilyn has been dead.
Yeah, I know.
10 years since I haven't done fucking powder.
It's so crazy to me.
A couple of days after Marilyn died. Couple fucking days after she died, I was like, you know what? I'm going to give her a breather.
She was so sweet.
Yeah, nobody even says anything anymore. That's what killed me. People are like,
Dude, nobody mentions Freddie Soto. Nobody mentions Mitch Mulaney. Nobody mentions Mitch Hedberg, except for to fucking take his jokes. Nobody remembers nobody. It's like they pay no respect, and they never developed that type of friendship.
Well, they never. A lot of people. Listen, When I was a kid, who were the big people that died? Like Elvis died when I was fucking 13. That was craziness. That was a week of craziness in this country when Elvis died. But I still remember Freddie Prinze shooting himself.
Wow.
That was fucked up, man.
Yeah.
That was fucked up. A couple months ago, I discussed Freddie Prinze Jr. coming on the show, and I just wanted to refresh my memory. And I went on Wikipedia that night. What I remember from that night was, bro, I was fucking young, Ralphie.
Yeah.
I was young, but I was starting to not drink, but I was starting to smoke reefer and shit like that. Like, and I would smoke reefer and go uptown high. And then I would eat pizza at Blue Flame Pizza, which was the spot in those days. After you ate the pizza in those days, you had about an hour and a half of giggles in you. Then you'd go home.
Right.
You know, you had about an hour after you ate the pizza, you Visine again after the pizza. Then you Visine again. The smell of pizza, if you put garlic on your pizza, that kills everything. That kills the weed and stuff like that. So that was the fucking call when you got high in those days, you know. But I still remember going uptown and on the way down, because on Fridays was Chico and the Man.
Yeah.
Chico
that was such a great
and
show.
Sanford and Son.
Which was the same show.
It was the same
show. But Freddie was so goddamn more funnier than Lamont. Lamont sucked. All right, like I wanted Freddie to be Red Fox's son. All right, and that would have been a hell of a show. And then have Shady Grady come in. Okay, you know,
all his fucking.
I know, man. Shady Grady.
But I was out
Freddie.
that night. I was out that night. In those days, I don't know what my curfew was. Maybe 11. Like it was a curfew, but not really a curfew.
How old were you?
Let's pretend 13. Maybe. 8th grade, maybe. 11, 10:30 if I was lurking in the neighborhood, you know.
Yeah.
That type of shit. Because in those days, your call time was 10. But if you hung in front of the house, they let you hang till 11. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, so don't get off that fucking stoop. Don't make me look out this door and you're playing up the fucking corner. I'll throw all of yours out. If you're going to stay out till 11, I want you on these fucking stairs. And that's what you did. So some people have like a loose schedule. You know what I'm saying? You know, a little bit of a loose schedule. I remember the night I found out Freddie Prinze fucking iced himself. I still remember the walk. I had to walk through a cemetery. That was the first time I cut through that cemetery because it takes like 4 miles off your walk. From uptown to downtown, there's a back fucking road back there. And people would say, be careful because there were devil worshippers. But I walked back there like 3 kids, and I saw some people doing some Santeria. And they made believe they were going to chase us, but they didn't chase us. The other guys ran. I ran like for 5 minutes. I was tired. I'm like, fuck this. You jump in like by 64th Street, and you jump out by 51st Street. It was a tremendous little fucking, but those grave sites were old, dog. Like there was a lot of grave sites there from 1860s. The concrete was broken. The headstone was already broken and shit. You would die. Man, what are you going to do? Time flies.
You know, it's like comedy has so many people that it just are gone. You know, I mean, and like over the 20 years, the cast of characters like that we knew that were like really good, and like where are they now? You know, that like are no longer even in comedy. It's crazy.
Last night I was standing where you were standing. Last night I got to the thing. I saw Crystal Lee. I gave him a hug. Chris Spencer was up on stage, and I walked into
so funny.
Yeah, I walked in. I gave the Chinese kid a hug and hold.
Fung,
whatever.
Yeah, he's my man.
That cool motherfucker.
Dude, I got an offer to go to do a bunch of gigs in China, and I'm gonna bring Fung.
Fung's a funny dude, man.
He's a funny dude, and it's like that kid's got heart. I mean,
he's got mouths to feed too.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got mouths to feed. But I went out. I gave him a hug. I said hello to the window girl, and I went out into the hallway where you walk in, and I laid against the wall, and there was nowhere to sit. I listened to Crystal Lee. Yeah. And I started looking at the pictures. Lee, I saw 3 people there that I was super tight with that have vanished from LA. I couldn't tell you where they are, what happened to them. It was crazy how many people on that wall that I was like, wow. They used to be here every night.
Yeah.
They were doing this, they were doing that. They just disappeared. I just did a show in Connecticut, Mohegan Sun, and Beaumont Bacon showed up.
Get the fuck out of here.
Gave me a big hug. I gave her a big hug. Told her I loved her. Told her I was there tonight. She rocked the main room.
Man, I saw that.
And
that pissed a lot of people off.
Yeah, no.
She fucking rocked that spot.
Yeah, no.
I was there that night.
So it's just crazy that you look at these people and you go, fuck, I got a spot at 10:30 at the store. How lucky am I? 20 years later, I'm still doing a Sunday night spot at the fucking store. And now the difference between 20 years and now is that 20 years ago, this room would have been 60 people.
Less.
And a great room, don't get me wrong. It would have been a great educational room.
But the time we'd get on, because we get bumped down, first of all, you hear Andrew's coming, okay, and Eddie's coming.
I wouldn't, nobody said, let me explain to you how the mind of Joey Diaz worked. Okay, number one, at that time I was an addict, Lee. Let me explain something to you, Lee. You want to learn from the Jew? God put you in the right Jew's hand. There was a way to make money at the store. There's a couple angles to make money at the store. You could get the main room, which I never got. Not because I didn't want it. Every once in a while, she gave me a Saturday night in there. And that put an extra $100, $150 in your pocket. But you didn't get rich in there. You didn't get rich in the OR either. You get $15 a spot. But she cut me a deal one night. She goes, do you want to host? And she goes, how about you work the door from 7 to 10, I'll give you $25. And then you host from 10 to close, and I'll give you another $25. I go, that's great, but that's a lot of walking for $25. So I got an idea. I took Andrew's phone number down. I took Eddie Griffith's number down. And I took Joe Rogan's number down, okay? And I took anybody who had bumping privileges number down. Whether it was Paul Mooney, or all of them.
Yeah.
Sunday afternoon. Because, listen, I could go to the store on Sunday. The guy who sold Coke worked the door. So guess how I worked it? I would get on stage, do my 10.
Yeah.
Put up Andrew Eddie, or Paul, and that's an hour.
Easy.
I could go, do a few bumps, have a few cocktails, get the party started. Right before they get off, I go to Don Barris and go, guess who the host is the rest of the night? Who? Me. And I give him the microphone, and I'd be out of there by 11:15 with a package. I picked up this half a yard. I hosted. I did comedy. I did my job for the night.
Yeah.
Who's better than me?
Strong.
That was my most favorite night at the store was Sunday nights. Because I'd host till 11:30.
Dude, I used to love Sundays because I'd always have cookouts behind the apartment. Even though I had a studio, and it was a murderer's row of comedians at those fucking barbecues. All right, and
you cooked the turkey at 4 in the morning. Or something.
So good though.
Then you do something crazy like that. I know. A couple.
Yeah.
One night we went over there, and your buddy, we pulled over. He was talking to a hooker. Then when he got back to the hotel room, he said it was a friend of his and shit. That's when there was a lot of hookers on Sunday.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, from Fairfax
to
La Brea, a little bit down in those days.
Foxy white chicks.
Lee, it was crazy.
Foxy.
You were pulled
out. Like some black girls that stabbed somebody.
Till this day, after 10 o'clock, what a lot of people don't know. And if you do it, there's a cop there, they'll nail you.
Oh, yeah, fuck yeah, they will.
By Gardner, by
the street after
Sunset,
Curson is when it starts.
It's where it starts. If you make a left,
or right,
if you're headed to the Comedy Store, and you make a left before Fairfax, and there's a cop there, you will get pulled over, dog.
You get a ticket, dude. It's like $200-something ticket.
If you make a left on those streets,
I did that.
Because me too. I got
because I was fucking going to see Doug, and he turned around, so I fucking turned down Carson like you would to go to Doug's apartment, and motherfucker, it's like boom, we pull over, and then he's laughing at me as he walks the 2 blocks down to his fucking apartment. We were just at the Coach and Horses. He was just shitty. Just wanted to ride. Motherfucker.
You want me to tell you how they got me?
How'd they get you?
This is a classic Joey Diaz 2005 Coke story. I forgot all about that. You're going to love, okay?
I hear me.
So I go out.
Break out some of them stars over there. Something.
You know me. In those days, I used to go out early.
Uh-huh.
I
did.
get my party started 7:30.
There'd be two parties.
That's how you had to do it in those days.
There'd be two.
Remember, I had to pick up an envelope for the morning, an envelope for the night. And there was always something. A cell phone, a pocketbook. There was always something at the comedy store. So it's like a Monday nightly. I get a package. My wife is home. She's my girlfriend at the time. I'm living with her on Schrader.
Mm-hmm.
And I got a package. I go home. The package is okay. But for some reason, that Monday night, the coke wasn't sticking. It wasn't getting me high enough. So I called a few people to pick up a package. Jesus Christ. There's no packages nowhere. This guy's not sleeping. This guy's doing this. This guy's doing that. Finally, I go, oh, I know who's got a fucking package. And for some reason, I did the same thing. I passed the guy's house, and I went to make a U-turn. I figured I'd pull into 7-Eleven, and they fucking nailed me down the corner. And they, no. They didn't even nail me down the corner. They pulled me over right in the 7-Eleven door. How about that one for you?
Wow.
They pulled me over right. When I saw them, I pulled into the 7-Eleven to make believe like I had just fucked up.
Right.
They walked right in there. He said, can we talk to you for a second? I go, yeah. I go, listen, you just broke the thing. I go, why? I was coming in here to get water and something else. I'm coming down on the block. I'm on the tail end, but I'm manageable. But I'm still a little on the fucking cocaine. I'm talking to these two cops, and they're like, well, all right, do us a favor, show us ID. I got no ID. This is Terry Clark's car. I'm on Sunset. It's 1 a.m.
Yeah.
I got $60 with a Coke man up the corner, and that's all I need. Just let me go right now, and I'll never make a left turn ever again.
Yeah, right.
You know what I'm saying?
Rights forever.
Never.
Rights forever.
You'll never see me in this neighborhood late night again. And I fucking started talking to the guy. Goes, I'm sorry, bro. I gotta tow your car. I gotta throw you in jail. Somebody has to come and get you. And all of a sudden, a drunk dude walks over. And he goes, Joey Diaz, oh shit. And he gives me a hug. I don't have the handcuffs on yet. And the cop looks at me and goes, you know him? He goes, fuck yeah. That's Joey Diaz, the longest shot. And both cops look at me and they go, how you doing, buddy? And they start talking to me now. They go, what's going on? And I go, listen, I just left the house. I just went to 7-Eleven just to get what I was dying. Something was going on. And they go, all right, just go straight home. Don't let us catch you driving without your license. I went right to Martel. I fucking shot the left. I picked up a gram and I went home and I never made a fucking left turn again on fucking Sunset.
No,
Fuck
never.
you.
Fuck it.
They were
man.
going to tow my fucking car and everything, dog.
They do that on Melrose too, Jack. Melrose, you can't turn after 11 on some parts.
Really?
Yeah. I think Santa Monica too. Like not Stanley, but on the other side of Fairfax. Those houses back there, those gays, they're like, nah, you don't bring your party back here. All right, you want to turn a trick and suck cock in the fucking bathroom? Go for it. Abby's down the block. You know what I mean? That's how they get in there. You know? They go get the taste of dick out of their mouth with that Brazilian food next door to that Bossa Nova. Okay.
When I first moved here, I don't know where it is now. I don't really know where it is, but it was on Santa Monica. It was off Santa Monica. When I first lived here, I lived at the stripper in a trailer. And for a while, I would stay with Doug, and then for a while, I would stay with her. And you'd have to move the trailer around. And we lived next to a park that if you went there in the daytime, like if I can remember where it was Hollywood. It was right around Beverly and maybe Curson or something like that. It's probably a fucking building now.
Yeah.
But at the time, it was this little park. In the daytime, they had benches and you could walk up the stairs. And they had like a little swing area. So at fucking 3 in the morning, that place would turn into sex central in those days. So I would be sleeping with Carol in the fucking trailer. And you could hear the men. This is 1997, guys. And they were fucking right outside, like male hookers, I guess they were. You could hear them having sex right outside. Dog, that shit lasted like 3 nights for me. And like, I couldn't sleep. I couldn't sleep.
Let's say, how can you sleep with that noise?
I couldn't sleep with that fucking noise. And there was no women out there. There was no guys or women. It was all, every time we looked out there, there was 2 men having sex. The one guy choking the other one. It was, I just remembered this shit. See, this is the shit that's...
Maybe you have PTSD.
Huh?
Maybe you have PTSD.
Yeah.
You fucking late. Oh
Let me
my
tell you
God.
something.
I got acid from that last
I
fucking
know.
church. What's happening
I
now?
know for a
That you
fact.
can do right now. God damn it. Not go get the snake. Okay, don't look at the yellow. All right.
Let me
Look
tell
at
you
this
something.
party started. Lee.
If you don't think
What a
I know, I got PTSD just from...
You do. Without a doubt, you do. Without a
And I
doubt,
could
you
tell
do.
you, and I could tell you the
The multiple things.
No, the one in particular, the one that haunts me to this day was my godfather. There's times I think about fucking paying a private investigator to look for my godfather. It's like eliminated once and for all. He was a fucking, at the end, dog, it was ugly. And he was relentless. He was relentless, Ralphie. You know, I would, when I left North Bergen, it was December of '84. And I would keep in touch with 3 or 4 buddies. And dog, I would hear shit from them. That I could have called bullshit, or I could have believed. And then years later, I smartened up and I go, why would they fucking be talking this shit? And then I had another friend, my first daughter, Jackie, her godparents, the father, the godfather, Pete, he was a fucking serious white dude that I grew up with. Pete was Italian, no Irish, no none of that mafia shit. Pete was a serious fucking white dude that knew his shit. Before I made any moves in those days, I'd go to Pete. If Pete goes to the cops today, Pete could throw me in jail for 30 fucking years. From 1980 to 1985, I told Pete everything I did. Whether he agreed with it or not, whether he was a close friend of ours or not, I told, because I always had to have somebody I was 100% honest with.
Yeah.
Like no
I've been that guy for a long time.
Yeah, no matter what you came to me in those days and said to me, like if you came to me in those days and say, Joey, tell me that you didn't rob the comedy store. Yes, I fucking did. I was that guy. Like if anybody else asked me, I go, no. Man, it was weird. He had a hooded sweatshirt. Like he was, nah.
It seems like a liability to me, doesn't it?
What's that, buddy?
Telling somebody?
You gotta unburden your heart.
Listen, bro. If you
no
want,
judgments.
Uh,
That's what real friends are. You did?
In those days, you have people that if they come up to you, listen, man, if you don't want the answer, don't ask the fucking question.
Right, that's true.
But, okay, when I was 14, I got one of the greatest lessons in my life, and it stuck with me. His name was Jimmy Bender Sr. He once told me something that fucking just stuck with me. Like, I started hanging out with him and swimming in his pool. I was friends with his son, and one day I went to the track, and he goes, listen, if you tell me the truth, I got your back. But if you lie to me, I can't help you. And that always stuck with me. I always remembered what that was intended for. And then years later, I saw him kick a junkie in the stomach and drag him out and say the guy was going to die in his house. So I know he meant business. Do you understand me? But at the same time, the way I was growing up in those days, my friends were going to take heat for me. Okay? Like, let's pretend, let's just throw some names out here because we know. Let's pretend Ari was Ari Shafir, who's Ari today. People like Ari. Ari's a great guy.
Yeah.
Let's pretend I robbed a kilo from Ari. All right, like Joe Diaz today robbed a kilo from Ari. And Ari had two guys working for him. Steve Renazizi and somebody else. Whose balls they gonna bust every day? They're gonna bust Ralphie's balls. They're gonna bust Lee's balls. Like, where's Joey? Have you heard from him? Tell Joey when we see him, we're gonna break his fucking head. You know, guess what? You're gonna hear from those every time you go out, Lee, and you see those guys. They're gonna come up to you and go, "You ever hear from your pal?" What you mean to tell me is you never heard from your pal? No, you're full of shit, Lee. You're a piece of shit. You fuck. Get the fuck out of here, you piece of shit. How long can you tolerate that for before you say, you know, I know where he is? Well, to be honest with you, Lee, if I lie to you, you're not going to take that from me no more, in my mind. If you're a good friend, why fuck it up with a lie? If he's not a friend, who the fuck is he to fucking fuck him? But if they're a good, solid friend, and you come to me and you go, Joey, I want to ask you, but I don't. And I already know what you want to know, I'll tell you. Yeah. I had to. Whatever. And you'll look at me and go, Jesus Christ. All right, we'll fix it. You know, that's the difference. Like the night I saw Ralphie walking across the street from the Japanese place and they called the cops on me at the fucking Dublin. I saw Ralphie and I looked him straight. He's like, I got a showcase for CBS. Yeah, later. Push it back. Tell him that you're not doing this season.
The biggest break of his career.
Yeah.
Go get the.
It would have been.
Go get the fucking Voyager, the Forerunner.
Yeah, I got the Forerunner.
That's the Forerunner.
Yeah. My nephew has it now.
Are you serious?
Fuck yeah. It's fucking great. Still running.
300,000?
400 and something thousand miles on it.
I told Lee.
400 Toyota, are you listening to me? I had a Forerunner that I was a comedian in 1996. Okay? Toyota Forerunner. It's 21 years old. It's got over about 500,000 miles on it. And it's still going, Jack. Still going.
You don't even see those anymore.
No. My nephew had it repainted because I had shined it up so much that I'd created swirls in it from shining it so much with fucking not the right stuff. And so he had it painted and it fucking looks great. Takes it to the Razorback games. He's happy as shit. He's got a little boy who's one. He's fucking. It's like that car, you know. That fucking Westling would bang his wife in and fucking leave condom rubbers all over the place. Ugh. Oh God, Jesus. All right, you know, it's that same car. My nephew's got it, but I had a good parking spot too, man. Good parking spot. And I was going to rock right in. And I had a showcase for CBS. They were all up my ass. And you're like, Ralphie, go get the fucking car. And I'm like, this is serious. Okay? And I was halfway in the middle of the street. And I'm so fat that I can only wear warm-ups. So I'm always trying to fuck. Everybody thought I was trying to be black. It was the only thing that fit. I ran at Ford. I got them for free.
Doug, it was Big Daddy.
Big Daddy.
We all wore Big Daddy. I lived off. I told
Me too.
Lee for a year and a half. That's all I wore.
Without a doubt.
I started Coke. I just wore their outfits. I just washed
everywhere.
I wore it everywhere.
Why were they giving you for your outfits?
Because they gave
wanted
it to
promotion.
Ralphie first.
Yeah, and then I got everybody in.
Everybody who was fat.
I got everybody in I could.
Sweatshirts, t-shirts, sweats, shorts.
They were super high quality.
Super high quality. I had that shit for years.
Yeah.
They gave me a Big Daddy jersey that I wore once a week for fucking 3 years. They gave me a Big Daddy Dallas Cowboys shirt.
Wow.
Like I said, Big Daddy, but blue.
Silver
stripes. I got coked up somewhere and left in a hotel room in Beaumont. Or something like that. I had some great Big Daddy stuff.
Man, I still got it. Got it. Yeah. And you know what? It's still some of my favorite shit to wear. I fucking love that shit. It's great.
What has happened to them? They sold them.
I don't know what happened to them. They were so good to so many of us.
They got into the movies because they gave it to the black comic, and how he got into the movies was Barbershop.
Yeah.
The first barbershop, he wore Big Daddy on there. So he was their first big client.
Right.
They had other people.
But I wore it on TV.
Yeah,
all over the place.
I tried to wear it on the big Best Damn Sports show.
Yeah.
I really did too. They were good people.
Yeah, they were great. And
Dude was from Philly.
Yeah, and I did that. I wore them, and I got Big Daddy to sponsor a bunch of. I was doing those Lowrider magazine car shows around the country, and I got them to sponsor that. So I was getting my airfare paid. Okay, wearing Big Daddy at all these places, and they were selling out. I put them in my video when I went to Iraq. I wore Big Daddy. All right, and it was phenomenal. They make shirts that could breathe so much. It was 135 degrees, and my titties didn't smell like vinegar. You know what I mean? That's pretty fucking impressive. It was great shit.
I probably had Big Daddy clothing lurking till about 2008. When I moved out of Hollywood, that was the end of the Big Daddy. I had a couple T-shirts. I had a few sweat jackets or whatever.
Yeah.
I didn't even know if they were around anymore. Nobody had them. I couldn't wear sweats anymore. The mafia thing was over with.
Yeah.
So there was no reason to wear sweats anymore. So that was the end of that. I don't even know what happened to the rest of that shit. They were great people.
Yeah, so nice.
They're still around doing something. See, in those days, a lot of people would start those companies. They would blow up, and then they'd sell them.
Yeah.
And then somebody else would pick them up.
Absorb it up, yeah.
And they'd pick them up and buy 3 or 4 T-shirt companies.
Yeah.
And now combine them and do something.
Have you gotten in contact with this Winston company?
No.
It's a designer. He's an actor. He's a fat actor, and he sent me a link to it. Dude, I just got this shit. It's fucking amazing. Every bit of it is fucking phenomenal. I'll get you hooked into it. Man, flavor. It's so great. It's like really super high quality stuff that I can't find anywhere else. I shop all over the place. Yeah.
Texas is if you're a fat dude, you gotta go to Texas.
Lord Jesus, I know.
That's the only place you'd go.
Man.
And you know what, man? It's such a shame because, like I explained on stage last week, in Texas, if I'm a 2X here, in Texas, I'm an extra large.
Right.
So if I buy clothes in Texas and I got extra large, I go, Jesus Christ, I lost weight.
You feel good about yourself.
Time to eat.
Time to eat.
They don't fuck around. They switch the labels on you. So you go to Texas, you buy a 3X, you're swimming like a fucking thing. You're like, what happened to this? I could use this in 3X. No, because they make the clothes bigger. In LA, they make them smaller. Get a 2X in LA. I guarantee you walk into any Walmart in LA, you don't fit in 2X. Walk into a fucking Houston.
Yeah.
You'll be swimming in a 1X. You go, Jesus Christ, I lost weight. No, they make the clothes bigger. So every of those Marshalls, all that shit, if you're a 2X like me, becomes fair fucking game now. If I usually walk into Marshalls, there's no clothing for me. But in Texas, Marshalls has clothing for Uncle Joey and shit.
Don't move. Don't move. Don't move.
Is the B right there?
No.
Don't mess with him.
Come on, man. That's the church. That's what we did.
Yeah, did you see his face?
I did. It was great. It was great. It's going to be a great one. People are going to go. They're going to make gifts of this.
Yeah, wait, have a star.
No, thank you.
No.
Here, you eat this one.
Yeah.
Eat this one.
Yeah, eat a double. That's
Come on.
Come on, eat a double.
No,
you don't eat a double.
I ate one too. Don't worry about nothing. Fucking God, give me the mug.
It's fuck already.
Where you performing the next few weeks, my brother?
Harrah's, Las Vegas.
How long?
This Thursday, Friday, Saturday at 10 o'clock. And then next Thursday, Friday, Saturday at 10 o'clock. And then I'm in San Antonio at LOL. And I can't remember. That's like the next 3 weeks. But like I'm going to be also coming back here next Sunday and Monday and Tuesday, hang out with my kids and do some meetings. And then the next week is Father's Day, so I'm going to be around. Maybe, I don't know, maybe you and your family, maybe Sunday dinner someplace, You know, we maybe go back to that Italian place I told you about. Like, it's old school Italian. At Tony's Bella Italiano on Magnolia.
Mungo Boulevard.
Mongo.
That's where he goes to eat and shit like that.
That's where I'm going to stay for now.
What?
Oh my God, Mongo.
I'm happy you're doing well, Ralphie. I'm happy. You know, before the podcast, and I know a lot of people listen to this podcast, you've been divorced or separated. And, you know, while it's happening, you think it's the end of the world.
Right.
And it's a pain that doesn't go away for 3 years, and either the attorneys could keep it going, or you need, like with me, I just squashed it. I said one day, you know what, man, I want to do comedy. That's it. I just want to do fucking comedy. You know what? I came to the conclusion I was fighting for a never-ending war, because at the end, I couldn't cover the spread. Whatever your fucking name is.
Ralphie.
I'm stoned too.
I know, baby.
I couldn't cover the spread, Ralphie, and that was the worst feeling in the world to know, but also the best feeling in the world. When I left living with George when he was junked up,
yeah,
and his grandma, and I was having a great time, and I was really learning comedy. I saw Leguizamo that night at 2 in the morning, and I had figured it out. I got to move somewhere where I could do a lot of open mics, take my time, just get time, and I could do something with this fucking comedy shit. Yeah. I've been doing it in New York. It's been working, menza. Anywhere I go, it's always been receptive, come back. So I'm on to something. I don't know what it is. In a month, I might play the flute. I don't know what it is, but I'm going to stick this out. I got no money. I got a little job I eat from week to week. Yeah. Why not have a good time my way? Every night I do comedy, I bump into somebody. They give me a pill. We do a bump. I drink 2 cocktails because they give you 2 drink tickets. I'm having the time of my fucking life. Yeah. I wanted a family. I wanted to be married. I thought that's what I wanted. Once I got on that stage and I got hooked, it was all over but the shouting. I walk in one day. She says she doesn't want to be married no more. It was like God said, here you go, cocksucker. This is what you want, you fucking lunatic. And I went for it, Ralphie. Who gives a fuck? And that's what we're enjoying right now. We're enjoying those sugar runs that we did. We're enjoying. You did those other runs. That dude who played
C.W. Kendall.
C.W. Kendall, who I told him to suck my dick. Because he used to give you a long week. Yeah. Then the week before the gig, he cut it down to 2 days.
Yeah, but it was like Wednesday and Saturday. And they're fucking 12 hours apart. You had to put yourself up for 2 days.
It was fucking crazy, people.
Or you know what you would do is you would stay in your car, Lee, okay, and sleep in your car until like 2:30, 3 o'clock, all right, and then take the hotel room, okay, and you would stay there at that one for a full 24 hours, all right, which basically meant you got 2 days for the one day because you went there early. You just stayed in your car. You stayed up or you slept in your car. That's what I would do. And then you get free breakfast. I'd fuck them up on the free breakfast. Oh, my God. I'd make BLTs left and right because I stole a fucking pound of bacon. You think I'm lying to you? I ain't lying. Not one bit. BLTs, fruit, but fuck you on the cantaloupe. I don't like that. All right. And stay in there. And then they had an afternoon thing. And then get them in the morning. Fucking eat up a bunch and then go do. So you only had to do one night, actually pay for it. But you'd go pick a town to do a spot in, you know, like Dallas or Oklahoma City, Denver, Austin. You know, you'd fuck around and find something to do. And it'd pick up about $50 or something. Might cover a hotel room. Might not. You might not. I worked for Shirley Bynum, too, out of there. She was great. But man, those triple runs. Fucking bananas. Oh, man. And I remember one time he booked me a headline, and he also booked Chris Alpine to headline, and Chris Alpine was so mad. Okay? He was like, I want to go last. And I'm like, well, Chris Alpine, I'm a filthy, dirty motherfucker, and if it means for a second that this guy's not going to pay me headline pay, fuck you. You won't be able to follow me. And he went up, and I didn't give a shit. I didn't stand there to listen, and I got all mad about that. And he was all clean, and I just went up and just trashed him for the first 15, 20 minutes. Oh God, Tribble got lit up on that one, and then like Chris Alpine's manager was another woman that booked gigs up there. Who else? Pat Wilson, and she blackballed me because I was dirty. Okay. Yeah, she blackballed me because she managed to Chris Alpine, and he got blowed out.
One time, the people that were talking about Pat Wilson,
they were big figures in our life, man.
At one time, we would call these people every Monday and beg them for, and if they sent us to Mars, we would take the mission. It's a crazy thing to sit here and laugh and think about those times.
Man, you were the king of the Greyhound. You know, you called Paul Reed on Monday afternoon.
I learned how to mix and match. Look, I figured it out. I figured it out when I started selling screws on Ironbar. I would have to be there at 5 in the morning. I would basically leave the store and park my car in those days and jerk off and go into this place at 5. And I would start fucking emailing and faxing people. Roger Paul.
Yeah.
The Buffalo Funny Bone.
Fuck yeah.
Miami Improv.
Yep.
You have no fucking idea, my friend.
Yeah.
The Birmingham, Alabama Club.
Oh, yeah.
Start on Houston Laugh Stop and the Last Spot. I didn't give
Comedy
a fuck.
Showcase.
How many people would call me back? Zero. But every Monday, they
got an ear beating.
They got a fax from Uncle Joey every Monday.
Yeah, here's my avails.
Coming around.
And if you left them wide open, you wouldn't get booked. So you'd have to put in where you kind of wanted to be.
And those days,
like this is dates booked like this, and you knew these dates were kind of close. So you'd call them and beg them, go, hey, I got this, let me have it. All right, you know, you'd manage it. You know, you had to work the angles. If you went in comedy like, well, I'm a nice guy and I'm going to send a headshot and a tape, a VHS, they wouldn't give a fuck. Okay, you had to be something different. You know, you had to be funny, and there was no fucking YouTube, none of this shit. It was VHS.
No, they couldn't check your fucking your webpage.
Yeah.
So you could tell them, listen, I'm gonna be in Austin this week. Why don't you give me the week before? That's
right, exactly.
It was brilliant.
Yeah.
It's an amazing thing to learn on your own.
Then you hear that there's a Thursday in Beaumont. You're like, fucking somebody, hey, I'm going to be in town. All right. And you just shut up and you start calling other comedians. It's like the internet was like just your fucking Rolodex. You know, and you go, hey, Dougie, where the fuck are you at? Okay. Hey, give me a feature week because I'm fucking co-headlining with, oh my God, what was that guy's name? God damn it. Fucking, he's an Arkansas comic. He's crazy. It's crazy. I forget. God damn it. And he was fucking bananas. That guy was so much fun. Or Captain Rowdy or something like that. You know, you see these guys and you're just like, wow, these are fucking boom. And now they're even gone. But it was all of like, hey, I need help getting this date, you know? And so you go, you know, if you wanted to be in the at Zanies, you had to tell people that you were doing creative gigs in the Southeast. You know, hey, I'm going to be there. Give me a spot. All right. Boom. You know, hey, can I stay at your condo for extra?
What an education it was as a feature actor.
Yeah.
To go from having a day job to booking gigs now for yourself. And you're adding up all these gigs. And if you add it up, you're still not making anything close to what you were making.
Yeah.
But you'll accept it. You figure out a way to make it work. You know what? That bedroom in the back that's an office, that's going to become a bedroom. I'm renting.
Yeah.
This is way before. This is way before Airbnb, dog. This is when you went to the library and put a piece of paper up. Bedroom for rent. Split the utilities and shit. And these guys, you learn how, like from 93 and a half to 95, I learned how to become a comic, Jack. on bare nothing. That car was going to fall apart at any time. And for me to go on the road where I was going in those days, but every road gig I got, something always happened.
Yeah.
I met this fucking dude, man, in my life. That's why I sit there and I go, someday I'm going to pass away. And if there's a real fucking God or whatever they talk about, the people that I saw that helped me were angels that God sent when I was like my head was in a good direction. I just needed a little bit of help. I met this white dude in Boulder, bro. Can't remember what his name is. You know me, Ralphie, man. It keeps me awake some nights. Because I wish I could give him a big hug right now. I was going through a personal fucking hell. I was living in a one-bedroom basement. I was starting to do comedy. HBO had used me to open up for Carlos Mencia and Jimmy Abeda in 4 different cities. It was the summer of maybe 94. I'm barely paying rent, snorting coke. I mean, there was no car payment. The car looked like the car that they killed Michael Corleone's boyfriend and Godfather 1. That's what it looked like. The fucking back window was missing. It was about to fall.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday,
Let
Thursday.
me tell you something, Alfred. I was taking 6-hour drives on that fucking car. Till this day, I sit there, Lee, and go, holy fuck the ball. What I was doing for $250 in those days. I would drive to Cheyenne, Wyoming, or somewhere in Wyoming. And when you get there, it's beautiful. When you get on stage, dog, there's 3 feet of snow.
Yeah. And you have to be from Cheyenne. You had to be in Bozeman, okay, and or Jackson Hole, okay, and you had to go through 3 feet of snow, and so you knew it'd take twice as much time, and if you're lucky, you'd find a guy shoveling and get behind him. So now you're going 25 miles an hour. And so you just double the time so you don't sleep. You just take no-dose and drink Mountain Dew and get a Gatorade and piss in the Gatorade bottle.
What about the night you get the 250 and you need every fucking dime of it? You got to take it home.
Yeah.
But on the way in, you walk in and it's beautiful. You walk out and there's a foot of snow and it's really coming down. You don't have the money to fucking get a hotel room.
Right.
And you don't want to take the chance to drive.
I
You
almost
just shovel
froze.
yourself out and go behind the supermarket
Dude,
and get a blanket. I used to have a blanket in that truck, Lee Sayat.
man,
I ain't here to line nobody, Lee Sayat. I remember one time
I can tell you, I got one just like that.
I know you did. You had that Toyota.
Yeah, man.
That
I'd sleep
Toyota
in that
was a
Toyota.
fucking bed, dog.
Yeah.
Guys, I could tell
I
you
slept in my car so much.
100 times I slept in a car in fucking 2 years.
Yeah. Easy.
Easy being a comedian.
No, and I had
not
that
giving a
4Runner.
fuck.
No, I
You
give
can
a
wake
shit.
up anywhere and get stabbed in the fucking neck, dog.
Without a doubt.
Oh my God, I would go behind hotels.
Bro,
I would go behind warehouses.
I was falling asleep.
You have no idea when you're tired how your mind works.
I was falling asleep at the wheel, okay, and I'm close to Mount Shasta, okay. And there's a scenic overlook, and I pull in there, okay. I go to sleep in the back of my truck, all right. It's like 50 degrees, all right, and I got my pistol and I'm in my sleeping bag. I wake up and there's 8 inches of goddamn snow, and it's now like 16 degrees, and I'm blue. My face is fucking blue. All right. I don't know where the fuck. I don't know how to get out of there. The road is completely fucked. All right. And I've got to be in Wenatchee, Washington. Okay. And 14 hours. Okay. You know, and I don't know where the fucking roads are closed or not closed. Okay. Or, you know, and you have to cut through fucking White's Pass. Okay, God damn, fuck that White's Pass. All right, you drive up, and you're at, I think, 9,000 to 10,000 feet, something like that, and there's no weather at the bottom. Up there, it's a fucking blizzard. Okay, and so you have to fight going to sleep because if like I I had to shut my car off because I was gonna get carbon monoxide poisoning. Okay.
I had a car dog that every time I got in it, I'd have to write a suicide note.
Right.
Because the smoke would go into the fucking cockpit. And I
Yeah.
would get a headache after 20 minutes. I'd have to pull over, get out of the car, walk. I wish this was a joke.
No.
It would take me from Portland to Seattle. It's supposed to take you 2 hours. It would take me 5 hours because I had to stop every 20 minutes and get out of the fucking car. That's what I did for $100 in those days. I
Yeah.
would drive to Seattle to a Mexican restaurant in Portland for Donna Richards. And I would do the $125 gig and drive back to fucking Seattle. You're crazy.
Man,
Dog, how about
how many Roger Paul gigs did you do with the
Shout out to Lomo Fan
the
Club.
female
He's a really
comedian
nice person.
that wore a wedding dress? His
Really?
wife or his ex-wife?
I think one in all those years.
Oh, really? Oh, my God.
Yeah,
I got
no.
on a string. And,
No.
man,
But I
wow. That was an extreme show.
I'll tell you what you do learn about comedy that Ralphie knows is that sometimes things happen and you scratch your head.
Dude, shout
for
to
5
W
fucking
Vagabond.
minutes. Like I was just
That guy
talking to you.
Has an
I
amazing
did, there
stream,
used to be another company
and I don't know why
that used to
Kick.
do comedy.
It's like,
when I
this
fucking
guy's on
started.
fucking water.
Dana and
How the hell do you have like cell phone service?
It's phenomenal.
And I sent them a tape, and they
I know
made me
he's
a
got
co-headliner
fucking
when I couldn't
Starlink,
even
which is
see.
tight, but it's like,
They
dog,
said, we love your stage
this
presence.
is the best content
They
that
got
Kick
me to
could
give
ever
us a
have
fee
wanted.
to which paid like
And they're like,
$145.
oh, well, fuck that. We
And I went up
want to see
there
your
and
face.
again, this is
It's like
when
dog
I
both are
needed
important.
every dime.
Oh shit! It looks like he's gonna hit
After
his
the
boat.
gig, I got out of there.
Unless that's his boat, and he's
It
just.
was, and I didn't drink. I said, I'm not going to drink because I got to sleep on the
I
street.
mean, that's a fucking
They
fascinating
paid me
stream.
cash.
You watch.
It
I don't
cost me
make
22 to
comments
get
about
home.
barely anybody on
Maybe
here.
$5 for a
But when I see
Subway,
this motherfucker,
veggie and cheese with a soda.
W dog.
I'll get home with $110. I need every fucking dime of this. There's no hotel in my fucking future. In those days, I had a trunk and that Corolla,
Beautiful boat.
and there was everything in there, Lee. A basketball, 2 blankets, a pillow, fucking snow boots, regular shoes, hiking boots, explosives, a flare, a canteen
Dude, I
full
wonder
of
what
water,
happened
you fucking
to
name it. And it was in there.
that one guy was
But
in,
if
like,
you moved one of them,
bank.
it was made. I had everything in there. Scott's
Dude, there's
fucking
one
tight.
again.
I had a stick across the back. I would hang
Who's
clothes
your
back
favorite
there
streamer, dog?
so I could hide back there if I had to
RPG.
sleep in the car. I figured out a way to kick the front seat and push it forward.
Really?
I had it jacked up, dog. I figured
your
a
favorite?
thing.
The one who
My
has done
buddy
the
was a
coolest
half a
shit
fag
while I've been
engineer in
watching
Boulder.
is
He was a genius. He made me a thing so I
No
could
doubt.
put it on the bottom.
his fucking shit
So
was
where
tight
you
as
put your
balls.
feet now wasn't there. It became part of your mattress.
All right.
I had that little
Why?
car going, man.
He went.
God,
He rented
unbelievable
his own
places I
RV. He
slept.
went from city
Yeah,
to
man.
city.
How I would walk into hotels and eat the free
collaborated with other
breakfast, brush
fucking-
my teeth,
Fuck yes,
Influencers.
wash my
exactly.
face,
They had multiple
walk
live
past
streams.
the front
They
guard,
went 24
walk into the
hours. They
hotel,
did a bunch of outreach.
take a tremendous shit,
It
piss,
was very
wipe
exciting.
my ass really good because it got dirty overnight in that fucking car. I would brush my
For all
teeth,
those
wash
reasons.
my hair, push my eyebrows back, gargle, and then have everything in my jacket. And then I'd walk like I owned the joint.
Yeah.
What's for breakfast here this morning? For $9.95. Did you stay at the hotel last
Anything
night?
else
Yeah, what
about
room?
it? That was cool.
$62.80. Lisa, yeah.
Um,
All right. Go sit down. But of course, you
I
fucking
just- I like it.
$8.90 a
Wasn't
fucking
the-
table for
was it
everything
the
you
best
could
one
eat.
you've seen? Yeah, it's
Are you
14 days.
crazy? After you slept in the car all night,
Is there anything
you
you
eat
didn't
one
like
of
about
everything.
it?
Yeah.
Cantaloupe, Rice Krispies. You eat a bagel.
Uh-huh.
You eat a cinnamon bun. Those
like
buffets you go to, Lee, you eat one of everything.
Yeah, you can go back for more.
You just slept in a car to do your
Yeah.
fucking dream. Your diet really doesn't matter at this point.
Dude, man,
That's what killed me. Your diet at that point
fuck that.
really doesn't matter. I remember going back one time and somebody goes, Joey, you're putting on weight. So I brought a basketball with me on the road. And I forced myself to go in the back of every hotel in the parking lot and run around with a basketball. I did that for about 3 months, you know. That's how retarded I was. So where are you going to be the next couple of weeks?
I'm going to be at Harrah's at the the beautiful Casino Jerez. And you know what I like about it? I got to be honest. The most thing I really like about it is there's no shiny shirt, half of fags over there. Okay. It's like a bunch of real people. Okay. It's $15 fucking blackjack. You can have a good time, drink pretty good booze. Okay. They've got great restaurants. There's a Ruth Chris if you want steak meat. I mean, come on, who's better than that? And
You gotta
it's
take Lee.
easy.
You gotta take Lee with you as your road manager.
Man, Lee, I want you to come out, you fool. Okay, listen, Hercules. I got a 5-bedroom house. They done rented me with a good-ass pool and everything.
Lee is allergic to listen to me.
What's going on with Lee?
Lee
He's got a skin problem.
He can't be sleeping on nothing. You gotta get Lee a room that's sanitized.
Okay, all right, done.
We don't have time.
Done. I'll put him at the beautiful Caesar's Palace.
We don't want to stay in Airbnb as well.
No, good God, no.
Please say don't stay at Airbnb.
And I don't need it. I don't need it.
I don't even mind. You're gonna manjar in Las Vegas. You know what I'm saying?
Mi familia, no manches en Nevada. What are you drinking? Champagne? Champagne cocktail?
Champagne cocktail.
Champagne
We
cocktail.
don't stay in no Airbnb and blankets. He's got to sneak in the middle of that. Lee's one of those kids, bro. You know, Lee's one of those guys in Vegas that you get him high.
Yeah.
It's really, you know, Lee thinks like when Lee was allowed at the South.
What are your opinions on
Lee
the
was
Boston,
very
though?
interesting to me because at Lee's age, I didn't like Las Vegas at all.
Yeah.
I took a hate for Las
ever
Vegas
come
when I
to
was
Toronto?
22. And I said, I don't need this
Well,
place.
I've said it before.
I'm from New York
Maybe
City where I can do
the
this.
words eat me.
I gotta walk around with cameras.
I've given people.
I gotta walk around with cameras and they watch in the bathrooms.
They watch everything,
If
Jack.
for me to
I don't
get
think
down,
I've
for me to
ever
come
seen
to your city in '84, I had to know I could snort in peace.
Mm-hmm.
I could go to a bar and gack out like I used to do in Houston. But you can't even talk anymore. I go to that.
Allen Park Inn?
No. Yeah.
Fuck yeah. Allen Park Inn.
I got gacked
Or
up.
our house.
No, the fucking other bar where you could get jaundice. They had no windows. That bar there, I used to walk in there and I couldn't even fucking talk. But anyway, to make a fucking long story short, I don't know what the long
Which one
fucking
is the
story
cheapest
short
one?
was.
That one?
It's, what's up, Lee?
When I was a lot at the South Point.
Yeah, Lee was on one of the South Point. It was interesting because
Oh,
we would finish up
just
the
chatting,
show,
dog.
we would eat something, we'd get high, and Lee would look like, you know, okay, I get it. Lee's tired. I'm
Stop
tired.
the streaming.
And the next day, I'd hear a tremendous story. How he got up at
Dude,
2,
did people talk to you?
brushed his hair, and came down. And he won till 5. Then at 5:30, he bumped into a friend who put bad luck on him. And he went back to the table,
That's a Russian.
and he ended up losing. He ended up losing
did
what
you
he
talk?
won, plus 100 out of his pocket.
Oh,
Now he's
I can
salivating from
barely
the
hear
mouth
you.
because he's Jewish. He goes back
Just
up to the room.
shit.
He washes himself. He bangs with her. He calls his girlfriend. And he refused for the last
Yo, dog.
temptation of Christ.
Man,
He's got this
podcast,
weird
shit
way of
sucks.
gambling. Then he's telling me
Hey,
how
dog.
good he is. He's Johnny Bananas. I stalk him. I stake him a yard or two. He blows it in 2 minutes. He got beat up like a fucking, like
You
something.
want those dockable windows?
To this day, he blames me.
He
I
left. One of the first couple hands that he left.
And I walked away, so it's my fault. I've never been nobody's lucky fucking. I've never been nobody's lucky rabbit foot. This guy
He's
wins
a mush.
400. Oh, he's mush.
Put him in the bathroom.
About 8 weeks ago, he started a new career. He got books. He took a fucking course on hypnotics, how to hypnotize the blackjack dealer.
I need your bracelet, Ralphie, if you have it.
Oh man, I know.
Dog,
It's
he took-
actually in my luggage.
Dog,
I go everywhere with that.
He took a course. How
You
to-
know, by the way, I've had thank you, church,
Maybe
for
you can't fucking stream it
taking
anymore?
me in and loving on me. You guys come to my shows, and after the showroom, I'm downstairs maybe having a delicious Budweiser product. Okay, maybe enjoying myself a little bit before I go home, and you guys come up to me and you're like, look at the yellow, Ralphie, where's that goddamn bracelet? We fucking love that, and it's because of this I've gotten tons of fans, and they've come in and they've loved me, and I just say thank you. I am very humbled by y'all. The fucking church is for real, dude. Your people, they do not fuck around. In Denver, I had like 5 guys go, dude, I'm from the church, and they brought me reefer. Okay, I had to leave.
That's a good family. We got a good family.
Dude,
They love family.
Left the fuck, man.
They'll give you
Buffalo.
Oh
my God, yeah. Buffalo. They come running. Houston's all the time. In Nashville. Oh my God, every time I'm at Zany's, that's my home club. Okay, every time I'm there, every time 20 or 30 guys are like, "Man, we love you on the church." And it's just like, it's so cool.
It's cool.
Man, really, it's like the thing that we had is like just going out. You know what I mean? And I'm just trying to distract now because Coco's really getting into his fucking left nut. All right, I think he might be ready to pop a zit.
It's stuck. It's fucking
I've seen it. I've seen that look. He can pop a zit on his nut.
There's nothing like moving.
Oh, with the little blood.
There's nothing like moving and fucking getting like stuck. Your nut gets stuck on your underwear. You know, me undies is banging. So from that, I have shorts on, so it fucked it up. All right, let me read this out and we'll get the fuck out of here.
I can't believe you just leaving that there.
Don't forget this weekend, you fucking savages. Starting Thursday night, I'm at the Brea Improv in Brea, my fucking home club. Thursday, one show of death. Lee will be there. We're picking up the shipment of new stars. Tomorrow, Lee will be there breaking his record of 3,000.
Whoa.
We're putting him on a skateboard and sending him back. No, Lee will be there. Lee ain't breaking his record unless he gets paid from now on. Lee's doing personal appearances. If you like to bring Lee, fly him out to your party. Lee will eat fucking 5,000 milligrams if the money's right, okay? We don't give a fuck at this point in the game.
$10 a milligram.
No, we gotta lower that. Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. You want them to whine?
Yeah, don't be greedy. Don't be greedy.
What do you think is reasonable?
Hey, man, no, you might get lucky. Somebody might know how to barbecue.
Let them make the offer. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. I'm open to negotiation.
Yeah.
Now, Lee, don't forget, on this one, I need a little taste. You've had like 19 ventures. There's a $5 bill fall my way out
Never.
of the sky. Not at all.
Nothing to even wet his beak.
He makes
just the tip.
And he makes He makes thousands of dollars, this fucking guy. Selling fucking everything. He sells hats. He's a savage. He's a savage. Look at him. He's smiling over that cocksucker. He still owes me for the gambling. 3 times I stayed for it. And all 3 times I lost my investment.
Yeah, right.
He comes back not even with a $5 bill. He's bringing garlic fry from the casino. Nothing. He comes
they
back.
They are fucking good, aren't they?
I tried to invest with him. I thought something.
Say what you will. That fucking Southport Casino's got great fucking food.
Yes, they do.
Their fucking steakhouse is fucking amazing. That seafood bar is good. I like the one at Harris better on that one, but I gotta be honest with you. You got sushi right there. I think it's some of the best food in any casino. I mean, they're fucking bomb over there. They're doing it, Jack.
I like that fucking breakfast, dog. I'm happy with the 3 eggs and the fucking bacon. Can you imagine?
Fuck yeah.
That's how simple I've become. Here we go, motherfuckers. The church is brought to you by one of my favorite products. Let me explain something to you. I did business with these guys about 3 years ago when we first started. Am I bullshitting, Lee?
No, they're one of our first.
They're one of our first sponsors. They sent us a bunch of stuff. Till today, I still use their products, okay? So this is how much I like. I always kept their razors. I always kept the main stem. I think they sent me like 3 main stems over the years. And I still have a fucking backup, okay? I don't know how they do it. But as far as razors and fucking the whole package, they're the best in the business. And what makes them even better is they deliver it right to your house. You made the smarter choice by switching to Dollar Shave Club. That's a smart choice right now. Dollar Shave Club will always be the smarter choice. Why? Because you get a great shave at a great price, and it's conveniently delivered right to your door. It's an awesome life hack, no-brainer choice. You no longer have to step to the store to buy a cheap disposable razor that gave you a cheap shave, or spend a fortune on razors with gimmicks and shaving tech you don't really need. When I use the DSS executive razor with the Dr. Carver's shave butter, I use that stuff in the shower. I pull up my sideburns, I put it on my face, the doctor thing. I give it like a minute or two. Guys, I start shaving before I go in. I make the thing over here about my sideburns, and I shave it off. You actually see the hair sticking to the fucking shave cream that they give you. The Dr. Carver is one of the best products you can use. You understand me? The Dr. Carver's shave butter is transparent for more precise shave, and it's helped prevent ingrown hairs, and it fights razor bumps. You can make the smarter choice by joining Dollar Shave Club. And for limited time, new members get their first month of the executive razor with a tube. You ready for this? Of Dr. Carver's shave butter for only the Fin LaRue for $5 with free shipping. You're not going to beat that nowhere. After that, razors are just a few bucks a month. That's a $15 value for $5 in your first month's box. You're going to get an awesome weight handle, which I'm telling you, I still got mine after 3 years. You're going to get a full cassette of 4 cartridges, which will last you. These things are fucking tremendous. They're sharp. They get right to the point. And you're going to get a tube of the shave butter. After your first month, replacement cartridges ship automatically at their regular price. There are no hidden fees and no commitments. Cancel at any time. You can only get this offer from us at dollarshaveclub.com/church. Again, 1 month for $5. That's dollarshaveclub.com/church. Again, make the smarter choice. $5. dollarshaveclub.com/church. Number 2, let me talk to you about something. These days, you got everything on demand. It's like this podcast. So why the hell are you still going to the post office, dealing with limited hours, standing online like a mook, when you can get postage on demand with Stamps.com? Anything you could do at the post office, you could do right now from your desk with Stamps.com. Buy and print official postage for any letter or package using your own computer and printer. And unlike the post office, Stamps.com never closes. Listen, you got a little couple cocktails in you, you're in the mood to work, you got a couple things to ship out. Who needs sleep? Get the postage whenever you need it, 24/7, all right? Whenever my wife uses Stamp.com, she loves it. You know why? She puts it out there, and the mailman comes and picks it up. That's how good and convenient this works. You still got Stamps.com?
I do. I still have the scale. It works great.
Tremendous. So what we're going to do is this. Right now, you're going to use my name, Joey, for the special offer. We're going to give you a 4-week trial. This includes postage, and we're going to send you a digital scale. Don't wait. Go to Stamps.com before you do anything else. Click on the radio microphone at the top of the homepage and type in Joey. Listen, you got a small business. You're trying to get a small business started. This is the economical way to go. You're a one-man army. You don't have time to hire somebody to go to the post office. It takes too much time out of your day. If you're going to do business, this is the smart way to do it right now.
It's the only way.
Stamps.com right now. Enter Joey. Stamps.com right now. Enter Joey. Never go to the post office again. Your time is more valuable than that. I'll see you motherfuckers Thursday night, the Bray Improv. But we'll see you motherfuckers Friday. I got 2 shows. And Saturday I got 2 shows. Either be there or be square. Thursday night, if you come, tell your boss you're not going to work Friday morning. Tell him Cosby's making the last fucking comeback. He's going to fly in between court cases and put Gorilla Biscuits in your fucking drinks. I want to thank Stamps.com. Again, don't forget Stamps.com. Enter Joey. And I want to thank DollarShaveClub.com. Enter Church. And I always want to thank Honor.com. They're our lifetime sponsor. They've been there since day one. Listen, I want to thank Ralphie May as usual. Always
Thank you,
entertaining.
Church.
I want to thank my man Lisa. He didn't say much tonight, but he was stoned to
Is
the
that
gill.
B? Is that B?
No,
I think I'm
there's
right.
no B. There's no
There's a
B.
B. There's a B.
This poor kid.
There's a B. There's a
living.
B.
No, there's no B. You're not going to tell me that the B waited 3 hours to come out at the end of the fucking podcast. Did it sting you? No.
I think I might have.
There's no fucking B.
Dude, I've been trying to get him to forget about that B for the last like 20 minutes. And what y'all didn't see is my hand was over here just creeping and trying to find the side. And I swooped my finger down. That was the B.
Listen to the noise he's making. Bro, he won't stop with that fucking B. That B is.
Oh, dude.
It's on that side. Would you
He
stop
was
with
about
the
to
fucking-
die.
Again, I want to thank Honor. I want to thank Stamps.com. And I want to thank Dollar Shave Club.
Harris.
Harris. All of June, no July.
Yeah, no July, no August, but then I'm back in the fall. Okay, they give me the summer off because God bless them. I'm fucking way
It's
too fat.
2,000 degrees for us
It's
to be
2,000
walking.
degrees. Fuck that. I'll blow up. Okay, I couldn't take it. But I'm at Harris Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Come on. You guys are great. I love you. You're coming out to Vegas. I'll make you laugh hard. I promise. Okay, I'm bona fide. I love you.
Have a good night. Stay black. See you Wednesday, cocksuckers. Hit it.
Hit that music, baby.
Here you go, Lee.
Mm.
Oh, shit. Welcome to Podcastville, cocksuckers. This podcast is brought to you by Nature Box. Listen, you all want to eat better, but when it comes to snacks, sometimes it feels like the whole world is delicious and 1 billion calories versus boring and tasteless. It doesn't have to be that way. Up your snack game with Nature Box. And right now, what we're going to do is Nature Box is offering the family, you guys, 50% off your first order when you go to naturebox.com/Joey. I don't know if you know about Nature Box, but they have over 100 snacks that taste good and are actually better for you. All snacks are made from high quality, simple ingredients, which means no artificial flavors or sweeteners, so you can feel good about what you're eating. Listen to me. It gets delivered right to your house. You're having a good time. You're watching a movie. You're a little in the mood for a snack. There's Nature Box right there for you. Healthy, nutritious, and delicious. And like I said, I'm going to give you 50% off your first order when you go to naturebox.com/Joey. Again, naturebox.com/Joey. 50% off your first order. Number 2, you call me all day, you bother me. Joey, I got locks. But what good is a lock if you got nobody dependable to put it in with? If you're watching games, that's one thing. It's time to start making money. MyBookie is the industry-leading website that hooks you up with all your betting needs. And with their great odds, fast payouts, and decades of expertise, you can bet with confidence. So what I'm going to do is this. Join today, MyBookie. I'm telling you, you guys are degenerate gamblers. You know I love you, motherfuckers. I like to put it better from time to time. This is the way to go. MyBookie.ag. You join now, and MyBookie will match your deposit with up to 100% bonus. Use promo code CHURCH to activate the offer. Visit MyBookie.ag and use promo code CHURCH today. I'm going to break it down to you. You play, you win, you get paid. Go to MyBookie.ag. You're happy that you did. Tell them Uncle Joey sent you.
Over time, when does it stop? Where do you dare me to draw the line? You talk about it now, you want my soul. Don't even think about.
Greetings, you bad motherfuckers. Before we even start the podcast, obviously you guys have heard the horrible news. Our dear friend passed on Friday. A lot of you people hit me up and said if we could do like a memorial podcast. And I was going to have a bunch of people come in and call in and stuff like that. You know what? I knew Ralph for 20 years. I could do a fucking thing on him by myself. Backwards. I got my little brother, Steve Simone, who's got a heart of gold. And the fucking Christ killer's here as usual. Fucked up to the gills. What's happening, gentlemen?
How are you, Joey?
Good. Friday, I'm in jiu-jitsu. I walk out the door. I got no calls. I get in the car. I start the car. And all of a sudden, I got a call from a dear friend. And when I answered, she was crying. And I knew right there what she was crying about because she spoke to Ralphie all the time. It was his longtime friend and publicist, Stacy Pocaludo. And, I came up with Stacy and I heard her crying and I knew right away. And I drove home. You called at one point. The phone started ringing. She told me not to say nothing because the family didn't know yet. But it was too late. By the time I got home, TMZ had released it. And then the phone started ringing. And I just sat there fucking confused. I didn't know. I couldn't put the pieces together. I called my wife. She was at Target. She fucking lost it. My wife loved him to death. He gave us a crib You know, we didn't ask him for a fucking crib. And he goes, yeah, I'm going to give you something for the baby. And all of a sudden, fucking UPS is knocking on the door with a fucking crib that's worth $10,000 with buttons. And it was just, so I knew it was going to kill her. He knew what she liked, the southern shit that they grew up on.
Yeah.
So, like, she was crying about that the other day. He's the only one who knew what mud pies were or some shit, you know. But it was even sad. And then the calls started coming in from all over. I called my brother George, who was walking into our grandmother's wake.
Oh, God.
And I go, if you're ready, I even got worse news for you, George. Ralphie's gone. And, you know, he called me on later at that night. He was dealing with his grandmother's fucking death. And also that piled Ralphie on him. And I felt bad after I did it, but I didn't want him to hear it somewhere.
Yeah, you had to.
I called my friend Pete in Houston, who was a dear friend of Ralphie's, Pete Pirelli. Did you ever get to meet Pete Pirelli? People don't like him. I loved him to death. He was one of the first guys that headlined me, and he loved Ralphie. And that's how it went down. Friday was basically just a shock. And then Friday night was when it got worse a little, when I started realizing what was going on, when Ari called and Josh Wolf called late night. And I had spoken to Josh that afternoon after it happened. He was upset, and next thing you know, fucking Sarah Tiana called, and I tried to butter her up and tell her, don't worry, I got that edible for you. And that's what stopped her from crying. And then Saturday, you know, I had to do kid stuff, and every once in a while I would realize, for people who have experienced death before, and a lot of you have, you know, it's a magnitude of emotion, and then you go numb, and then time is the healer. You know, whatever in levels, you get better in levels, you know, and but the number one thing is coming to grips with it. Like, my body and mind still haven't come, because I wouldn't talk to him sometimes for 4 days of the shot. So my body's just, you know, he was supposed to come into LA last week. The plan was for him to come to LA last week. If you looked at the Comedy Store on Tuesday, he had a spot at the store Tuesday night.
Wow.
So we were going to try to do the podcast Wednesday, and then he was going to fly back because he was going to get the Comedian of the Year.
Mm.
So when I went, I didn't think about him coming in. I go, I assume he's doing a podcast Wednesday. So when I went to the store Tuesday night, you know, when you're at the store, you go down there, who wants to take a picture? You bump into somebody you haven't seen in a while.
Yeah.
Next thing you get in your car without knowing. You know, I got here at 6:30 today without my bag. I came all, you know, sometimes you have so much on your mind.
Absolutely.
And I got in the car and headed up Laurel Canyon. And the next thing you know, fucking, when I get to the house, I'm laying in bed with the sleep apnea mask on. I'm like, wait a second.
But I forget.
I didn't see Ralphie today. So the first thing Wednesday morning, I called just to make sure. I didn't know if he had the kids, you know, Tuesday. And then he went over or something. And he said no, that he didn't feel well. He had the pneumonia. But he had a different angle to him. I could always make him laugh. And on this day, I couldn't make him laugh. Something wasn't right. And I hung up on him. I didn't think nothing odd. I just thought maybe he'd be having a bad day.
Yeah.
And I came on and I told Lee that night. We had a podcast Wednesday night by ourselves. And I sat here and I told Lee that I didn't think Ralphie had much time. And that didn't have anything to do with the pneumonia.
Yeah.
It didn't have nothing to do with that. It had to do with a tone in your voice that I recognized.
Mm.
One day when I was a kid, I fucking was leaving the house. Getting ready to leave. You know how you're getting ready to leave and the phone rings, and we had no caller ID in those days.
Yeah.
I went and I picked up the phone. It was my mom. And she goes, I'm here. I'm going to get something to eat, and then I'm going to come home because I don't feel good. But I'll never forget, I left the house thinking,
You can feel it.
her voice sounded weird. I didn't know then until years later that she died that night. Well, Ralphie had it wasn't a heart attack. It wasn't congestive heart failure. It wasn't, it's what the Chinese call you die of a broken heart.
Oh.
You die from the inside out. Sometimes so many things are going on in your life, and at one point, something just strikes you, and you ain't coming back from that. It's not a depression. It's a different level. It's the level that I don't want to do this no more. That's a complete different level in depression.
Yeah.
The level when, you know why they found him. He missed radio. He didn't go to radio. Thursday, Friday morning.
Unbelievable.
So I know he's in a better spot. I know the last couple of years he's been living with a lot of pain, so now he's pain-free. Things happen in your life sometimes, especially during a divorce, that you can't believe are happening. You are not going to believe this is happening. And if your faith is fucked up and if things are going on wrong, it pushes past the boundary and you don't come back from that boundary. After my divorce, I had a hard time, guys. If it wasn't, this is a stupid thing, but comedy saved my life, guys. I'm telling Lee, Steve Simone, and the people at home. Comedy saved my life in a weird way.
Yeah.
In a weird fucking way, because the divorce killed me. The divorce was one thing.
Yeah.
The kids, my daughter, that whole thing in the beginning, I couldn't handle this. But it's not like I'm in a Liam Neeson movie and somebody took my kid.
Yeah.
It's the person closest to you. That hurts from a different angle. I'm not saying anything bad about anybody, but I'm just saying during a divorce, when you have children involved and they start becoming a pawn in the divorce, it takes away from you. He didn't want to come here anymore. He didn't want to read for TV shows. He was done. The road sales, if you look at his things, it's not like he tweeted his dates. He could care less if you showed his fucking shows,
Yeah.
It was something, and I tried to go on the road about 2 years ago. I offered to go open for him and to walk in the daytime.
I remember.
Remember that? I said, listen, I'll take the money cut. It's not about the paper. It's the amount of things I learned from watching Ralphie. It doesn't take, I said this 1,000 times, it doesn't take a fucking book or anything to learn about people, especially with comedy.
Mm-hmm.
The amount of stuff I learned from Ralphie was like going to fucking, what's that pasta place with the endless bowl?
Yeah, Olive Garden.
Olive Garden. That's what Ralphie was, my Olive Garden when it came to comedy. You would ask Ralphie anything about comedy. Ralphie looked like a big fat putz to the human eye. But when it came to stand-up comedy, he had clothing down. He had
Genius.
eye levels down.
Encyclopedia of knowledge.
He wanted you to switch by the channel, so he wanted you to put on a yellow leather jacket. That's why he wore that craziness. He was a genius at a different fucking level. And listen, a lot of comics didn't like him. He had a big finger pointed at him out of Houston that he was a joke thief. Listen, in the beginning, we all make mistakes in comedy. I heard things 10 years ago, but I don't know about those specials. Yeah. Those specials are solid. The first 3 or 4 of them were fucking solid. I don't know. Bigger and Blacker and all that shit. That shit made me laugh. So that doesn't matter when you're in a casket. You want me to tell you what mattered? How he treated 200 of us.
Yeah.
How he treated
everybody he met.
Everybody.
200 of us.
That's the thing, Joey. When I think of Ralphie, I know he was a brilliant comic, but I don't even think of that. I don't even think of Ralphie on stage.
No.
I think of, you could feel his warmth. He cared about people, and you could feel it. When he talked to you, he was there. You know what I mean? He wasn't one of those guys looking over your shoulder, somebody else coming in the room. Is somebody else more important to talk to? His heart was open when he communicated with you.
It's like I was telling you guys before the show, I was here a couple months, and all of a sudden this chubby kid appeared, and everybody said he was fucking hilarious. And Mitzi Shaw put him on, and I could tell it was a hard time for him to walk. And I would talk to him. I didn't know who the fuck he was. He just had a southern twang to him. I would talk to him, and one Thanksgiving, I got a call from Marilyn Martinez, God rest her soul. And she said Joey Medina was having a barbecue over at his house. Ralphie was cooking. And I go, who's this fucking kid, Ralphie? And I get over there and I walked and I told Lee the story. I walked in and there's this kid on a fucking futon. That's when futons were hot. And he had broken the futon. And he had a big blanket on him, and he was jovial, and, they didn't have much, but what they had, they shared it with you. I had nothing at the time. I had fucking nothing. I was just a death merchant, whatever the fuck you call those things, living off comedy and the $15 at the store. And here I am at this house. I knew Joey Medina. I knew Alex Raimundo, who's the opener for Ron White. Yeah. Now I knew him, and we would all talk and stuff. And I never forget leaving there going, this is fucking crazy. I don't even know these people. And I just was there for 5 hours and I had a blast. And that fucking fat kid's a blast. And he smoked dope.
Yeah.
He was very pottish, and he had different types of weed and shit. And I was like, wow. And then he signed with a manager who had cancer. Okay, she was dying. After he signed with her, she was diagnosed with cancer. But I'm at the store. I'm snorting blow. Now, Stanhope is good friends with Ralphie. So everybody who went through the Stanhope route, like I did, you stayed with Stanhope for a while, then you blossomed out. Ralphie, I think, stayed with Stanhope for a while. Yes, because one day I got a call from Stanhope saying that he couldn't find Ralphie, that he came home and Ralphie was making out with his mother. And he yelled at him and Ralphie left embarrassed.
Was Stanhope's mother?
Yeah, she's like 60 at the time. So Ralphie calls me back. He's fucking lying. I don't think I was his mother. Bonnie Earmuffs, God rest her soul.
Oh my God.
She had fake tits from the 50s. Fucking hysterical. This is just so she lived. So Ralphie, Doug Stanhope had an apartment.
How old is Ralphie?
A baby. Doug Stanhope had an apartment, 25. Because I'm 45. So I'm 9 years his elder. So 98, I had to be 30 something. Yeah, he was a baby.
Yeah.
He was a baby. So he's on fire. He's a regular at the store. He's a regular at the Improv. He walks into the Laugh Factory and bam! Not only do they make him a regular there, but they fucking, Jamie Masada signs him on the spot.
Wow.
He tells Jamie, well, I'm a good old boy and I'm already with a manager. And Jamie goes, yeah, but she's dying of cancer.
Oh my
And Ralphie's like, yeah, but I got to finish out my commitment with her and stuff. He goes, I'll get back to you. This is just too much for me. So he comes to the comedy store, and it's a Sunday night. I'm hosting maybe. There was nobody out on the patio.
Nothing.
And he's sitting there sad as fuck with his little chubby cheeks. He's just a baby. I'm snorting blow. I'm a wild man.
Yeah.
And he comes up to me and goes, can I ask you a personal question? You've done this and you've done that. He tells me the girl, he's a Christian man, Ralphie.
Yeah.
He looks me straight in the face and he goes, I signed with this manager and she's dying of cancer. I don't know how much time she's got left. I can't fire her. But Jamie Masada wants to sign me, and it's an opportunity of a lifetime. He goes, what should I do, Joey? I looked at him, and I go, listen, she's got one from the great one, a banana peel. Send her a note and sign with Jimmy Masada. He looked at me for a second, maybe 3 seconds, and then lost it. He lost it. He just started laughing his ass off. He's like, that's the funniest thing I ever heard, Coco. Coco.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that was it.
That's exactly the same
Coco.
tone. That's exactly it. Oh.
That's the funniest thing I ever heard, Coco. Okay, so now I end up at his house fucking 4 nights a week drinking. Him and Jody Fertig and John Westling had this fucking vodka, and they would bring up the fucking
Bloody Mary mix.
The Bloody Mary mix from Houston.
I remember.
You remember that shit?
You used to tell they would do a whole run to
Houston and get the bottles of that shit, and they get queso, and then we would sit there. This is way before. John was there already. Me, Jody, and Ralphie May would drink a bottle of vodka with that Bloody Mary mix. I'd be in the bathroom sneaking bumps. He never judged me. He never really. It was nothing like that. It was just, he was just a regular guy. And then he asked me where I was from. And I would tell him Carmine about this before I told anybody anything.
Yeah.
Like, I never told anybody anything. Where you from, Jersey? Well, my town play football. That's it. Nobody knew nothing. And one night, he just asked me. And I just started telling him Georgie stories and Carmine Balzano stories and stories of me growing up in my mother's bar. So we left it at that.
Yeah.
Okay? He tells me one day, like a month later, he goes, Coco, one day I'm going to come up to this North Bergen, whatever the fuck he says to me. I'm like, he goes, I'm going to be in Jersey in August or something. He goes, I'm bringing my car. I'm going to drive up to North Bergen to see if this shit's real.
Wow.
Okay. Something happens, bro. And I get a call to New Jersey, like that whole run I used to do, like Buffalo. And where am I? I'm in North Bergen. It's the summer of '99.
Wow.
And I had my pager. And sure enough, the pager goes off, and it's Ralphie. And he's like, you're not going to believe this. I'm on 48th Street and Kennedy Boulevard, headed up to Ashways on 76. You know, he's telling me all this. And I'm like, listen, before you go to Ashways, pull over on 69th Street. I'll be on the corner. What are you talking about? I said, I'm in town.
Wow.
I could hear that he's like, I'll be right there. And all
Surviving intervention.
He came right to Georgie's house. He picked me up. I introduced him to Georgie. This is way before Last Comic Standing.
Yeah.
This is a while before Comic Standing. And I took him to a place called Hashway's Deli, where I had grown up on. Everybody has their personal deli.
Yeah.
This was my deli. And I was very proud of the roast beef on some rye. I would put it up against anybody. And I also put up the rice pudding up against anybody.
Gotcha.
Like, that's what they were known for, the roast beef and the rice pudding. And if I brag about it, it's because
it's real.
You're going to go blind when you eat it.
Yes.
And I took him to Ashways. He fucking had the roast beef. You know, he's 600 pounds, dog. That's a different patois. He's from Houston. I'm taking him to North Bergen. I'm taking him to Beacon.
What did he think?
His head blew up. He became friends with the Hashways, and then it got to the point that every time he'd be in the area, he'd just go to Hashways and pick up a gallon of fucking rice pudding.
Wow.
They give him a container of whipped cream.
Oh, that's great.
They give him a can of whipped cream, and they give him a little thing of cinnamon. That's how he liked it. That's the type of guy Ralphie was. Then one day, I get a call from Veneri, the kid I grew up with, was the assemblyman.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, I just got some big fat guy came in here yelling about North Bergen rules and shit. He says his name is Ralphie May. He's right outside. I go, yeah, bro, that's family.
Yeah.
I go, you're done. You're just meeting family. But I introduced him to George. I was going to have George called in tonight, but George is working at New York Comic Con. You know, and then their relationship, they're at giant games.
Yeah.
That's the type of guy Ralphie was.
He made friends.
If he was my brother, Ralphie took care of him.
Yeah.
Never mind. This went on while he was broke. I'll never forget 9/11. We were at Ralphie's house. He made a gumbo. On 9/11, that night, he made a gumbo for me, Jay Moore, Jody, a bunch of people over there. Mike Favorman.
Wow.
9/11 gumbo.
9/11 gumbo. Broke. He'd give me the last fucking dollar off his shit.
Yeah.
I still remember a night going over there. I had never heard of this guy. I had never seen it before. I am fucked up. In those days, I lived in my car. It was between my car and Ralphie's apartment. And I would park the car at night and pull the seat back on Vista between El Compadre and between Vista and whatever that street was. El Compadre's on Sunset. Sunset and Gardner. I would park 50 yards from Josh Wolf's apartment. I had a blanket. I would, whatever Coke I had left over, I would polish it off out there, and then I'd pop the seat back. I'd put the air conditioner on, and I'd wait till I got horny, and I'd jerk off 2 or 3 times in the car. People would be walking their dog past me at 4 in the morning. I'd be in the car pulling my yanker. And then I'd come in the blanket and walk to Ralphie's house. And it must have been 4 something in the morning, because I would never go to Ralphie's coked up. I would always wait to come down, or at least look like. He would always leave the door open for me just to slip in at night. And he'd put a pillow on the floor. And that's exactly what I would do. I'd come in with that cummy blanket, and I'd throw it over me with the pillow, and I'd sleep right there, bro. No shame. I was doing it for comedy, and he was the guy that was helping me. But one night I'm coming up there, and I come around the bend, and I hear voices, and I see smoke. Like there's a little fire. I turned in, and it's him, Jane Moore, Teddy, Gavin Boyd. There must have been 10 motherfuckers back there at 5 in the morning.
Is it Boss Sushi?
I don't know. I wouldn't know the name of it even if you told me. He would walk in and they would be yelling all that shit at him, and he'd go, "Must be the money." He would just yell, "Must be the money."
Oh, that's hysterical.
And I would die of fucking laughter. When he first hit, guys, in 2005, let's just say, no, in 2004, he was already banging.
Yeah.
Right? He was already banging.
I remember being on the road with Paulie. We went to a little club in Chattanooga called the Comedy Catch. And it was right after Ralphie had done Last Comic Standing. And they told me that he sold out everything. They added shows, and there were still lines down the block. And that was like 2003, 2004.
Yes, yes.
Right after Last
Because
Comic
I couldn't do Houston with him because I was doing Spider-Man 2. And then something happened. What the fuck happened? Something happened with him. And he got me a room in New York. Like, he was just fucking hooking ball. When I got the longest yard, I got a weekend somewhere. I got a weekend in Rascals, Jersey City.
Yeah.
And Ralphie called me. He goes, "Dog, where you staying?" He goes, no. I'm headlining Caroline's. I got a room for a feature. I got an extra room. Stay in the extra room. So I stayed with him. And that was the time I went up there. I got there at 3 o'clock. He got there, and I got there like at 4. He was there at 3 o'clock. I go, "What are you doing?" He goes, "Nothing. I'm in the room waiting. Come on over. Let's order some food." I go over there. I open the fucking door. And he's got a bag of weed in front of him. He's been smoking for 20 minutes. And there's candy wrappers everywhere. And that thing they leave at the hotel, you know, like when you go in there, they charge you $22 for a chocolate bar.
Yeah. And the
M&M's,
baskets and
a
stuff like that.
condom. They had fucked it all up. Like the almonds, the fucking chocolate covered. We were howling. I go, "Ralphie, what the fuck?" "Oh, you know. Coco, you know." It was a nonstop. He helped me so much, you know. Like, this is to normal people. People must be listening to me going, "Joey sounds too calm for losing something of this magnitude," because I have not digested it.
Right.
I've lost so many people that it still doesn't digest with me.
I lost a buddy at the beginning of the summer.
Yeah.
He's still alive in my brain.
Yeah, this is one night when I'm coming home, I'm going to forget, and I'm going to press this fucking number on my phone, guys, and that's what I'm going to remember. And that's when it's all going to come to me that I haven't heard his voice, that he hasn't come on the podcast, that I'll never see him again.
You will in heaven. I totally believe that.
I'm
For
going to
sure.
heaven, Jack.
Oh, come on.
I ain't going to fucking heaven.
Please.
They're going to put me in purgatory for a few thousand years.
He's trusting his mercy.
Trust, yeah. No, he's not going to take me right. He's not going to ship me right up there right away. I got to play a fucking game. I got to go to Israel and help the fucking slaves for 2,000 years and shit.
It doesn't work.
But you don't get it. They don't let fat people in heaven. You got to be like 180 or above. They don't want no problems if you get to heaven. See how they put you? They take you to a Christian fat camp.
There's a weight limit in heaven.
Steve Simone, what's going on with you, player?
This one, it's been a rough week, Joey. I'm going to be honest.
No, I know.
I try not to be this person, you know, but I'm just trying to focus on all the joy Ralphie brought into the world.
Yeah, that's why I haven't.
You know, like legitimately. And thank God I wasn't closer to him, but it always made me feel good whenever we hung out. You know, he just had that energy where just made me feel good. Like, I remember him pulling into the Comedy Store last year, and he had like a convertible BMW, some kind of sick car. And it was just like, it kind of reminded me a little bit of like when Rodney Dangerfield showed up at the country club in Caddyshack, like, "Oh, Ralphie's here." And he's like, you know what I mean? Yeah, you know what I mean? And he's like handing out cash to the parking lot guys, and it was like, "Oh, the party's here." And then just the young guys going, "Stevie Simone, how you doing, player?" And then me and Ralphie are in the middle of the parking lot, and then all the young door guys are like, "Oh shit, Simone knows Ralphie May." And I'm like, "Yeah, how long?" And I'm like, "I've known Ralphie since I started comedy." And I totally earlier today, just he had this way of just encouraging you, you know? Like, I remember he was always supportive of younger comics, and the bigger his star got, the more people he started to influence.
Always, yeah. Always.
And we would talk because he was really not happy the last couple of years. And my phone would ring sometimes at odd hours. And I would just get on the phone and talk to him. And I firmly believe, I'm not telling anybody else what to believe, but I think I'm praying that he has the peace now that he was searching for the last couple of years, you know. and I believe it. I like in my heart, it makes me feel good. I know he's in a better place.
All I know is one thing, man. I know one thing for sure, guys, that at an early age I had a sadness in my heart, but the fucking people around me made me hobble with laughter. There is nothing like somebody making you fucking die of laughter, okay?
Yeah, it's the best feeling in life.
Now, with Ralphie May, it wasn't as much that he made me die of laughter as that how much he would leave himself open to a guy like me, okay?
Okay.
Like, when you meet me, do me a favor. If you like me, and time, tell me everything about you. Don't make me have to find something out on the slide. Like one night I was here one night and fucking me and Lee were talking and Lee was mad high. I hadn't seen Lee that high in a long time. And he got pale on me. Pale. I mean, then I got scared. Like, I thought he was quitting or he's going to Boston to be with his mom. You know, it was like something came over him and he told me the deepest, darkest secret of his soul. And he was like, you know, I hope we're cool. And Lee, you know, you're always my brother. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
But Lee got to know me so good. He's like, I'm going to tell Joey before Joey finds out. I'm going to tell him that, you know, I used to be a tranny before. I'm just teasing you. But he never told me a certain, when we first hung out together for years, he never fucking told me that about spellbinders. Okay. When comedy got really popular in the 90s, there was the Laugh Stop, the Laugh Spot, the Comedy Showcase. There was everything but an improv in Houston.
In Houston, yeah.
But the club was Spellbinders. If you ever went to the Houston Improv 10 years ago when it first opened,
Yep.
It was the old Spellbinders.
Okay.
Ralphie was banned from Spellbinders because he fell to the stage and sued the club, all right? Now, her name was either Kim Carnes or Lynn Carnes or something. Somebody sang a song with Kim Carnes.
Yeah.
So this lady was Lynn Carnes.
Voices carry or whatever.
So Lynn Carnes was the lady who booked the room. So when I found this information out, I didn't bust his balls. You know me, though. I'm with him. We're getting high. And and all of a sudden I look at him one day and I'm like, listen, I just put a tape in. I worked them over. Like, listen, I just put a tape in over it. Spellbinders. Can you recommend me?
You're baiting.
Oh yeah, I would fuck with him that way. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Did he, the way you said it, did he know that you knew?
No, he didn't know I knew.
So now he's like, he's got to tell you.
So it's me and him. And he had to tell me why he couldn't fucking. And he started right off with, let me tell you what happened. The stage was fucked up. You know what I'm saying? I went up there, my foot went through it, and I could never walk the same. So I sued. So anytime we get in a squeaky position, like we walking upstairs and the stairs would go, I go to Rafi, stop. It's like Spellbind the stage. Fuck you, Coco. Fuck you, Coco. You mess with a man's emotion, Coco. I sued him. I walk with a limp because of spell of that dirty bitch. Like I always tormented him. Nobody remembers who got me out of the biggest pinch ever in this town. Who got me out of the biggest pinch? I was going to get pinched for a sexual lewd act in public.
Oh, my God.
That means I would have had to register as a sex offender in 22,000 states. I can't even go to Puerto Rico and put a bikini on and look for survivors. You know what I'm saying? Even if I go to Puerto Rico looking for survivors with a bikini on, I'd go to jail. So, he fucking... And I didn't do nothing. I ate some chick's pussy at the fucking comedy club. Remember that comedy club, that fucking jam where Jay Davies ran, where Dane Cook became a star?
Dublin's?
I ate some chick's pussy and went on with a Coke Rock, and I took the 8-ball.
You're just so because chick's pussy in Dublin's.
You never do that?
Big deal. No.
Me, I go to Dublin's with Rogan and Willie Barcena.
Oh my God.
I go to dinner with Rogan to meet Willie Barcena. This is the crew from fucking hell.
What year is this?
Oh, this had to be the brink of 99, 2000, maybe March, because I started dating my wife 2 months after that, and it was really awkward. To this day, don't mention that bar around my wife, Dublin.
Never.
She has a fucking heart attack because Jay Davies put it up on his website. And my wife...
He put your business up on his website?
Oh, mine and Holtzman, and my wife called me fucking upset, so I had to call him. So the legend to the story is basically this. I show up with Rogan and Willie. We go to Dublin. We all have a spot. Obviously, Jay Davis is an asshole. He puts Willie up, who just did 22 Tonight shows. He puts Rogan up, who's starting to get heat. And then he puts my fat ass in there, and I just eat a bag of dicks. But the place is so packed, you can't even get out of there.
Yeah.
It's tough to even describe to people what this place was in LA on a Tuesday night. Now, at the Comedy Store, it was African-American night. It was Joe Torre night.
Oh, yeah.
So there was no white acts. And you were calling for spots, but if they gave you a spot on a Tuesday, you were pissed and you were white.
Well, sometimes there was no audience.
There was no parking. There was 8 people, and there was no parking. All the hot comedy was at the Dublin. If you wanted to get a piece of ass, it was at the Dublin. You want to do blow, it was at the Dublin. You want to get an agent, you better be at the Dublin.
Yeah. There's nothing like it.
It was
now.
that type of place, people. There's nothing like it. Tuesday night, if you weren't at the Dublin hanging out, you weren't dick.
Yeah.
You weren't dick. I wasn't a hangout type of guy, but Rogan got me a spot because you want to do a spot. I talked to Dynamite. Jay Davis don't want to give me a spot. Yeah. Next thing you know, I'm following everybody. And Alonzo Bowden.
Wow.
Alonzo Bowden would kill that room. I go up there, eat a bag of shit. I get off stage. I can't even walk out in front of the crowd. Not from the embarrassment, but just from the fucking, it was too crowded.
Yeah, couldn't get
So I had to sit next to Alonzo Bowden and this dude with long hair who always had a bunch of women with him. He ran the club next to the fucking club I was at.
Okay.
Years earlier, he ran the club with Ahmed and the big star, his fucking girlfriend, his ex-girlfriend. Vince Vaughn's ex-girlfriend.
Wow.
So I'm at this club. I hit the downstairs. There's this girl. I start talking to her. I got that animal magnetism. She tells me she got some tuts. I got nothing. I got maybe $8 in my pocket. I can't even get a drink because I can't pay a tip. I take her downstairs. We do a couple blasts. We go to the freezer room. I put her on a keg. I ask her right out. Anybody ever do a blast of coke off your little pussy and lick it? No, nobody's ever done that. Well, take that bikini on. Let's put that little monkey to work. She went for the whole thing. I put a coke right at the monkey. I ate it. I had my cock out whacking off. The whole fucking thing was horrible.
Yeah.
But they had us on camera. And all of a sudden, that little Hindu door butt steroid guy opened up the door with 3 big black guys. Like, get out. I put the coke in my sock and shit. They took me upstairs. I wouldn't get rid of that coke. I'm old school. I'll hold on to this motherfucker. There's got to be a way. They didn't handcuff me.
So it was just security. They didn't call the cops.
It was just security. They called the cops. The cops were on their way. They had it on tape. And the next thing you know, the girl's crying. The other girl she's with is crying. The guy with the long hair who thought he was Johnny Macho buying drinks, and eating his girlfriend's asshole in the freezer. He's sitting there red in the face, staring me down. And I'm like, what do you want me to do, guys? Am I throwing out of here? Can I leave? And they're like, no, we call the cops. We're going to press charges, summons and shit. I can't go through this shit. There's going to be some sexual shit. But I look up and it was Miyagi across the street.
Yep.
It was all you can eat sushi if you did a set.
Yep.
So guess who's at all you can eat sushi? Ralphie May. I look up and I see Ralphie walking towards me, wobbling across Sunset Boulevard. And when he crosses, he goes, what's going on, Coco? I go, listen, go get your car. Go get your car. And he's like, why? I go get your car. They just called the cops. Why? I go, I can't explain. Just go get your fucking car, Ralphie. All of a sudden, Willie Barcett and Rogan come out. And they go, what's going on? I go, they called the cops. Rogan peeled off a $100 bill. He goes, call me from jail. You got my number, and I'll go down there with Willie.
Wow.
Willie goes, call his bail bonds. And all of a sudden, I go, all right. And they're like, what happened? I go, I don't know. We're eating a pussy. And they saw me on tape. So this girl's going to say something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They got the tape. Nothing happened. I just ate a monkey. You could see her pulling off her own panties, the whole thing.
Yeah.
And the next thing you know, I see the 4Runner.
Ralphie.
Ralphie had the red 4Runner with the silver bottom. And the fucking security guard was trying to talk to the girl. And the other guy was just amazed. It was Rogan from Fear Factor. No, something. He was amazed with Rogan.
News radio, whatever.
And I'm right there. The truck is right there. And I fucking look, I get right in the fucking truck, I close the door, I go, Ralphie. Ralphie goes right around, stays right on Sunset. And the next thing you know, we're on fucking Sunset and Crescent Heights, which is Sunset and Laurel Canyon. I go, Ralphie, just in case they're following us, go past and hook that fucking right down. We went right to, I went to where Ralphie was living, where I was living.
Motel.
It had to be 9 o'clock at night. I ate, I licked some pussy, and I came home with an $8 and a $1 bill. And it was Ralphie who took me out of that mess.
Wow. No repercussions, nothing.
Nothing. I was just banned from the club for life. And then Brian hopefully got banned a year later for throwing a chant. And that was it. It was me and him that were banned.
I kind of remember the Holtzman story. I didn't start hanging at the store in 2001, really.
Yeah, but you were there with Ralphie.
Yeah.
Listen, dog, I was only at the store 4 years before you. It's not like I was there 10 years.
Right.
I got there.
Well, I remember when I got there,
97.
Ralphie was already starting to just set up shop at the Laugh Factory.
Yeah, he was killing them.
Yeah, he was killing them at the Laugh Factory.
People were coming to see him. People wanted. It was amazing, guys.
And then I remember, because I loved Ralphie right away. And you remember the Big Daddy guys?
Yes, they gave us the
Yes, and I remember going, all right, I got another guy for
connection?
you. Yeah.
Oh, it was your connection.
I got you, then Ralphie, then Fat James.
Wow.
And I remember that.
That goes back.
Yep. And I remember Ralphie was
got
so cool.
Steve Simone on this because out of all the guys I know that have love, Steve has real love. I could tell when you called me the other day and you said you just want to talk. And you knew I wanted to talk.
Yeah.
Because this is how you remember all this shit. This is how you remember what you've done with the guy. Another time, I see him at the store. I got a late set. I got a package in my pocket. I got 40 or 50 bucks. He's telling me he already did his set. Hey, you know what? I don't give a fuck about doing my set here. You going home, Ralph? He goes, yeah, I'm going to go home, smoke some player, smoke some weed. But you know what? I'm coming with you. We drive home. We drive to Sunset and Gardner.
Mm-hmm.
We park the car. All right. We're talking. We're talking the whole way home. Baba boom, baba bing. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. Right? We pull over. He stops the car. We're still talking. You know, you remember that conversation? You're still talking?
It's the best.
The next thing you know, I open up my car door. I get out of the fucking car. We're still talking as I get out of the car.
Yeah.
Now I get out of the car. I slam the car door. I take 3 steps. I'm still talking. I start walking towards Ralphie's house. I'm still talking. I turn around. No fucking Ralphie.
Where was he?
I look over. Ralphie fell. And he's on Gardner. And he's like, help me, right? So now I reach over and I try to pick him up with one hand. That's not going to work, right?
Yeah.
So I got to get his hand and get his leather jacket.
Yep.
As I'm pulling him up, some lady by the fire department goes, leave him alone. I'm calling the police. I go, Ralphie, you got to get up because they think I'm going to be mugging you. He's like, I can't get up. Come on. I slipped on the plate. There was no plate there. He just fell. His equilibrium was off. So I'm picking him up. I mean, the lady's like, leave him alone. Call the police. I'm like, Ralphie, get up. They call the fucking cops on us, you fuck. I walk in his apartment one day in the afternoon. I'm happy to see him. He's back there. And he's got a screen up and a curtain. And like another screen. Okay? He's got no shirt on. And I walk in and he gives me the lips over the lips. What's going on? He goes, and I said, what's the guy's name? What's the pretty boy's name? I did not know this. I did not know this. What's the real pretty guy in Hollywood? Not Leonardo DiCaprio, but the other guy with the blonde hair.
Brad Pitt?
No.
Fabio?
No. The blonde hair, short. He did the movie about the fucking black people. He played the attorney. That's how his career got started. A Time to Kill. Good-looking guy, smokes reefer.
Has Matthew McConaughey?
Yes, Matthew McConaughey. So I walk into Ralphie's. I don't know dick about dick, people. Okay, I'm just it's got to be 2001, I was the only person who was allowed in that house when Ralphie didn't have a shirt on. Like, that's how much he
That's
trusted
love.
me at
Yeah,
the time.
that's love.
I walk in, Ralphie kind of covers up. He forgot he left the door open. And he's like, shh. And I go, what's the matter? And he goes, shh. And all of a sudden he's like, Matthew McConaughey, your movie sucked dick. And all of a sudden he would go like this, and all of a sudden you hear, fuck you. And Matthew McConaughey, I went to see your last movie. You owe me $8.50. And Matthew McConaughey and him were having this verbal dialogue that I knew nothing about until that moment.
Where the hell is Matthew McConaughey?
Matthew McConaughey had a garage. If you go behind 1440, okay, if you're driving towards Sunset from Fountain, and you're on Gardner, right before you hit
How
Sunset,
you doing?
there's an El Compadre parking lot.
Yep.
And you can make a right in there. You went too
there,
far.
dog? Hi.
About 11 yards before that, before you get to Ralphie's building.
Bro.
If you hook the right,
Bro, what?
there's a string of apartment buildings. Parking for those apartment buildings are back there. But there's some people who rent their garages.
Bro, what?
A friend of his rented his garage to Matthew McConaughey.
That's
And
cool.
Matthew McConaughey was working on a car back there. And he would go back there in the afternoons with no shirt on, with a hat.
Like, what the
And
fuck
Ralphie
you
would
want,
spend his fucking day
Torturing him.
dog?
Oh, how great's Ralphie?
Matthew McConaughey, your movie sucked. Yeah, fuck you.
Like an 11-year-old.
And then,
Brag
but here's the funny thing. Like, I hung out with him, and I did not know this, and all of a sudden they blew the whistle on him. Like, this had been going on for 90 days. And the funny thing is, everybody else in the building was in on it. Gavin was in on it. Fucking somebody else. There was somebody else in the building who said, it is one of the funniest things to listen to. He goes, I was sleeping one day, and I woke up to those two going off. And he goes, I thought it was Ralphie having a conversation with somebody else in the South. He goes, it was Matthew McConaughey. He goes, when I looked out the window, because those apartments don't have air conditioning. So your window's always got to be open.
Oh, that's so... Did they ever become friends?
No. Till this day, Matthew McConaughey goes back there, and he probably looks back there and sees somebody's going to yell at him.
Why would Matthew McConaughey put up with that?
It's so funny.
Now, it was dark. So, like I told you guys, I went back there one day. After this went on, it baffled me. Like, I'm a fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're arguing with Matthew
With a
McConaughey.
movie star out there.
Matthew McConaughey. Like, he would sing songs.
Torturing him.
So,
So good.
Oh my god!
so
Did Matthew McConaughey ever confront him and really like?
no, Matthew McConaughey finally did something. Matthew McConaughey did something. Like, he did something.
Oh my god!
I can't remember what he did. Like, he snapped one day. He's like, come out, you fucking pussy. he confronted the building.
He says,
Now, it was 3 floors. But how Ralphie was doing it, it sounded like it came from the top floor.
so he's looking in the wrong window.
Ralphie was on the first floor right in front of him. But the way Ralphie had it padded and the whole system, Ralphie worked.
Throwing his voice like Jeff on him.
It was, and I remember going back there one day, and just because there's a lot of times we would sit and smoke dope. Like, a lot of times it was such a popular area. Right now at the top of my tongue, I forget who lived there then. But you were always bumping into comics in that area.
Yeah, it was like it was almost like being on a college campus.
And we would sit on that wall. Plus, the karate teacher, who I loved the shit out of, had a car back there, and he would work on it. And one day he asked me, he goes, fucking Matthew McConaughey brought his car to the wrong neighborhood. They fucking hate him here. And I'm howling. I go, and I'm trying to control myself. And I go, what are you talking about? He goes, boy, he tries to fix his cars back there. And there's somebody in that building who fucking tortures him.
Oh, it's so good.
He goes, and one day 2 or 3 people got in on it. And that's what happened. Like, Gavin would get on it and shit.
Would he do it every day that he was there too?
Every time. If listen to me, if Ralphie had a meeting and he was about to leave and he looked out the window and he see Matthew McConaughey jacking up his car, the meeting will be canceled. He booby trapped his window, and he just started yelling from the top of his lungs.
That's so
I wish
great.
he recorded it.
Oh my god!
Oh my gosh, that was like a Jerky Boys CD that you could buy. Ralphie just hammering Matthew McConaughey's balls.
It was,
What episode?
you know, and like I said to you guys, at this time I was walking around with nothing. I would go to his house at night and drink his vodka and fill the bottles back up with water.
That's a nice guess.
Oh my god, I would do the worst things. I loved him like a motherfucker. He would make me laugh my ass off with that type of shit. Like, you know, the best was, I'm in El Paso, Texas. I'm minding my own fucking business. And the phone rings at the condo. Bling, hello. Cow. It's Ralphie. Man, I'm coming right now. Like, what are you talking about right now? He goes, I'm coming from Houston. It's your birthday. It's my birthday.
Oh.
His birthday was February 17th. Mine was the 19th. So he goes, come down to Arby's. Meet me at Arby's. That's where you pull in and we'll go do some shit.
Yeah, birthday stuff.
Because the condo had moved. There was an old condo in El Paso now who we had moved.
Was this at Bart Reed's Club?
Bart Reed's Club.
Okay.
It was on the west side, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
So the old condo was down the corner from Taco Cabana.
Oh, I love Taco
You wake up in the
Cabana.
morning, go right to Taco Cabana like a motherfucker.
Texas is...
Lee Sayat, we're going back to Austin. Going back to Austin. Yo, I don't think so. Going back to Austin. Going back to Austin. Yo, I don't think so. Going back to Austin. Getting some shrimp. I'm going back to Austin. I'm getting that fucking thing. Going to Chewy's. Get some Cuban food. Hang out with what's his name? Bobby and Sharon too. Going back to Austin. Going back to Austin. I don't think so. Anyway, sorry, I got all fucking excited.
So it's your birthday.
So it's my birthday. Ralphie shows up. It's me, Noe Gonzalez.
Oh, I love Noe.
Maybe John Westling. Maybe not. It was that long President's Day. So Bart Reed said, you need to stay in the condo till Tuesday. She's not going to clean it. Who cares? So I had no reason to come back to LA. Everything. I was homeless.
Yeah.
So any day I didn't have to come back to LA. It was fine. They offered to drive back with me. I couldn't do that 24-hour drive. That was brutal. I already had a fucking plane ticket, so I was like, nah. So that Sunday we hung out, and then that Monday we woke up. Everybody stayed at the condo, which was nice. And we went somewhere, and then we went to the movies. We went to see Payback with Mel Gibson. Good movie. 2099.
What am I thinking? Is Denzel Washington in that movie?
No, this is 1997. Kick it, Lee. You remember that movie, Lee?
I don't think so.
No, why would you? You were too busy playing fucking horoscope movies and shit. Payback, Mel Gibson.
I was not.
You've never seen this? Put a scene on from fucking this guy's great scene.
1999.
He was brilliant. We went to some movie theater to see this. If you
97 or which one?
99.
Payback.
Mel Gibson, Maria Bello.
Yeah, tremendous. Fucking tremendous. Kind of black and white-ish, kind of. It was shot differently. Brilliant. You know, like we were talking about before. Mel Gibson was fucking brilliant up to one point.
Yeah.
So we go into this movie. We ate somewhere. Like we're in El Paso, so I'm just assuming we ate something Mexican that was good. And we go into this movie, and it's all of us, and we've got the whole row invaded. You know, give or take, me, Ralphie, Jody Fertig, Noe Gonzalez, there had to be 8 of us. I can't remember who else was there. I think it was Carlos Mencia weekend. And we were all openers, and we all went together. And there's a silent part in the fucking movie. And I rip a fart that ricochets off the chair and goes out to the stratosphere. And the whole movie looks at Ralphie because he's the fattest dude in the movie. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, Ralphie, man. He's like, fuck you. Fuck you, Coco. I can't believe you blaming me. Then another time, again, him and I were dirt poor. And we decided with coupons, we had everything at that time.
Isn't it crazy that...
Crazy. No dough.
We all think money's the answer.
No,
but you
no,
look at
no,
the
no,
happiest times of your
no.
life, we had nothing.
Nothing. And he's yelling at Matthew McConaughey. He's just making the biggest.
That's more fun than going to Fiji.
Scroll that
That's
for a
funny as it
second.
gets.
I bet Matthew McConaughey still hates that guy.
Hold on for a second. Yeah, put the trailer on. This has James Coburn in it. This is a no. Go back for a second. Go back. Go scroll down. Right there.
This one?
Yeah. Watch this scene. Kick the slap. Look who it is. This is like her first big thing. Look how hot she was.
My 70 grand. I want it.
I don't have it right now.
Where is it?
Well, I gave all 130,000 to the outfit. I gave it all to them.
Well, tell him you gave him money that doesn't belong to you. And get it back.
Oh, Carter, I can't do that. I mean, you don't know these guys. You're gonna kill me whether I get the money or not.
Look how good Lucy Liu is.
I'll get it.
She's getting turned on. Look at her.
Give me a few days. All right.
Noon. Tomorrow. Say it.
All right. Yeah. This may sound crazy, Porter, but no hard feelings, huh? I did what I had to do. You can appreciate that?
Yeah, I appreciate that. You.
No. Please, allow me.
Oh, Jesus.
Look at her. She's giggling and shit. She loves all this shit.
What the fuck? Oh, my God.
Let her work.
Oh.
That's why you pay these chicks to come over and do this to you.
We love you, baby. We love you.
Oh,
Time.
What the hell is this?
look at her ass. Look at her little Chinese. Look at her. She comes back with a whip now. Oh, this is tremendous.
Oh, tremendous.
You wouldn't give a Chinese girl $500 to beat you and suck your ass off.
For those listening, she just stepped on his balls and squished it out like a cigarette.
It's tremendous. That's why you fucking pay him the nickel.
No, we don't.
Who else is going to step on your balls and smack you in the face like that?
I don't want anyone to do that.
You don't know what type of party you're missing.
Tell me you've had someone kick you in the balls, Joey.
Listen, I had a chick smack me in the face a couple times and tell me to go fuck my mother. It was tremendous. You come like a fucking savage, you understand me? You just can't stop coming. You get flashbacks to mom, the whole fucking thing. You know what I'm saying? You go back to the womb and shit. Where's Tony Bennett? I thought we were Tony Bennett for fucking Ralphie made another one. You know, sit there like a Mameluka the Yay. I love you cocksuckers. What are we talking about? Oh, then we went to the
movie so you farted and everybody blamed Ralphie.
That was that time where I goes, Ralphie, and he goes, stop, Coco. And then about a year later, we went up to Universal City up here in fucking whatever it is. And we bought M&M's. So I start, hold on, put the clock on. So I start throwing M&M's, right?
Oh, no.
And who?
And whoever. We're in the second level, right?
They were in the movie theater.
We're in the movie theater.
You guys are professional 11-year-olds. You're farting. You're throwing candy at people.
So we're sitting like this, watching the movie. There's a balcony, okay?
Yeah.
And we're up in the second balcony. And they're still like whipping at people. I'm just letting them go, right? Like just
It's wherever they land.
I feel like go through someone's skull.
so, we're firebombing people, and they're the M&M ones.
Oh,
They're
peanuts
big
or the-
ones.
yeah.
The peanut. They got substance to them. So we're whipping them off the top. And you can see them throughout the screen. You can see them. We're fucking howling in the back. But out of one of those peanuts, you hear it going. And it just by the time it got to where we launched it, It was like the guy had a headache and everything.
Oh.
But it didn't break. It hit the guy's head and bounced off. So he held his head for a few minutes. Look. He's looking back to see who could have done such a thing.
I would immediately think it'd be you two guys. Like, you were prime suspects.
I was sitting there, I'm pissing my pants. The guy's looking up. I'm fucking howling, right? Ralphie's having a heart attack. Ralphie don't know what to do. So he's like, Coco, you get thrown out of here or not. Eat the evidence. Don't worry about that.
Oh my
So
God.
we take the fucking.
What are you saying?
We take the fucking M&M peanut thing and we throw it behind us like it wasn't us. And that's it. Nothing happens.
Oh, that's so
Okay. The movie ends. Me and Ralphie are stoned to the gills. The movie ends. I had forgotten all about the peanuts. I had forgotten about everything. You understand?
Yeah.
The movie was so good, I can't remember what the movie was. But I don't remember what the movie was. But I do remember that when the movie ended, you know, Ralphie didn't walk fast, and neither was I. I was in no shape. Oh, remember that?
Yeah.
I was in bad shape. It must have taken us 20 minutes to walk downstairs. As we were making the turn, I had forgotten about everything. All I had in mind was he was going to take me to eat somewhere. We were going to go back to his house and make a sandwich. And the next thing you know, we walk around the turn, and the guy's got an ice pack on his head. And he's got the M&M, and he's yelling at the manager, like, you have to fingerprint this and call the police. I was assaulted. And the manager's like, so do you want to press charges? He goes, yes. And me and Ralphie, it took everything. It took everything for us not to just howl. And we walked like 10 feet and just... There's things you forget and there's things you still remember. I still remember that walk. How we kept banging our legs like fucking howling. That we had both forgotten about the peanut. And here it is. This guy's got an ice pack on his head. He's completely bald and he's got the peanut like, with a glove on.
Oh, he must have been crawling on the ground looking for
Oh my God. Oh my God.
It's the best stuff in
That's
life.
the shit that you really can't, you know, the day I'm supposed to meet him, I told you. And I couldn't. I went downstairs and I had a flat. They were doing construction when I lived on Schrader.
Okay. You didn't say where were you supposed to meet him?
At the sushi place.
Okay.
And he was pissed. And he goes, what do you mean? I go, well, I used the spare, so I got no fucking spare. So I called the tire guy, and he's trying to get a size. And then once he can put it on for the $20, I'll go out to you. And he goes, where's the motherfucking car at? And I told him, I said, right in front of the house there. He goes, what's the address? I go, what are you going to do? He goes, don't worry about nothing. What's this? He goes, what's the address? Give him the address. Dog, you know, I go upstairs. He calls me. He goes, are you downstairs? I go, no. He goes, go downstairs, give the guy your keys. Go downstairs, the guy tows my fucking car. Firestone on La Brea.
Oh, yeah.
Tows my car over there, and next thing you know, I got 4 brand new tires on the fucking car. Where you at, player? I gave him an extra 300 so you can be here in 20 minutes. Come on over.
Wow.
I ordered your sushi and lobster roll. You know, he would come back. Like, here I was, living in this dingy apartment. I didn't have nothing, you know. I was either still addicted or towards the end of it.
Mm.
And he would come back on Monday. Like, if his plane landed at 4:40, he would pick me up at 7 o'clock, take me to the weed store. He would spend $2,200, $2,400 because he was going to West Palm Beach. There were a bunch of pot smokers there, the waiters. So he wanted to make sure they had weed, and he wanted to make sure I had weed. That's when he used to take the weed and put it in his rolls. Weed. wake up, you're going deep.
No. Why would he put it in his rolls?
Hide it.
Because that's how he would hide it in his rolls.
Oh my god!
But he would come in and spend $2,000. He was spending $8,000 a month. His wife was going nuts because he would take it out of the T-shirt money.
Mm-hmm.
In those days, in 2005, 6, 7, 8, guys, he was coming home with manila envelopes in rubber bands, a $5,000 denomination. And the rubber bands, there had to be 8 of them in there. That was merch.
Wow.
That wasn't even the door sales and the booze and nothing else. So he would fucking, in front of me, he would fucking go in his briefcase and take a fucking rubber band out. They were each $5,000. And we go into the fucking weed store and he'd just go crazy. This is edibles are big. And then, like, he would tell the guy, what's the best weed you got? That, we'll give cocoa an ounce. Give cocoa an ounce of that. Give cocoa an ounce of that. Give cocoa cookies. I would leave there with $900 worth of weed that I would give away because Ralphie would give it to me. So I'd give it to Ari.
Yeah, pass it on.
I'd give it to Duncan. That's when we were like all struggling.
Yes.
And we were young.
Yep.
So Ari would get a call. Duncan would get a call. Red Band would get a call. So when I get to the comedy store, I give them all. That was Death Squad.
Right.
It all went downhill. So everybody got a taste. And then I would tell Ralphie that I gave some to them. So now they would, how do you think Ralphie and Ari are so fucking tight? Like I'm telling you, man, I know Ari a long time. Ari took a big hit with Freddie Soto.
Yeah, that one got me.
And this one is going to get for Ari too. Ari took a hit with Freddie Soto. You know, I knew Freddie, but I didn't really know Freddie as much as to take a big hit with him.
Yeah.
Ralphie, I was more personally involved with him, you know?
I remember visiting Ari 2 years ago in New York. It was a great night. Gabriel Iglesias brings me to New York. We land. Me and Gabe are having drinks at the bar. We get pizza. He's calling in the night. Ari's calling me. When are you getting here? When are you getting here? All right, because Ari's out to dinner with Justin. They're at some fancy place or whatever. Finally get to Ari. We meet Bill Murray, and we just walk from wherever we are an hour and a half to Ari's house, just through the streets of New York on a school night, Wednesday, 3 o'clock in the morning, and the phone rings, and it's Ralphie May. Because that's how tight Ralphie and Ari were. And he puts me on the phone with Ralphie. I'm in New York. I haven't even landed. I've been there 4 hours. Hang with Gabe, get to meet Bill Murray. Me and Ari are catching up. All right, players. Stevie Simone, you're a good man. And I'm just like, that's it. Because didn't Ralphie bring Ari out on the road for a while?
Yeah, he took all of us. He helped.
Everything.
And you know, Lee, it was, I think I did 2 dates with him. Now, I loved Ralphie to death in those days. You know, Ralphie was a killer.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I was a different type of killer.
Yeah.
So I would kind of scare his crowd. He took me to maybe, when he won Last Comedy, he took me somewhere, Beaumont one time, and then we went to like a bigger room where I just bombed. But both times, Lee, he didn't know what he was giving me. I never worked with anybody like that before. Everybody sends me a check in the mail. This guy just went in his pocket and just handed you. Sometimes it could be $1,400.
Wow.
Sometimes it could be $800. Sometimes it could be $2,200. You know, he knew what I went through. He knew what I went through all those years. And when he hit, I was still fucking banging. And I could never look him in the face. But from time to time, he would slip me $100 or $200. The week I got the longest yard, he slipped me $200. Like the day before I officially got it. And I always said it was that lucky $200 he gave me because that's when he was on fire. So he was supposed to go to Houston, and I got the longest yard. It was June of 2004. Something, I was supposed to go on a club date with him. And then when I canceled for the longest yard, after that, somebody filled my spot. That's how it works. You don't cancel with Ralphie. You know what I'm saying? I got to start from the rotation all over again. You got to carry luggage and shit. But another time, were you around for his wedding?
No. I wasn't at the wedding, no, but I remember it.
You remember that one? That's weird because there was nobody he didn't invite. You know what I'm saying? It's not like he didn't send invitations like normal weddings. Like, I think he got married 3 times. I think so. He got married in Vegas, somewhere on the East Coast, and then he had a party here. On the Sunset, on Hollywood Boulevard, They tried to do comedy there. It was a place, and they served food, Star Strip Star, something weird.
Yeah.
That was the name of the fucking place. Well, Ralphie got married there. But when he got married, he sent the invites out. It didn't say Ralphie on it. It said Raffy, right?
It's great.
You know, it could only happen to him.
Yeah.
And he's got me as a buddy. You know what I'm saying?
Just more ammunition to break his balls.
Oh, yeah. For that whole week of the wedding, I kept calling him Raffy. And I told people to call him Raffy. And his face would turn red. He was so mad at the printer, he would fucking choke him. Even at the wedding, I said to him, so what's going on, Raffy? And he just froze. And he looked at his wife and he goes, hey, Lana, remind me not to pay the printer. Like, he was so furious at that fucking printer that he messed up his fucking name.
You had one job. You had one job.
Did you call him Raffy
Oh,
to the day you died? You probably called him.
no. Listen,
You stopped calling him Raffy?
I had to switch it up with Rafi because he's a professional comedian. It's like really a jiu-jitsu tournament. Before you fuck with Ralphie, you better come prepared and know how you're going to slip inside and get him to die of laughter. Ralphie loved it direct.
Uh-huh.
He didn't like you fucking around. That's why I could always get Ralphie on the phone. Ralphie liked when I was direct with him on the fucking phone, you know, like, I can't even imagine. I can't remember all the things I used to do to him just to torment his fucking life. Go. Oh, my God. Like I said, people, it hasn't even soaking in. I have thousands of these, you know. There's thousands of these. I have a friend right now that I haven't spoken to in a long time. I have a couple of them, you know, that we were all there with them, man. And they have to feel as bad. Everybody. This is deep for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Trust me, I'm telling you. This guy was a good guy all the way around. And like I said, I saw some really, really negative things on Facebook, and I saw some really negative things on Twitter, and it really made me laugh, because if they really knew who this person was, regardless of what they heard. Because listen, there was 1,000 things. There was 1,000 people he helped.
Oh, yeah.
That you and I will never know about.
Yeah.
Trust me, I'm telling you.
It's true.
You and I, he wasn't that type of dude, bro. If he helped you, it was between him and you.
Yeah.
That's it. Nobody else was involved. He wasn't braggadocio about it.
He did it because he wanted to do it.
Because he
Came
wanted
from his
to do
heart.
it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you know, listen, man, I'm 54 years old. I lost both parents. I lost two of my favorite people in the world before I was 18. I know how this shit works, and this is the final chapter of my life. I gotta tell you something. He really added some flavor to it from day one. You know, he was never a competitor. We were always very helpful to one another.
Team.
You know, he got me gigs. He got me so many fucking gigs. But like this, one thing I gotta miss about him is his generosity. It was our conversations on the phone. Our conversations on the phone. I don't know what I'm gonna do about those. We always ended getting off the phone fucking howling. You know, we had mutual friends from Houston, so we would goof on them.
It's great.
It was just, but you know what, man? The beauty about these stories, I'm telling you people, is maybe you haven't heard him or heard him before. You guys heard him on the podcast. You guys felt his tenderness. You guys felt his loving. You guys felt how much of a good time he would have, you know. We all knew what he was going through. You heard the rumors or you didn't hear the rumors or whatever, but it didn't matter. Every time he came on here, he gave it everything we had, you know. Again, and I hate this. I hate saying this. I love comedy. I love, listen, who doesn't love howling? I'm not talking about Saturday night. That's so witty. It's so politically. Oh my God, it's so socially environment. No. I'm talking about when you're keeled over and you're coughing your fucking lung out and your eyeballs are about to come out. It's a weird thing. For somebody to make you laugh that hard. And they just make your day. My God. I'm about to have a heart attack right now about that Bert Kreischer night. I can't even tell that story. That Bert Kreischer night, it was one of the funniest nights of my life. With the way when he fell into the fucking kid's house. I'm
gonna piss my pants.
This is it. This is the anxiety. I don't have no anxiety medication. I mean, it was just amazing. This motherfucking guy fell into a fucking toilet. Okay? And listen, you guys know I have no reason to lie to you people. I'm a fucking animal. Give me a towel, please, or something.
Yeah, I have to.
Oh, no, don't get up over it. You guys know I'm an animal, and I love to laugh. You know what it is to want to laugh, but you can't because this is. Just picture your mother falling downstairs.
I gotta pee so bad.
If your mother fell down the stairs, would you fucking howl? I don't think so.
As soon as you make sure it's okay,
How much do you love your mother? But if she fucking gobbled down the stairs and her wig fell off, would you laugh? No, it's your fucking foot. It was the same thing with Ralphie that night. And let me tell you something. We're sitting there. We're smoking out. You know me, dog. You knock into your house. I'm bringing the munition of weed. I'm like that Vegas shooter. I'm bringing everything with me. You know what I'm saying? You invite me over to your house for a podcast. I'm bringing edibles.
Whatever.
I'm just trying to be the best I can be. I'm showing up with the goods. You invited me over to your house. I know you get high. I'm going to bring the best weed, the best edibles. So, he invites me over. And I'm sitting there and we're waiting on Ralphie. And I know Ralphie, dog. Every time we had him on this podcast, the first 2 times, I told Lee, listen, there's going to be one of these podcasts. We don't know when he's going to show. We'll give it an hour, and then we'll start the podcast. But out of his love for me, he always was. One time, I think he was 40 minutes late or something, but he showed up. He was solid. And, some people, they just move a little slower, and I understood. But so the podcast's supposed to start at 8. This motherfucker shows up at 10. He sits on that fucking chair. You hear the wood like creaking the whole time. We do the podcast. He's fucking out of it, guys. Now, when I tell you out of it, we're family. Something else was lingering. If you want me to lie to you, I can't lie to you. Something else was lingering in the system. He's my brother. Being heavy, he's my brother. I don't say nothing. It's not for me to judge. We wrap up he's smoking the vapor pen. He just had that fucking pneumonia. Remember when they carried him off the ship? And I asked him if he tipped over the helicopter and all that shit. I used to torment his life. How many people had to carry him and the whole thing. And they took him off the ship and he went to the hospital and he stayed there for 3 weeks. And they put a tube in his lung. So when he came home, he obviously took the tube out. He couldn't smoke reefer. But he was hitting that fucking vapor pen. Now, I got to tell you something. That vapor pen gets you high and all. But he's 500 pounds. That vapor pen, there's no reason why he should have been nothing, but it wasn't. So we got to wrap it up. It's fucking midnight. Bert's got 3 daughters, 2 daughters. His wife is inside. We got to walk through the house.
Yeah, all quiet.
The dog is barking, and here's me and Ralphie walking through the house. So we open up the man cave. Bop, bop, bop. Bert walks out. I walk out second. Ralphie follows. I help him up. Boom, boom, boom. Me and Bert are talking about whatever, the climate, whatever the fuck 2 comics talk about. What club you going to next week? And all of a fucking sudden, you hear pa 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 pa, but you heard wood smashing, Like when you hear wood smashing, it's real. Like I thought somebody jumped out and attacked me, like 3 samurai or something. I turn around and it's fucking Ralphie smothered with wood and splinters. He just broke fucking this whole thing.
Poor little girl.
I mean, oh my God. It was something that... And it was John Candy type comedy. Like, listen, guys, I got 1,000 of these I forgot. Like, just him picking me up in North Bergen. Like, he came to my hometown and picked me up and drove me around maybe 3 times.
Wow.
And then after that, I even got a call from a teacher friend of mine who I'm going to see this week in Tampa. That was my teacher since I was a sophomore in high school. I hooked him up with Ralphie.
Wow.
And he called the other day and said, I can't believe Ralphie's fucking dead. That's terrible. So I hooked Ralphie up with all my friends. Ralphie was tight with Mr. T. Ralphie was tight and loved George. My friend George, Lee loved George. Whenever he was in Jersey, George would bring him ribs, pork fried rice from Chan's. So last I heard, they're not going to have a service. They're going to cremate the body. Like I said, they're going to get a lot of wood. All right, they're going to cremate the body, and then they're going to take him and they're going to have a reception in Arkansas with his family. They're going to do something in Nashville, but most important, they're going to do something in L.A. on Monday the 23rd or something like that. And we'll have to figure out how we're going to do this, Lee. But we'll figure it out one way or another. We're always a strong fucking team here. Hold on 1 second. Let me do a couple shout-outs here. Where you going next, Steve Simone?
House of Comedy in Phoenix.
What is that?
October 25th.
Look at you bet. Just one night only?
No, 25th through the 30th. I'm there all week.
Okay.
It's like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Yeah, if you're in the Phoenix area, go over by the House of Comedy. Look at my man. Listen, I want to give some shout-outs. I could just imagine what Ookie Spooky's feeling like. I love you, Ook. I could just imagine what D from Colorado's feeling like right now. I love you. Jeffrey Collins, I'm always here. Bob Lalingas, I love you. Jose Tuhi, I love you too. Ethics, and this. Anyway, I'm no fucking whatever. David Macca, Andrew G, MMA Dude Bro, Alex Paz with the podcast, and the rest of the fucking church family helping me out, keeping me fucking smiling all weekend. You motherfuckers, I owe you one. Don't forget, if you're in the Tampa area next weekend, I'm slinging dick and giving out fucking Swizzlers over at the Tampa Improv starting Thursday night. And the following Thursday, I'm in Lexington, KY on Broadway, Lexington, Kentucky. Bring that fucking homebrew. Bring the reefer. Bring everything you got, Kentucky. I don't give a fuck. Steve Simone, talk to me, my little brother. What's going on in your world?
Everything's okay, man.
You look good.
Yeah.
I mean, you're another guy that I've known you for
forever.
We've been here and that's when Josh Wolf really, Josh called in the afternoon. Josh, it was really weird how the phone rang, and I tried to take as many as I could to let people know. Listen, this one's cool. And Ari said it best. He goes, like I said, every time I saw him, I prepared for it. What Josh Wolf broke down to me is like, do you even remember what we were going through those days? Like, we were all fucking broke, barely putting it together. Josh Wolf had just had Jacob. That was, comedy was the bright spot then. Yeah. Everything else was shit. I was starting to lose contact with my daughter. Yep. They were moving to England. It was just something that, Josh Wolf had knocked. Like he said, he had the child. Now he's in a 1-bedroom apartment with 2 of her kids and a Great Dane and fucking his brother. And, it was just something that everybody, just to let people know, man, that whatever, and it starts with Ralphie. Whatever dream you got, it can be done. And we did it together. And I never realized that till Ralphie passed, that Josh Wolf brought it to my attention. that little clique down there, that was a really cool time. That was a really cool time. And even if I wasn't going to Montreal, there was only one person who believed in me back then. That's Mitzi Shore. That was good enough for me. That was good enough for me. Nobody else liked me. I couldn't get. My agent was the coloring book. And I had a fucking deal from CBS for a fucking show, and I couldn't get nobody to sign me.
Wow.
Let's draw cards on the fucking table here. I couldn't get nobody to fucking sign me, help me out. I had somebody giving me 25 grand, and I had nobody negotiating the deal because I didn't have an agent.
Wow.
I needed an attorney, and a friend of mine goes, she's a great attorney. She's black, but she's a fucking savage. So I said, okay, I called. I got nothing against black people. I called, and that's what she was, a theatrical agent / attorney. So she goes, listen, you come in here with 25 G's, I'll give you a fucking shot. So she started repping me.
That's great.
But I had nobody. I showed up here with an envelope, like a fucking Cuban shows up to see a Jew. You show up with an envelope from day one. I couldn't get nobody to sign me, guys. That's how fucking I turned people. That's how bad it was for me. And it was that whole 2 or 3 years. It was like 4 years. I moved in with Terry in 2000. So I was on that corner for about 3 years. And Ralphie was the catalyst. I could tell you whatever fucking story I was. That I was doing this and that. That's a bullshit story. I was living in front of Ralphie's fucking door, cradled every night, with no sleep apnea machine, dying.
Yeah.
Just I don't think I had sleep apnea because I used to sleep all fucking night. But that's what Joshua pointed out to me. And I think that's why I couldn't fall asleep Friday night. I'd forgotten all about that. I fucking hate when I forget shit. How many times Ralphie cooked. There was an incident that happened there one night on 9/11. The same, when 9/11 struck, we opened up the day at Mike Favorman's house, including Joe Rogan. There was a lot of us at Mike Favorman's house. That was fucking nuts.
Yeah.
But then word got out, Ralphie was cooking up a gumbo. Some people went home. That was my home over there.
Yeah.
And I was living with Terry at the time. I remember going over there that night. I forget who was there. And here's Ralphie living off peanuts. It's 9/11, 2001.
2001.
He's scraping by on fucking Visalia gigs and
Yeah.
Louis Moreno gigs and Willie Barsetti gigs and Felipe Esparza gigs, just like the rest of us in those days.
Yeah.
You know, in fact, me and Ralphie would drive to a lot of those gigs together. Those Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday gigs, we would do those constantly. That was our bread and butter. That's how you bought groceries.
Yeah.
That was $40 a spot. That was $120 from Tuesday to fucking Thursday. You know, $10 for gas to get down there back and forth. Nobody even knows you're down there. And you get you a couple tacos. Those guys were always cool. They give you a drink ticket and shit. You talk to a couple Spanish girls. Ralphie did all that shit.
Yeah.
Ralphie did the black rooms. That dude paid his fucking dues, Jack.
Funny's funny.
No, that's no mistake. That dude worked it. He was working door deals in Texas. When we were starving, he would still go back to Texas and come home with $3,000-$4,000. Something that nobody does as a fucking whatever level.
Right.
He had built a little market somewhere. I forget where it was. Some fucking town. And he would go down there with John Wesley or some other comics and he'd fucking rape them, man. He was that strong even back then business-wise. So
Yeah.
we're going to miss him.
For sure.
We're going to miss him in real life. We're going to miss him on the podcast. We're going to miss his shows. We're going to miss his advice. We're going to miss that fucking face. You know, the last couple of days you get on Facebook, you're having a good moment, and all of a sudden there's a picture of him, and you look at him, and it seems like he's staring right at you. And your heart melts for a minute. You're like, wait a second, I'm never going to see him again. Nah, this is bullshit. Your mind always rejects it at first. Like, this is bullshit. Like, and you guys talk about, Joey, what the fuck do you know? Let me tell you something. I remember my mom died November of 79. I saw her in the casket. I saw him put her in the ambulance. I saw them close the casket and put it into a car. And then I saw them take it out of the car and wheel it through a hole and put it in there and throw dirt on it. And the next day I went by the fence because I lived 2 blocks away from the cemetery. And I saw them dig a film in the hole. Do you know that 18 months after that, once every 10 days when I get a couple cocktails in me, I would walk to my house and sit on the steps and walk around the back just to see Steve Simone. Maybe it was a mistake. Maybe my mom went away to Florida and didn't tell me. You know, that's how fucking tricky your mind works. So I know the last 20 years here, my life has been wrapped on around Ralphie around one way or another.
Yeah.
You know, he filled the void for me that he was a guy that accepted me from day one. He just accepted me from day one. And he knew all the, you know, he knew everything. Though I could tell him anything. He didn't give a fuck. He really didn't. He never judged me. That's what made me love him more than anything in life. That he knew everything moved that went down in my life. He knew everything crazy. He was in the car that night. All right. Steve Simone, I got a call from my friend's ex, this little hot Filipino. I mean, fucking smokingly. Steve Simone, she's smoking. Smoking. I meet her once or twice, you know, Drugville. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the first time I see the skirt she's got on and the heels, and I go, ooh,
You know,
this chick's banging. She was Americanized, but she had the black hair and the beautiful dark eyes. So it's a Sunday night. I'm watching football like everybody else at 5 o'clock, and the phone rings. I had a cell phone back then. Yeah. It's got to be 2006.
okay.
And I got a call at about 5 in the afternoon. And it's a woman's voice. And she goes, do you know who I am? I go, no. And she goes, it's... And I go, what's up? And she goes, nothing. Can I talk to you about something? I go, yeah. And she goes, listen, I got a big role in a movie. It's going to be like 3 weeks of work, guaranteed. But I need to pay SAG. And they want like 1,800 or something. I don't know what the number was then. And I just want to know if I could borrow it from you. And I'll do, no, listen, I got $3 in my pocket and $22.50 in the bank account. You know what I'm saying? They're ready to shut it down.
Yeah.
I'm waiting on the tips to come in before they shut it down. You know, when you tip people, it don't come in right away. Then you look at your account and it's $22 light.
Yeah.
And you're like, fuck, that's right. I put tips down and shit. Well, okay. So this girl's telling me, you know, she needs a $17.50, whatever, if I can help her out. Blah, 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 blah. So, you know me, I can make a call for her. But let me see what, you know. I go, so what's going on? How are we going to work this out? And she goes, well, you'll give me the money, I'll pay SAG tomorrow. And I think I start working next week in Seattle. And when I come back, I'll hand you the money. And I go, but what if you don't? I go, well, let me see the contract and stuff like that. Let me see who the production. She goes, well, I go, let me get the name of it. It's on IMDb. Yeah, I go on IMDb, there ain't nothing for this movie. And I go look on pre-production and nothing on that. So I go, listen, I don't see nothing on this. Do you have sides for it or anything? And she goes, well, he gave us the sides, but then he rewrote them. And I go, who else in the movie? And she blurred a bunch of big names. And I go, okay. Well, there's nothing in there on it. I just, I go, listen, let's make this easy. I go, forget the payment. Let me just give you $17.50 and let's go to a hotel room with me. You know, let me work it off that way. And there was like a little silence. And I'm like, I got $3 in my pocket.
Right.
And like I said, maybe $22. She's like, so what do you think you want? No, she's like a little shy. She goes, what do you want to do? And I said, I want to eat a little monkey and maybe I'll give you a little stabbing. And she goes, and there's like a little pause in there, you know. There's like a little pause in there. And she's like, Oh, no, I just broke up with my boyfriend. I'll feel weird. I go, listen, don't worry about nothing. 1750. Nobody knows nothing.
Don't worry about nothing.
No, let me tell you 1750.
The 1750 you don't have.
Yeah, but I gotta push the envelope, right? So she's like, so what do you want to do? I go, listen, let me go over and give you a stab in your monkey. And I go, let me come in your mouth and shit. She goes, well, I don't do that. I go, listen, for 1750, you gotta do what you gotta do. You know me, dog. I'm a savage.
Yeah.
And there was silence, right? And she goes, okay, where do you want to meet? And I go, where are you? And she goes, well, I'm close to like Huntington. I go, well, listen, is there 4 Seasons somewhere close to you? And she goes, yeah, there is. Marina Del Rey. I go, let's go there. I'm gonna go to suite. I'm gonna fucking fuck you for fucking 10 hours. She said, well, no, I have to leave by like 2. And I go, bring the skirt. And I started just taunting her. And I go, bring the skirt, bring the heels, bring the Catholic skirt, bring the dildo. And you can hear her like, oh, this turned into something I didn't like. So, okay, I hang up with her. I'm giggling. I get a little giggle just to see how far I can push it.
Yeah.
In my mind, she's never going to call back, right?
It's like a prank phone.
Right. It's like a prank phone call. I'm sitting there watching fucking TV.
You forget.
Right?
Totally, yeah.
I'm sitting there watching TV. I forget, and the phone rings, and boom, Ralphie May. What's up? What's up, dog? I'm downstairs. Let's go get some food. Let me hook you up for the week. It was a Sunday. I wasn't expecting Ralphie on Sunday.
Yeah.
Ralphie always came back on Monday, so I either get a call Monday night or by Wednesday he'd show up and let's go buy a pound of weed.
Yeah.
But this was a Sunday night, so I go, all right, I'll be right down. I take a shower. Ralphie's downstairs in a brand new fucking car. Yeah. I get in there. He hands me $200 right off the bat. You know, Ralphie was just pimping back then. We get in the car. We go over to Kushmart. We buy another $2,200 worth of weed. And now we're going to eat sushi somewhere. We weren't going to an expensive place. I forget where we were going. And next thing you know, my phone rings. I look at the phone, and it's this chick.
Uh-huh.
So I answered, Ralphie. I go, Ralphie, I want to pick this up. Don't say a word. Don't laugh. I go, this chick wants me to give her $1,700. And I'm telling her she wants to suck my dick and all this stuff. And he starts,
I'm loving it.
Ralphie, stop it. Don't say a fucking word. Pete, what's going on, love? Okay, so where do you want to meet? I go, did you look at the directions? Hold on 1 second.
Did you look at the directions?
I go, did you look at the directions? Where is it? She goes, it's in Marina Del Rey. I go, all right, I'll meet you in Marina Del Rey. She goes, I gotta ask you something. She goes, so how long do you want to hang out for? I go, well, how long do you guys? She goes, so I have to meet the producer in the morning, pick up the script and stuff. I go, what time is it right now? And she's like, it's 8 o'clock. I go, listen, I'll meet you at 10. All right. I'm going out till about 1. That's it. We won't do much, you know me. I come real quick, but I go, listen, Ralphie's right there. He's just looking at me. The car is stopped.
Yeah.
And I'm like, listen, you know me. I'm not going to do anything to you. I come in a minute. All right, I'm the little monkey. I'm going to suck the fucking noodle. And then I'm going to put my fucking dick in it. I want you to lick it. I'm going to put it in there. Ralphie's like trying to fucking not to laugh. And I'm trying not to laugh. And then I go, listen. And then I'm going to flip you over. I'm going to lick your asshole. And then I'm going to light that asshole on fire. Right? And all of a sudden you hear like a pause. And she goes, can I call you back? And me and Ralphie
died.
And I'm like, listen, okay, call me back. And me and Ralphie are fucking dying. I tell Ralphie, because I forgot all about it. I tell Ralphie the whole story, and we're dying. I forgot how I told her it. But I was like, listen, I'm going to lick your pussy. I'm going to fucking stick it in you. And then I'm going to fucking, then I go, I'm going to put my dick in your mouth. I want you to suck it and get it hard. I'm going to flip you over. I'm going to lick your ass off. I'm like, and then I'm going to lay your asshole on fire. Like I just acapelloed this. And I could hear her whole demeanor change on the other
freezes.
side. Like she thought it was just going to be like, I'm going to go and feel her up and she's going to leave. I'm like, no. If you go, I'm gonna wear that asshole out. And it was hysterical. She called back. I had forgotten about her again.
Did she call back again?
Yeah, she hung up. Said she'll call me back to see if she can meet me, which I knew she would never call back just from her reaction on the phone.
Yeah.
I knew she was never gonna call back. And while we're eating sushi at that place off Sunset, now I know where we were. She called back and go, Ralphie, hold on, it's her. And I'm like, what's going on? She's like, listen, it's off. I got my uncle to front me the money, and I can pay him in 3 payments. Thank you, though, and she hung up the phone. And about a week later, I was on fucking Facebook, and she unfriended me.
Oh, my gosh.
Hilarious.
Ridiculous.
But listen, I thought if I tell the whole story, she was taunting me from day one. When I met her, the first 2 or 3 times, I met her as she had a guy. She always had a boyfriend with her. We bought weed at the same spot.
Yep.
And then we hung out a couple of times socially, but it was always with her boyfriend. Nothing ever happened. I never said nothing.
Right.
And then one day I see him and I go, what's going on? We're talking. You know, we all hung out together. He goes, I don't date her no more, dog. Me and her broke up. That's it. And I never saw her again.
Yeah.
I never thought of her, nothing. And one day, dog, I'm walking, I hear beep, beep. And I look in the car and it's her with a low-cut blouse.
Right.
No bra on. Those medium row breasts just staring in the face.
Oh my God.
The sun bouncing off them. And when I get to the car, she's got like a miniskirt on and you can see the black underwear on.
Oh.
I'm like, oh. And she goes, Uncle Joey, I need help. I go, what's up? She goes, I need like $55 for gas. I go, sure, $55 for gas. And I said, I got like $42 on me. Take this. And I was a complete gentleman. I just thought that maybe, you know what? I'm an older man. Maybe I'll show him my monkey and I'll move on with that. But something else happened after that I could see she wanted to play with fire.
Yeah.
Like about a month later, she did something.
Should be the name of your show.
Yeah.
Play with fire.
Playing with fire. Like she didn't know that I would take her ass to the hoop. Like she came back for more money. And I didn't ask her this time. Like I was like, I didn't think about it really.
Yeah.
I didn't see the pattern coming. And then she asked me for money the second time, and I was like, wait a second. Something's not right here. She just bumps into me on the street.
Yeah.
She looks like she just came from a photo shoot from a barn with no fucking bra on and black undies on, and she gives me a glance on monkey.
She knew what she was doing.
No, she needed headshots or something. And then something else happened, and I was like, something's not right here.
Yeah.
Something's not right. Let's see where this is going to lead. And sure enough, 6 weeks later, she falls into the crutches of death. She calls Uncle Joey and tries to bang him out for $17.50 on a tit show and maybe like a finger bang and I love you and all this shit. And I was like, it ain't going to go down that way. Number one, don't shave your monkey. She's like, why? Once you tell him that right off the bat, you just destroyed everything. There's no comeback for that in that little girl's handbook. When the guy calls you and says right off the bat, not even hello, I opened up with don't shave that monkey. What are you talking about? Don't shave that fucking monster.
Don't shave it.
Leave that fucking hairy monster. She said, what are you talking about? You know what I'm fucking talking about.
Hilarious.
It was hysterical how I psychologically broke her. She actually thought she was going to call me and trick me into just me giving a fucking
$2,000.
I'll give it to you, but you got to work a little something. You got like a nut.
Something.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
gotta go to the bathroom. Is
And
it all right if I
Ralphie-
take a break?
And Ralphie's keeping it together during all this.
Ralphie, how? Hold on.
All right. I drank too much water.
When she called into the car, I never thought I was going to get that call. So I had to break it down to Ralphie real quick, like what was going on.
Oh my God.
Like, Ralphie, when I take this call, do not laugh. This girl tried to borrow $1,700 from me and for SAG. And I told her that I wanted to have sex with her on the goof. I go, Ralphie, I'm flat broke. but dog, Let me tell you something. It's crazy how many people, especially women, will try to backhand you like that. That wasn't the first time. And guess what? Like the first time you do it, I'll make believe like you don't know I don't know what you're talking about. But the second time, I'll play the hand, even though I don't even have the money. Like I'll torture you a fucking little bit if you're gonna be that fucking stupid and bother me with something like that. And it's crazy.
How far could it have gone? Like, what if she was like, okay, I have the room?
Oh, then I just told I got a flat tire. Keep waiting. Pay for the room. Wait for me. I'll be there half hour. Oh, we said, what the fuck? If you want to have a good time, you're going to have a good time.
Would you just torment women? Just
No. Well,
not like in a bad way. Just like
listen,
goofy was.
Listen, in life, hold on.
So much better. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you.
And I have to explain myself on something. As my friend here, Steve Simone, who was one of the nicest people in Hollywood and the nicest people at the Comedy Store. There's a lot of nice people at the Comedy Store, they're young people, but Steve Simone's one of the most respected guys. He's a sweetheart of a guy. When you first got to the store, how many swindlers were there?
All of every.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
it was a different place.
now, what was the percentage was meant? 95%.
Yeah.
She was a female swindler, you know, and you bump into female swindlers sometimes.
Yep.
People come at you in Hollywood with a good heart, and there's a lot of people who take advantage of you.
Absolutely.
It happened to the kid who died. It happens to a lot of people that have a little bit of money, and they come out here. Somebody finds out you have money, they latch on to you.
Yeah, there's a lot of desperation out here, and there's a lot of people coming out here for whatever reasons, and it makes them a vulnerable target.
Yes. So it's sometimes most of the people that approach you are male, but every once in a while, it's females trying to put you together, and that's when you don't have money.
Yes.
I was trying to get cranked on when I didn't have money. When you have money and you're young in this town, they come out from all directions. I had a friend once that got on a TV show. He was on a TV show, a popular show for like a year. He wasn't even a main character. But he was with a big-time agency in 1999. It was a drama.
Mm-hmm.
He was a comic from the Comedy Store. He was like one of those Sunday guys.
Okay.
But he was acting. And I remember he was like with a shit agency, and he went in on one of those cop dramas on CBS and got it. That's when they used to give you, the 17-episode orders. This was an hour drama. This kid disappeared and was making buku bucks. I forgot what the moral was of the story here.
Swindlers. People coming at you.
What the fuck? I'm sorry. Oh, no. That's right. So he was like not the number one guy on the show, but the show was popular on CBS, and people would recognize him from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
He moves into this fucking building, and he goes within the fucking fourth day, he sees a girl in the elevator, and the girl says to him, so you moved in here? Yeah. My name is whatever, I'm whatever. She makes believe like, everything's cool. He says like a week later, I bump into her again. I start talking to her. She says, we should go out sometime. Blah, blah, blah. At dinner, he goes, I'm just being casual with her. I didn't even hit her up for sex. He goes, I wasn't even thinking about it at that point. We weren't even in that realm.
Mm-hmm.
And out of nowhere, I tried to be honest with her because two people came up to me at the restaurant and said that they liked the show. So when I tried to tell her what it was, she played it off in a weird way. She knew. So he goes, they're driving home, and he's taking her back to a car, and she pulls over, and she goes, listen, can you help me out with something? And she thought it was like a ride to the house. Maybe she had a flat tire. She said, listen, I'm going to buy it. Can I borrow $3,000 from me? And he said he had never, ever been. If you see this guy, I don't want to say his name. I don't want to embarrass him. But if you see this guy, he's a really good-looking dude. He's buff. I think he's still around. I don't know. But he said he wanted to go home and cry. First date, whatever. Met her, hello, goodbye. This is a different world out here.
Yeah.
You know, this is a different world out here, and I'm really sorry that they're not having a memorial, like a big-time memorial somewhere. Like, I think they're going to have one in Nashville. I think I'll have to go to one of them and pay my respects. You know what I'm saying? The one in L.A. is going to be a little bit too what's the word? Phonyized. I think TMZ will be there and all that shit. And you know what? That's the last thing I want to fucking do on a Monday night. I got a podcast with you cocksuckers. I've been friends with him for 20 years. I went through highs and lows with him. You know what? I don't need to stand in line and make some stupid fucking speech in front of a bunch of people that at the end don't give a fuck anyway. They just want to be where the hot place is going to be. And I'll be here with you motherfuckers doing a podcast. What else? You're going to tape a CD soon? You're going to make a kid's book? Every time I talk to you, listen.
I got a little web series called It's Still Broken.
Okay.
I have a buddy that can fix everything. So he taught me and Eric Griffin last week how to fix a toilet, which is, I actually learned how to do it, which is good. And then I showcase hopefully I'll get that Comedy Store special, which would be great. And got the road coming up.
Who wants to shoot them now?
Well, I think the store wants to do it themselves. They have different investors, but I showcased. I think they're going to give one to Ingram. I showcased. Jesus Trejo showcased. He's a good kid. Jamar Neighbors. A lot of funny young guys were up there showcasing. So hopefully I got a shot.
You're going to shoot them all in the main room?
I don't know. I haven't heard any details at all.
That'd be great. The main room looks like it'd be a great place to shoot a little something with some people back there. You know, years ago, I want to congratulate Felipe Esparza again, but I also want to congratulate my dear friend who was one of the guys that put the whole thing together. He started as a comic, remember? He used to open up and work a lot with Jimmy Schubert. He's out of Florida.
Claude Shires?
Claude Shires. I want to really I congratulate Claude Shires for getting his work on HBO. He shot it.
Claude directed that?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. So
2 Comedy Store guys, 1 special. That's awesome.
Yeah. So that's what it works out like. So I want to congratulate him too, and thank you guys for supporting that special. Anything else you want to tell these fucking savages? Talk to me, baby. Talk.
Just like what you said before. Just tell the people that you love that you love them and hug them. You know?
Lisa, what do you want to say about Ralphie? I know he loved you. I mean, he'd come in here and he would call me and I'd tell him what type of torture I'd be doing to you. And he would add some techniques to torture you with.
Well, I get the question a lot, like, who's my favorite church guest? And it's hard, like, we get a lot of great people in here. And like, I don't really have favorites. It's weird, but it was always great when Ralphie would come. And he was one of the few people who I met who was who they were, like who I wanted them to be. Like I grew up a fan of Ralphie. I remember Last Comic Standing. I remember the special with the orange jacket, and he was great the first time I met him. Gave me a big hug, and we were at an office a few blocks away from In-N-Out. And at like 1 a.m, after I think the whole podcast was you like joking with me about losing weight or something, and then he asked me to go get burgers at In-N-Out. It's like, man, I'm gonna try to be good. And later you're like, you should have gone. He would buy you like 20 burgers and give you like $1,000. I was like, oh, I didn't know, but I'll never forget the night with the yellow snake. That's one of the best nights of my life.
What happened with the yellow snake?
His bracelet, his son made him. That when we were doing that stuff, it actually did calm me down to like focus on it. But then when he scared me with it and freaked me out, that like, what's funnier than that?
He is. I'm definitely gonna miss him doing the podcast, but I'm gonna miss him more. Like I said, our conversations on the phone. Sometimes I'd be having a rough day, And he would call me, and I would just laugh. I'd ask him where he was. I'd know exactly where he was. I'd make a local reference. We'd laugh for a while. It's going to be a big fucking chunk. But like I said, right now, I'm just processing it. And you guys were fucking great. That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
It just sucks. It's weird dealing with. It's different dealing with it as like a child, and then dealing with it as an adult.
No, since this happened, I've had a weird feeling behind my heart. It could be that burp. Sometimes you have a little burp twisted behind your heart. You go to the doctor, they'll tell you, go take a good fucking stomach shit and watch that little pain go away. You got a little backup back there. You got to eat more vegetables and shit. But no. I know you people are hurting and we're fans. And thank you very much for all the support. I want to thank Steve for coming on and sharing. We personally know him and knew him personally. And you guys know the deal with me and him. I wish him peace.
Me too.
I wish God heals him.
Amen. For sure.
You know, right now, like I said, I'm a Catholic person. And I could just see him seeing Marilyn, hugging her right now. David Crowder and Freddie Soto, and they're just hugging each other right now.
Yeah.
Going, what happened? And they're like, I left Coco down there. He's got my babies. He's got Lisa I had, you know. Right now, he's hugging Marilyn, and they're hugging. And remember when I deep fried the turkey? It's going to be Marilyn's 10th year anniversary next month.
Oh, my God.
It's the 10th year anniversary of me doing blow, 10 years. Never did cocaine again. Fucking tremendous. Life shifts. If you're down, don't fucking write it down. You just heard the fucking stories that made, you just heard the stories that I have from one of the greatest fucking comics I ever came across. And I judged him as a comic on stage, but he was like the Roberto Clemente of comedy. He gave everything he had to his fans. He gave everything he had to his family, and he gave everything he had to his friends. You're hearing it from me. Do not believe anything else you hear. Listen, he did his fucking reefer. He did a couple fucking drugs from time to time. He smoked his pot. He loved his children. Everything he did was with them in mind. Trust me, I'm telling you, we had deep conversations. I don't know what's happened the last 2 years, and I don't want to know. It's none of my business. What's my business is that he's in a better place. He'll always have a piece of my heart with him, and I'll have a piece of his heart. And I thank you people, because I don't know how I'm going to deal with this from time to time. And listen, guys, I can feel that. I'm going to tell you what I'm starting to feel. A little bit of anger. I can't lie to you people. I felt it today. I fucked up today. I got caught. My wife didn't go to church today, so I got caught up with them. I couldn't go to jiu-jitsu. And it was a big fucking mistake. And I had 2 kids' parties. So I couldn't even work out today. It was one of those days that 140, I could feel anger. And it's all directed from Ralphie May. Like that, it's starting to hit me that way now. So now I got to deal with that. I got to go to jiu-jitsu tomorrow and do 2,000 fucking jumping jacks and burn that fucking bullshit out. That's what it's doing to me. Because I felt it today. I took blood pressure medication. I was like, this ain't bueno. This ain't bueno, cocksuckers. But I'm not going anywhere. I'm getting my checkups. That's another thing. A lot of people sent me messages saying I'm with you. Guys, Steve Simone, am I a different man or am I a different man?
Absolutely.
I drink water all the fucking time. Last night I drank a fucking little bit of soda with this mamook over here, with Mush Jr. And I had a good time at
You
Bert
had some
Kreischer's.
pizza with pesto
It was
on
really
it.
nice at Bert Kreischer's. No, I didn't have the fucking pizza with the pesto and the goat cheese. I was embarrassed. And then they put sriracha on it to really throw me over the top. It was a green pizza as it was. It looked like somebody vomited. It looks like a cat vomited. You know how if you make shrimp and lobster sauce and take everything out,
Yeah.
a little egg white vomit.
Oh, yeah.
That's what the pie looked like. Only with green pesto on it and goat cheese to boot.
Thank you for
To
having
really-
me, Bert.
To really insult the fuck out of me, okay? And then to really boot, they went. Him and his Tamunkia buddy went and got that fucking hot sauce, sriracha. And we're putting sriracha on pizza.
The slice I saw looked good, though. It was old school, just plain cheese.
Pepperoni. That was our last life where Lee ate like 22.
I had 2 slices and
Lee
you
even took one in his jacket. He didn't think I could smell it.
wear a jacket.
I could smell the slice in his jacket. I knew he didn't have no hummus packed on his neck. I went to a party today, a kid's party. They had hummus. And I just walked away from the table. And he said, I didn't want to leave no evidence just in case I snapped. They had hummus with tomato on it with little fucking nice little Italian breads. What a waste of Italian
I was going
bread.
to say, it's tough to find good bread out
And
here.
then they had like 3 pepperonis. I swallowed them all before any of those fucking Gentiles had a heart attack. 3 pepperonis, you're fucking done. I had a good week this week, dog. I went to gymnastics class.
Oh.
I went to ballet class. I went to a kid's birthday party. I went to, like I said, my wife didn't go to fucking church this morning, so I ruined my morning. But I got to spend time with them. We went to 2 parties today. It was quite a weekend. Next week, Tampa bitches. And the weekend after that, Lexington, Kentucky. Then the week after that, it's Halloween, motherfuckers. And I'm at home. I got like a fucking recital on Friday night. I got like a fucking Halloween costume with I'm Superman.
Oh, that's
on
awesome.
Saturday night. We'll keep you posted, motherfucker. See you in Tampa. Steve Simone, I want to thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Steve Simone, I want to thank my man, the Christ killer, Lisa Ayad, I want to thank you. And I want to thank the spirit of Ralphie May for guiding me in comedy the last 20 years, because that's what he did. He fucking forced me to be a better comic when he tell me little things from time to time. So this podcast is out of respect for Ralphie May. I hope he's in a better place now. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you guys for listening. Have a great week. Stay black. Have a happy, ambiguous day. Ever since you yanked Columbus Day, you fucking liberals. Now what are you going to do? Anyway, listen to my church people. We all want to eat better. Like I told you in the beginning of the show, all right? We all want to eat better. We really try. When it comes to snacks, sometimes it feels like the whole world is delicious and 1 billion calories versus boring and tasteless. You wake up in the middle of the night and all you want's an Oreo.
Oh.
How many Oreos can you eat at 2 in the morning? You ever think about that? But no. If you eat that stuff, it's terrible for you. You get diabetes, the whole goddamn thing. It's not good. You shouldn't have to be that way. You got to up your snack game with Nature Box. Now, Nature Box, that's the snack of champions right there. Nature Box has 100 snacks that taste good and are actually better for you. All snacks are made from high quality, simple ingredients, which means no artificial flavors, colors, sweeteners, nothing. So you can feel good about what you're eating. You understand me? My favorite, I got a ton of favorites. I got the garlic plantain. I got the salt and vinegar veggie chips. I got the mini Belgian waffles. There's a ton of things I like. Look at me. Listen, you're sure to find your new snack obsession with Nature Box. They add new snacks every month inspired by real customer feedback. That means the latest food trends and professional chefs. It's so simple. Just go to naturebox.com, choose the snacks you want, and NatureBox will deliver them right to your door. So you go over to the page, you see what they want, or you go to the bestseller page, you got the white cheddar caramel popcorn, you got the cheddar and Hatch chili crackers, you got the garlic plantain, the sour cream and onion straws. It never stops. The almond butter, the mocha almonds, the pistachio almond mix, the coconut cashews, the blueberry nom-noms. Listen to me. This is the way to go. If you want a snack and you want to feel good, Nature Box is the way to do it. And it's simple. Go to naturebox.com, choose one of those snacks I just told you, and Nature Box will deliver it right to your door. Who's better than Nature Box? Nobody. And there's no risk. If you ever try a snack you don't like, don't eat it. Nature Box will replace it for free. What did I just say? Free. They'll replace it for free, okay? So take a chance. Columbus did. You want to try the garlic plantains? Bam! Try them with confidence because Nature Box will work with you. Number 2, what I'm going to do for you tonight is this, out of respect. Right now, Nature Box is offering the church of what's happening now. Right now, the family, 50% off your first order when you go to naturebox.com/Joey, Joey. That's naturebox.com/Joey, Joey, for 50% off your first order. Listen to me, naturebox.com/Joey. It's that easy. You'll be feeling better about yourself, more confident, and you'll be eating healthy. Who's going to be better than you? Number 2, you people know I'm a gambling enthusiast. You need help, I'm here for you. That's what Uncle Joey does. You understand me? Wait, am I lying to you? Do we not have one conversation on that about how you're mush and the whole thing, and I don't keep you away, keep you away from the action because, you know. But anyway, that's not here to say. Why are we talking about poor Lee? Leave fucking Lee alone, Joey. Leave him alone. Anyway, it's football season. It's about, you're 2 weeks away, 3 weeks away from basketball season. And then guess what happens after that? You're 3 weeks away from NFL playoff season. Then it's college basketball and bowl season. And there you are. You haven't made a dime all season. And you know what? Before every game, you're not too bad. Why are you doing this? Why are you watching these games? And start to make some Guinness. Start to make some money with this. MyBookie is the industry-leading website that hooks you up with all your betting needs. You understand me? From novice to professional. And and with their great odds, fast payouts, and decades of expertise, you can bet with confidence. You understand what that feels like? To throw a couple G's down and go eat a cheesesteak and go to bed and wake up the next morning and know the Guinness is going to be there? That's MyBookie. Your team doesn't even have to win. They just need to cover the spread. What are you waiting for? Lay down some cash and win big today. If you know your team sucks, do yourself a favor and bet against them. If they lose, you'll make money. And if they win, you'll still be happy, all right? Where you bet is just as important as who you're betting on. That's why I'm urging you people to make your way to MyBookie. Why? Because I trust them. They've been around, and you got to take my word for it. Check them out yourself. They have in-game live betting and a mobile site that makes wagering on the go easier than ever. You can also check out the online casino if you'd rather just play a few hands of blackjack or roll the dice with craps. That's how good MyBookie is. So do me a favor, all right? Join now, and MyBookie will match your deposit with up to 100% bonus. Use promo code CHURCH, CHURCH, to activate this offer. Visit mybookie.ag, uppercase. Again, mybookie.ag, uppercase. Use the promo code CHURCH right now. It's this simple. You play, you win, you get paid. Why sit there with a bunch of winners if you ain't winning money? Go to mybookie.ag right now. Tell them Uncle Joe.
Yo, what up, Rutger? IDK, how are you, dog? What's good in the hood? What's new in your neck of the woods? We're watching Joey Diaz's The Church of What's Happening Now and trolling people on Kick. How about you, baby?
Thanks.
What's good?
Take magnesium. Why? For better sleep or something? I still have those kind of, well, not often anymore. Anytime I get really drunk or dehydrated, I notice like pain in my kidney or whatever it is. I think like if I don't drink enough water, I start forming kidney stones. I can actually.
How'd you hear about me, Rutger? Was it from Kick?
What is the sound alert?
or Discord.
Thank you very much. Why didn't I get an alert? Thank you for the raid. Just driving to Santa Monica or Venice Beach and the drop from.
Oh, tight. Hey, guys.
Thanks.
Excellent. Yeah, dog. I got you. I think that Vitaly does some really great stuff. I think he's got a really great community. I appreciate the ability to be able to stream there. I spoke with a moderator there yesterday and just said I'd like to stream in here. And they thought my project was really interesting. If you're not familiar with it, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for many different streams for world peace. That is the number one goal of all of this is world peace. I don't want war anymore. And peace is very important. So how do we get to peace? Well, I think two important questions that exist in the world are world hunger and world thirst. How do we solve world hunger? Through perhaps desalinization plants, or that's world thirst. World hunger is hydroponic farming, vertical farming, and cloud seeding. I hope I become rich too. Rudger, I'm going to make you rich too.
IDK said, hope you become rich.
I think I'm going to become the richest person on earth. And why? Content is Earth's number one, or data is Earth's number one resource. It's more valuable than food, water, gold, petroleum, and the ability to have your data archived can make you a very influential person. As Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king. Well, if that's true, I have more content than any person ever. And it's essentially the story of a person's life and their journey to become viral. As you see here, I have many different devices. And if you're like, Rabbi, what are all those devices? I have robots that I've created. And these robots constantly go through the Kick Just Chatting profiles and just spam them with people becoming aware of what I do, who I am, what I do. And it's really hard in life for people to pay attention to you. And these bots certainly help grab attention. This is essentially a timeline for the world. It goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between.
Roger IDK said, how will you get money from streams?
Pretty easily. I can do it through several ways. One is product placement. Two is becoming a spokesperson. Three is monetization on different platforms. Four is through donations. 5 are cryptocurrency sites. 6 are certain partnerships. 7 are influencer opportunities. 8 is social media. 9, I would say there are miscellaneous ways, that which I haven't covered, but there are many different ways I can profit from this data. I can sell it. I don't want to, though. I want to give it to the world. The reason why it's important is that any person can watch this and connect with an individual, just like you did, just like I have a portal into Vitaly's stream. And that's important, that we connect in the world. We have too many fences that divide us and not enough opportunities or portals to connect us. So I do my best to live my life always online, and I have been now for more than 3 years. It's the biggest event in global history. No one has more data online than I do. It is huge. When it comes to where else am I streaming, I'm on 33 different platforms. So it's not just YouTube. What do you think about Muslims?
Roger IDK said, what do you think about Muslims?
I love Muslims. Some of the best people I've known in the world are Muslim. I've lived with Muslims. I've lived with an imam, if you know what that is. It's a leader within Islam. I think very highly of Muslims, so just so you're aware, I have a very positive take on Muslims. I want peaceful accords between all people of all religions. I think we're moving more towards monism within religion, which is like a societal merging, and thus some of the differences between us, like religion or perhaps even socioeconomic status and some other things like race, are having walls that are being bridged. I love you. I love you too, dog. You're amazing.
Rugger IDK said, respect, bro.
Dude.
Rugger IDK said, I love you. Rugger
Definitely.
IDK said, please don't forget us when you become famous and rich.
Hey, I will not. Number one, everyone should know Rutger
Rugger
IDK.
IDK said, do you watch football?
Hell yeah,
Rugger
dude. I'm a
IDK
huge football
said,
fan.
Soccer.
Oh. I watched the Women's World Cup. All of it. I can name more Women's World Cup players probably than you can. Do you mean men's soccer? I watched the Men's World Cup, but not as closely as I watched the Women's World Cup. And the Men's World Cup is, I watched it. And I like FIFA. I watch the World Cup. If you're talking about Premier League and stuff like that, I keep up on that kind of stuff. I'm a huge sports fan. So any kind of sport, if it's soccer, even like cricket and rugby, I'm probably a bigger cricket and rugby fan than just like your average person. Even though, like, I can't tell you a lot about them, I can tell you about.
Rugger IDK said,
Yeah, men's soccer. I gotcha.
men's soccer.
I gotcha. Yeah. I am a moderate fan in men's
Rugger
soccer.
IDK said, Messi or Ronaldo?
Great question. Personally, I like Ronaldo. Nothing against Messi, but there was something about Ronaldo, and if you remember as well, Ronaldinho, there was just like this line of Brazilian soccer players that were like just passing on the torch to each other, and Ronaldo was the last, or was the most recent of that. I would say though Messi for Argentina is like obviously a superstar and has brought the game, I would say, more into the homes of at least those in the United States more than Ronaldo ever did. I was quite impressed with the Argentinian team in the World Cup. They played very, very well. I'm excited for the upcoming Olympics. I love the Olympics, especially the Summer Olympics. Summer Olympics are amazing. Do you like the Olympics? Any teams that for which you're rooting? Any events that you like? I like track and field. I like sometimes they have Olympic events, and then other times it's no longer Olympic event. So I don't know if golf is anymore an Olympic event, but like I like golf, but really probably like just the last hole. I like what else? Swimming. So like I really get into women's sports. I'm more a men's sport fan generally, but I do my best to watch women's sports as much as I can. Just, I mean, they're in,
IDK said, Euro is starting soon. Rugger IDK said, European Football Cup.
right. Well, I can tell you that I will have to get into that more. Oh, hi, Jusovic. Yeah, Jusovic.
Oh, hi.
Jusovic is like, oh my word, somebody else is here. Hey, Jusovic, I don't know how Jusovic found out about me, but Rutger IDK found out about me in a guy named Vitali, his Discord. To give you a background, I'm live in a bunch of different Discords right now. I'm live in Vitali's Discord. I'm live on Orlando Jets Discord. I'm live in the regular Kick Discord. I'm live on Chef Ed's Discord. Live in a bunch of Discords. And live in Aiden Ross's Discord. I'm basically one central cog with a bunch of spokes that are reaching out.
I told you I found you on Kick. Juiciphobic said that Rugger IDK high.
Greetings, ball sniffers. This
Excellent.
podcast is brought to you by
Juiciphobic.
I Hate My Boss.
Apologies.
The newest
I don't always
podcast.
remember where people learn of me. And to be honest with you,
Rugger IDK said and Juiciphobic hello.
I am just glad you found me. So I'm glad. So if you see here, I have a bunch of different robots. If you don't know, I mean, I don't stream on Kick. And the reason is, I have 1,000 followers on one.
Juiciphobic said Vitali's Discord. Wait, I am in there.
Oh, tight. Yeah. So I'm live in Vitali's Discord right now. If you know who Vitali is, I didn't until he started doing these child predator streams, which I think are really cool. I was a big fan of the.
Juiciphobic said, add me on Discord. I sent you request.
Are you talking to me? Am I the person to whom you are speaking? I'll take a look. I have 3 different accounts, so maybe can you tell me what your name is in Discord, Juiciphobic, and I'll send you a message. Same with you, Rudger IDK. So to give you guys, so Juiciphobic has known about me longer than Rudger IDK, I imagine. But yeah, I'm a fan of Vitali. I'm a fan of
Juiciphobic said, yes.
Add me on Discord. I sent you a request. Yes. Juiciphobic, what is your thing? Mine?
Juiciphobic said, Juiciphobic.
Oh, cool. Excellent. That makes it easy enough. Smart move. Add my username, Juiciphobic. Send friend request. Friend request sent. Okay, if you can check Juice, Jusufovic. Yep, Juiciphobic. All right, and then regular IDK. Well, you can send me one wherever I am with Vitali. So yeah, other things that we like to discuss on this stream, to be honest with you, Rutger IDK, I like podcasts a lot. And I don't know if you like podcasts, but I listen to podcasts like 24/7. And as best I can, I'm always trying to learn something or just have something going in my mind. I just like the.
Juiciphobic said, got it.
Excellent, you got it. I like the stimulation. Not that I have to have something. I'm fine. And then, like right now, it's quiet, and I'm fine with that. But usually, I like to watch something. I'm a big fan of the Joe Rogan Experience. If you know what that is, Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out. The Joe Rogan Experience. Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. That's his little intro. I also really like anything Joey Diaz does. I like stand-up comedy a lot. I consider myself a stand-up comic. I don't want to say aficionado, but because I don't know all the stand-ups, but like someone who is interested in stand-up comedy. So if you think you're funny, then I want to hear about it or see it. And
Juiciphobic said, yeah, Rutger IDK family, kids or wife?
I do not. That's by choice currently. The reason why is I dedicate my entire life to streaming. And I know that at the end of this, once it goes viral, I'll be the most eligible bachelor on earth. Every woman on earth will want me. I'll be bigger than any guy has ever been ever. Why? I'll be rich because of what I'll be able to do with the data or potential to be rich. I'll be famous and I'll be able to transform my body into anything that I want. I'll be able to have LASIK and perfect vision and perfect teeth and make everything perfect. And then once I'm able to do that, I plan on perhaps getting married someday and having a huge family, perhaps the biggest family in global history. Everybody's going to want to be a part of this. These are like my home videos. It's like you found my home video. This is for my family into the future. So while I don't currently have kids or wife, I do have family, but they're not in this, kids or wife. They do know about that I do this, but you know, I'm basically the only person ever on this.
Said, just like Rothschild's laughing face.
Exactly. We're taking over the world, and we're going to help you do it as well, Jusifovic and Rutger IDK. One day, I hope that through mind uploading technology and life extension technology, we are on some spacecraft looking at a map of the galaxy, and we are able to say any of those solar systems can be yours. You just choose one and do with it what you want. It's your own little zoo. And perhaps that's what someone did with our Earth many, many generations ago. Perhaps millions or billions of years. Am I a Freemason? I am a Freemason. Yes, I am. I'm a Mason. I'm a member of Lodge 674 in Long Beach, California. And I am the highest Mason that you can be in that lodge. But yeah, I am a Freemason. In fact, I had to get special permission to become one because most Orthodox Jews are not. The two worlds that don't really intersect. But I got the proper permission to become a Freemason, so I can answer just about any question that you may have on Freemasonry. It is a society with secrets, not so much a secret society. Does Freemasons give you money or what?
Does Freemasons give you money or what?
No, in fact.
Roger IDK said, how do you get it?
How do you get to become a Freemason? Well, we have a phrase, to be one is to ask.
Said, just like Rothschild family. Rutger IDK said, I know about them at Juiciphobic.
Okay, so having nothing to do with my family, because the Rothschild family that you're thinking is not, I mean, we're related through DNA, but that's about it. So think of me as just a random average person, and I am a Freemason. It does not give you money. It costs money. So every year it costs, I don't know, in the state of California, it's like $152 or something like that. And that's based on your lodge size. And there's like a mathematical equation of how much it is every year. So it varies. If you want to know specifically, it's something like $50 to the state of California, $50 to the lodge, and then it was like each person, it's like either $1 or like something like that for every active member or something like that. Or it's something like that. I can't tell you exactly, but I can tell you last it was like $150, $254. So, but in addition to that, there are other things that do have costs along with it, just like in life. You might need to either buy a tuxedo or rent a tuxedo. and shoes and tie and all that other stuff. But it is the world's oldest fraternity, and it's fascinating to be a part of the history. It is, I would say, can be very boring to some people. In fact, I am one of those people who find it exceptionally boring.
Rucker IDK said, "Do you think they're selling soul to the devil for money?" Rucker IDK said, "And would you do such a thing?"
Well, I'm a philosophical kind of person. So at a certain point, everyone has a price and everyone has a breaking point, no matter what it is. So, like, for instance, if you were to say to me, like, hey, you need to give something of yourself in order to achieve this fame or fortune or whatever, that's just for any single person going to be a judgment on their behalf. Some people are really easy and they'd be like, oh, yeah, I'll do anything for money or fame. Other people, you're going to have to negotiate with that person. But every single person has a price, or every single person has a breaking point. So to say, like, any person would be like, I would absolutely not do it, they're lying to you. They're not being honest with you. And the thing is, they may not knowingly be lying to you, but they are deceiving you because everyone has a point. You're either going to be able to torture the person, or you're going to be able to bribe the person or do something to be able to get them to do what you want. So it's then about what is that point. So do I think that people are selling themselves for money? Yeah, all the time. Freemasonry? No, at least not at its lower levels. And I can tell you, perhaps at very high levels, I'm sure it happens, but at its lowest levels, it does not. So your local Freemason, who is like the guy who owns the house on your corner with a family, and who perhaps is, always has their yard mowed, that's your kind of person who you're going to find is a Freemason, with the house painted and everything just like according to be the way that it is, just because there's a higher level of what's the word for which I'm looking? There's a higher level of enlightenment. That's the word for which I was looking. A higher level of enlightenment when you are a Freemason. You're just more aware of your surroundings, I would say. You're more aware of architecture. You're more aware of symbolism. You pay more attention to words and actions. And but I can tell you it's very, very boring too. And would I do such a thing? Yeah, everybody has a price. So perhaps my price is further than any other person would go, but everybody has a price at a certain point. Everybody has a breaking point. And so I think, yes, I would, and everybody else on earth would too. So what do I mean by that? There might be someone who's like, look, I am the most pious of people, and I am the biggest tzaddik. I am the most righteous of people, and they're able to turn down every temptation. But then if you were to say, okay, well, we're going to like hurt your family or hurt your friends, then they might say, I have a breaking point. And everybody has a breaking point. So to be honest with you, yeah, I would do it. And some may say I'm doing it right now, but I would make the argument that everybody who is doing a job or who is just doing anything in life is doing what they can for survival. And I'm just doing that, what I see as survival. So, but to answer your question, is the word devil ever mentioned in any of the Freemasonic texts of which I'm aware at in standard masonry now. And is there any point where you have to sell your soul? Uh-uh. Now, people may consider it that symbolically. Do whatever you want. I get a lot out of it because of its symbolism and its geometry, like its mathematics. There's a lot of mathematics in society that you don't recognize, in architecture and its connection to history. There's a lot to it that are really exciting. So, Rudger IDK, I hope that answered your question. That's cool that you found about me from Vitality Stream. If you're still watching, let me know. I'll answer any questions that you have. Oh, you are there. Okay. I would love to find the devil to sell my soul to him. Well, you may be speaking to him. Who knows?
Rudger IDK said, I would love to find the devil to sell my soul to him.
What's your price? Put in the chat what the price is of your soul. I'll buy it. If you're selling your soul and you want to sell it to someone, I'll buy it. Why? Because on the off chance that it's like worth something, I want to be able to give it back to you in the future. So I'll like archive it. I'll have like a soul library. Or even better than that, like a soul lock boxes, so that it's not even like you share them. It's just their like a bank, like a soul bank. So you tell me, Rudger IDK, what's your price? And I'll get you that money. Now, it might take me a little while, but you tell me what your price is. Bet you weren't expecting that answer, were you?
Rudger IDK said 200 million euros.
Easy. You're easy. Your price is low. Perfect. All right, I'll get you that. Give me 1 year, and I think I'll be able to get you 200 million euros. And how? People are starting to find out about my stream. It's just a matter of time. And to find out there's one person out there with whom you can always connect, and they have more data on the internet, on any platform than any person in global history. They have more of a timeline of human activity than any person in global history. That's really exciting to people. And they want to connect with that. So you should know that I think I'll be able to monetize that and get you that 200 million euros within a year. And if I need a little bit more time, that's fine, but I know what your price is. And your soul will be the first one that I buy, unless somebody wants to come in and just give them to me too, which I can understand. But yeah, we'll get you that. So what do you have to do for it? I don't know. We'll have some kind of fucking ceremony. If I can get together 200 million euros, I'll fucking put on a cake in the fucking Shrine Auditorium and do some kind of crazy stuff if you want. Do I love Satan?
Rudger IDK said, do you love Satan greater than? Rudger IDK said, question mark.
Yeah, I do. I love everybody. So I don't feel, I mean, if Satan is, here's the thing, like, if that's a matter of opinion, but yeah, I don't dislike anybody. So someone who's out there, especially those people who feel shunned, as I understand some aspects of Satanism, some aspects, because there are all kinds of different Satanisms, but they feel like Satan is the one that's shunned. And so, you know, if that's how they feel, well, I want those people and their perhaps fictitious ideology to know that there are people out there who love them. And it's sometimes hard to, like, are there things about life that are hard to love? Yeah, but then it wouldn't be life. And who do you believe? I believe in myself.
Rucker IDK said, in who do you believe?
But if you really want to get into my ideological purview, I believe. Well, here's what it really is. I don't know, and no one can know anything ever. And what do I mean by that? You don't really know that I'm saying these words right now. Your mind or your ears are interpreting them and into your brain. But for one reason or another, you could be misinterpreting them or misunderstanding them. In the same way, like someone can have colorblindness and they just don't recognize the world in a certain way that most people do. Everything is subjective. Everything is someone's opinion. So with that being said, I don't believe anyone can know anything, and that's a very Socratean statement, meaning like of Socrates, the Greek philosopher, that the more I learn, the less I know, meaning the greater amount of wisdom that I get, the more I realize I don't know about this world and how much more about the world there is to understand. And I would say, with that being said, if I had to believe in something, people can call it anything that you want. Some people would call it God. Other people would call it Allah. Other people would call it Hashem. Other people will call it whatever they want to call it. At the end of the day, it's energy. What do I mean by energy? I mean whatever it is that keeps all of the heavens and the galaxies and the universe or the multiverse together, whatever this beautiful dance of physics is, whatever that is, that energy, the thing that like can make you find warmth in a child, like smile of your baby, or the love of a mate, or the influence of a friend, whatever makes that wonderful about life, that to me is where I find God. God's in everything, meaning like it's energy. When I say God, that's energy. And I think everybody basically believes that, but nobody can just sum it up like that. Like, okay, what is God? It's energy. So that means all the people who are like, I'm atheist and I don't believe in anything, well, they believe in energy because that's a big part of like a lot of secular thought is the science behind how the world works. And then there are religious folks who are like, oh, yeah, well, that's God. Okay, that's fine. So what is God? God is just energy. It's really just whatever allows this beautiful dance of physics to accurately and safely take place, meaning there's something beautiful about the laws of gravity and laws of attraction and all of that. I hope you buy my soul someday. I do too. It's 200 million euros, dude. That's easy. That's gonna be fucking really easy, dog. I can't wait to buy your fucking soul.
Rucker IDK said, I hope you buy my soul someday.
Easy, dog. 200 million euros? That's child's play. I'll even double that probably at some point just to really give it a end zone dance. Excellent. So I'm in the soul buying business. If you're out there and you want to sell your soul, let me know your price and we'll get it to you. And my hope is that if I do buy all these souls, I'm able to just store them for people and then sell them back to them someday or give them back to them someday. We'll figure it out. Let me know if you have any other questions. I'm here to answer them. I'll answer just about any question that you have. There are some questions I might have to say I can neither confirm nor deny that information. And that is just because, for one reason or another, I can't answer that question at this point. Like, what would be an example of that? Like, if you were to ask me, do I know a password of one of my friends? I'd be like, yeah. If you're like, all right, well, tell me what it is. I'm not going to do that to a friend. So I would basically say, like, I can neither confirm nor deny that information at this time. If I want to talk to the friend and check it with them, hey, can I give away this information of yours? Okay. But just making you aware, there's some information that I might not be able to give at a given point, but in the future, or I'll do my best to be able to get that information to you.
I would sell mine for 50 trillion in immortality.
Okay.
Said, at Jusuphobic, you leveled up to level 2.
Congratulations, Jusuphobic, on leveling up to level 2. So Jusuphobic, I will take that. So firstly, we've got Rutger IDK. The price of their soul is 200 million euros, whatever the hell a euro is, we'll get it. And then to my man Jujuphobic, this person wants it for 50 trillion. We don't even know what theirs is. Smart of Rutger IDK to put at least currency behind it. So 50 trillion euros, 50 trillion francs, 50 trillion shekels, 50 trillion dollars USD. What are we talking? And immortality. Now let's talk about that. Let's talk about it, because if you've ever been curious about immortality, I'm like the king of immortality. And what do I mean by that? I'm someone who regularly talks about life extension technology, digital immortality through mind uploading technology. If you're like, Rabbi, what in the hell are you saying? Bear with me. There is a technology out there where you can scan your brain like in a CAT scan or an MRI and know where every molecule is. Euros. Okay, there you go, Jujuphobic. Thank you. So we would know where every molecule is in the human brain and in the human nervous system, the central nervous system of the human body.
Jusuphobic said, euros.
Excellent. 50 trillion euros in immortality, but let's talk about that. Jujuphobic, I'm going to change the way that you make that statement. I don't care what the price is. That's nothing. But the fact that you want immortality, you might not want immortality. And what do you mean? You want immortality within reason. And what do I mean by that? You have to understand, being immortal at a certain point, perhaps, is a punishment. Why? Because at a certain point, you've done everything on Earth. You've done everything in the stars. You've done everything. You would have had sex with everything. You would have done everything. You would have jumped as far as you could. You would have done absolutely everything. What about your body? No one says that your body has to continue. You might just be a skeleton of what you once were. You want to be specific about this. So when you say, I want immortality, you would say, I want immortality within reason. It's the same question that when you rub a lamp and a genie comes out and says, I'll grant you 3 wishes. Everybody thinks the smart answer is, I, with my wish, want as unlimited wishes. Okay, if you say that can be a punishment, because you might not be able to do all of this stuff. You might have to sit there, and since you said unlimited wishes, you have to sit there and just make wishes, and you never get to enjoy any of them. So be very, very careful with the words that you use. So when you say you want immortality within reason. What do you mean within reason? You want immortality to the point that you can do all the stuff that you want and live as long as you want and have different mech warrior suits and different bodies and different mind uploading technologies and perhaps a clone of yourself, or perhaps a cybernetic being of yourself, or a cyborg of yourself, or an avatar of yourself, or an ethereal being, whatever it may be. You may want that, and at a certain point, you don't want it anymore. So you always want the ability to either stop being immortal if you want, or change it within reason, because I could also say to you, okay, you're immortal, and all of your immortality is going to be a punishment. You're going to be tortured the whole time. And you'd be like, oh, that's the worst thing ever. No, not what I meant. Not what I meant. So that's why you say within reason. Because then if somebody said, okay, you're going to be immortal and I'm going to torture you, you would say, that's not within reason. Okay? That's obviously outside a reasonable person's perspective as to what one would consider to be reasonable. So I'm just making you aware. You want to be careful with your words. So if you say I would sell mine for 50 trillion, well, trillion what? Be specific, euros, and then immortality. You want to say within reason. And why within reason? Because if I said, okay, it's going to be immortal, but I'm going to torture you the whole time, you would say, I don't want that. That's outside of the scope of reason. I hope that makes sense. And if you're like, Rabbi, you're really specific. You're damn right. The minutia of life is sexy to me. I'm a very detail-oriented person. They may say the devil's in the details. Well, consider me he. Let me know if you have any other questions or you want to know anything more. In the meantime, if you're like, what in the hell are you doing? I just kind of have to keep an eye on these robots. They're going 24. You're welcome. They're going 24/7. And just occasionally I might have to tweak them or tinker with them a little bit. And for the most part, I am able to really like carpet bomb Kick. What do I mean by that? I have created follow robots and spam robots, aka follow bots and spam bots, that spam and follow every person on Kick within the just chatting category. And that means every single day, these people, these poor people, I feel very badly for them. And I've been able to make friends with many of them after they understand why I'm doing this. But essentially, I have these robots that follow everybody and drive everybody crazy and make them aware that I live stream my life on YouTube and Twitter and Kick. Well, I was on Kick, on Rumble and on Instagram and on Billy and on Nemo Live and on Trovo and on D Live and on Africa.tv and on Vine Live and on Odyssey Live or Odyssey. I'm live on Caffeine. I'm live on more streams than any other person on earth. 24/7 you can watch me. It's the biggest event in global history. I stream on at least 6 to 8, usually 8 different streams at any given time from multiple cameras. I have a ceiling camera. I have straight on cameras. I have every kind of camera that you can consider. I've had cameras that follow me when I walk. I have all kinds of cameras. And it's the biggest event in global history. It's really, really a big deal to have somebody who is honest and willing to put their name out there in front of the world as I am. And all I do is just make people aware that I stream my life for world peace. So let's say Vitali comes into the stream and he's like, hey, what is this? What are you doing in my Discord? I'm going to say to him, hey, Vitali, I'm a big fan of your, vigilante justice. I think that's really cool. and I think that it's good to protect children. I personally I'm not that huge of a fan of your stream, though. It's not like I'm a super fan. I just know that you have a really great community, and I stream my life 24/7. I want to give the community a view into my life, and I do this on a bunch of people's different discords, and like most recently, Action Man did a live stream from like Miami to New Orleans to St. Louis to Chicago to Detroit to Philadelphia to New York City, a lot around the whole time. Like I was just in his chat, and it was really cool. And so basically, when you live online, you get to know these people and their different personalities and such. And so I would say to him, I've seen probably, I don't know, 5 of his streams or something, and I have read his Wikipedia. But aside from that, it's not like I'm a gigantic fan. But that doesn't mean that I think what he does is really good, and I wouldn't stream in there if I didn't. I'm also in other creators' streams as well, and yeah, I would then probably show my robots, and that's what I basically do. So if you can see my robots here, you're probably like, well, I can't see them really well, Rabbi. If you type in Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube and filter by live, of anything that you remember about my stream, always filter by live, because I'm shadow banned a lot of times because I put out so much content, and because I'm just so amazing that it's sometimes hard to find me. So always filter by live. That's really important. And if you filter by live, you will find that I am live in basically 360 degrees, 24/7. And that is a big deal in society because content is king, and I put out more content than any person alive. And if you're like, all right, so what do you do? I sing karaoke, I dance, I sing. Oh, I just said that. But I really, to be honest with you, I'm more about learning. So I watch a lot of documentaries, listen to a lot of podcasts. I always have podcasts going 24/7. I mean, even if I have them muted so you can hear me.
Have them for the drive. You have them throughout the world.
And I also watch other streamers, but I get a kick out of to be honest with you. The streamers on there are so sick of me because of all of my bots that they all know who I am. So I can go into any one of their streams and just be like, hey, this is Rabbi Rothschild. And a lot of times they're like, oh, no way. I know exactly who you are. You're that annoying motherfucker who always spams my chats. And it's like, yeah, guilty. And
Roger IDK said, thank you, Rabbi. You are officially my God. I have sold my soul to you.
Excellent, dog. And it's just a pending transaction. So you're an easy one. 200 million euros. Mark it down, folks. And then we've got another offer of what was it? $1 trillion, 50 trillion, and immortality. But we had to explain the idea about the immortality. So, Rudger IDK, if you would, keep spreading the news about who I am and what I do. And I do more than just buy people's souls. But, and, you know, like, okay, so what else do I do? Do you play video games? Yeah, a little. I play Fortnite. I play Civilization. I play Age of Empires. I play Madden. I play college football. I play. And it's like, okay, well, where is that? It's way back on my stream. And what did I stream? I streamed Civilization. I streamed Fortnite. I streamed some Minecraft. And I also stream other streamers too. So I've got a lot of that content for gamers. When it comes to, look, if to be honest with you, I could give a shit about other streamers and stuff. I care about really interesting shit like aliens and ufology and alien disclosure and advanced propulsion and really advanced physics. Like that's what's really interesting to me. Force fields, invisibility cloaks, anti-gravity weaponry, anti-gravity, gravity control, all that shit is really interesting to me. Advanced physics, if I haven't said that, is just like cosmology, the like study of the universe. That is all really interesting to me, and I love it. I love astronomy, the study of stars. I pay a lot of attention to that. And so if you want to know, like, what do we watch on this stream? We watch a lot of stand-up comedians. I'm not going to lie. I do my best to just always be doing something. But I do watch a lot on particle physics, and these two worlds overlap, and there's a reason. Stand-up comedians are some of the smartest individuals in society. Some of them are. And then advanced physics is some of the most, advanced knowledge that we have as a society. So a lot of times these two worlds will overlap. Then there's also just the good old part of just it being like a clown-like atmosphere. So you can watch me whenever you want. Obviously, you can watch me in the different Discords, but I'm live on YouTube, and I'm starting to get more and more popular. And hopefully one day people will see this and recognize that this is...
Your IDK said, I will share your message. I am your prophet.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Redger IDK. Here's the goal. If you really want to know what the goal is, get Vitali to know about this. A shout out from Vitali can change the world. And here's why. Once people find how much content that I have, it is overwhelming. It is so much content that it will take years for people to go through it all because I have years worth of content that is completely unseen. So if you're like, what do you mean, Rabbi? Redger IDK, do you have the ability to go on like TikTok? Do you know what TikTok is? I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. So all you have to do is type in viral rabbi in any search engine and all my shit comes up. And so you'll see all the stuff that I have. These are all my accounts. Every single one of these is my account. Basically, let's see here. You can see it. Yeah, all of these are my accounts. So you'll see. All of these are all the same. They're all my accounts. And I have over 1,000 of them. Last I counted, it was like 1,069. So let everybody know about this. And let's get Vitali to find out about it. I'm going to make him a trillionaire. I'll make you a trillionaire. And we'll make this a really big deal.
Yeah, my mother loves it. She just, I'm what can I help you out? And she's like, you need to get a new fan, something keep the live. It's like, hey, whatever, look, want somebody to be happy, you want them to do what they want. Yeah, there's always that thing, you don't want to end up being a garbage man, Was that did that ever make you feel bad? You didn't think anything about it? Was there any...
To these people, when he borrowed the money, he bought what's the hot Greek yogurt now?
I don't know. I know what you're talking
You know
about.
what I'm talking about? Tremendous. Then he had to buy a plant in Twin Falls, Idaho, and what he hires is refugees. he gives them jobs, and people got pissed off at him. And they call him. This guy donated 10% of his factory to his employees. Like they get 10% of the earnings every month from the company. They break it up among like company sharing and all this shit. It was pretty interesting. That story was interesting. And there was another one about a guy who's saying that these phones are programmed to program you.
Huh?
You gotta watch this. I was too deep for fucking Uncle Joey. I had to turn it off.
How does that work?
This guy's saying that the industry is they're programming you through computers and through the phone. His explanation, you gotta hear it when you get a minute. It was on last night.
Can you find out how much an iPhone would cost if they made it in the United States?
I can Google it.
Yeah. Google that, just out of curiosity.
So how much would an iPhone cost there now?
Well, what they cost now, I think a new
$12 a day they get paid.
I think a new iPhone, if you buy it in America, is like $1,000, somewhere in that range.
No.
Yeah, but you know the cell phone company subsidizes it.
Retail it's $1,000. You get it for $200 because Sprint wants you to.
They subsidize it, or
Yeah.
they not subsidize it. What's the word I'm looking for? They make like a lease, and they put it over the term of the contract. So they spread out the amount of money that you're getting paid, or that you're paying for the phone. So if you're going to pay $600 for the phone, they spread it out over 3 years. So you have a 3-year contract. So like you can get it for like $200 off. And so it looks great. It looks great. But it's just factored into your monthly bill.
Right.
And you have them for like 3 years.
I tried to pay the phone. They were like, nah, they gave me a hard time. Like, what?
Yeah, they don't want to do that.
They don't want to do that.
They don't want to do that. It's probably more valuable to them. And then also you can't leave. I guess if you can leave if you have like a phone that is what's the word without a unlocked,
service code.
Unlocked,
Jailbroken.
No, I don't think it's that. I think it's unlocked. Jailbroken is when you get into it and you can fuck with it, right?
Yeah. So it says that if all the components were made in the U.S., it would push the cost up to $600, which they think would retail it for $2,000.
Oh, so it'd be like $1,000 more. Wow.
We got to pay what? A lot more in fucking wages.
Yeah.
More than $12 a day. More like fucking $200 a day.
Yeah, probably more than that, right?
Yeah.
What's a union wage for a factory worker, I wonder, in America? You know, and then people say, well, the cost of living is less over there. Like, okay, but so's the standard of living, you know? I don't know, man. I'm no perfect person. I don't.
And where they make these phones?
China.
A certain city in China, like a real fucking...
I don't know. I don't know enough about it. I probably should know more. But it's one of the dark things about the cell phone industry. I think they said the new one they're going to make somewhere else. Why did I read it? Did I read that somewhere? That they're going to make the new
They changed suppliers of something recently. I don't know. Let's see.
Is it Canada? Did I read that the new iPhone will be made in Canada? Did I read that, or am I making shit up?
I could Google that next. It says the average assembly line worker makes about
2, 1, boom, and we're live. First of all, cheers, gentlemen. Let's have a little toast. Relax. Bob, thank you very much for doing this. I really appreciate it. I understand that you've told this story many, many times. You've been grilled many, many times, and it's very stressful for you. So I really, really appreciate your time. For people who don't know the story, there is a documentary. Jeremy Corbell has a documentary out right now. It's called Bob Lazar, Area 51 and UFOs.
And Flying Saucers.
And Flying Saucers.
Bob Lazar, Area 51 and Flying Saucers.
Okay. I first heard your story decades ago. I told you last night when we went out to dinner, I've seen pretty much every interview you've ever given. I've followed the story incredibly closely. But for people who don't know the story, let's give them the bullet points. You used to work at Area 51. And Area 51, God, you went like, huh?
Well, we want to be accurate.
Okay.
Area S4.
S4. Okay.
It's about 15 miles south of Area 51.
Okay.
But,
you worked in how would you describe it?
I guess within the Area 51 compound, you can call that a subset of Area 51.
And you got that job. Before that, you were working
Before that, I had worked at Los Alamos
Right.
National Labs in New Mexico.
And you were involved in what kind of work?
Nuclear weapon development, physics. I mean, they do everything there.
So how do they approach you to say, hey, Bob, why don't you come on out to the Nevada desert?
Well, the way this went down was, at that time, it was 1982, I had put a jet engine in my Honda, and Los Alamos put it on the front page of the paper. Said,
God, where are you?
Los Alamos man, physicist at the lab,
California.
built this 200 mile an hour, Honda jet car that I drove to work every day. So I was known in Los Alamos as the guy with the weird car, and you could hear it from a mile away. Anyway, the day that came out on the front page of the paper was the day Edward Teller, the father of the hydrogen bomb, was giving a lecture down there at the lab. And we didn't have much going on that day in our group, and I asked if I could go down there. And I went down there early, and Ed Teller was outside, leaning on a brick wall there and reading the front page of the paper. Now, this is a guy out of history, so I introduced myself. Hey, I'm the guy you're reading about there. And we talked for a little while, and it was cool. Fast forward to years later, I had moved out to Las Vegas and had, left Los Alamos and, went on to other things. And I wanted to get back into the scientific community. I left to start other businesses and
a mixture
and that sort of thing.
Potatoes,
so I sent resumes out, and one of them went out to Ed Teller and referenced our meeting, back in the day. And anyway, he remembered me and gave me a reference, somebody to contact at EGNG. And that's pretty much how it started.
But it's like,
so you
French
get a phone
fries
call
with
or a
cheese
letter? Like, what do you
salsa.
get?
Well, I got
Like no one puts salsa
what did I
on
get?
French
I got a letter initially, and went down for an interview probably a couple times, and it was down at EG&G Special Projects, which was at McCarran Airport at that time out in Las Vegas.
And did they give you any sort of job description, what you were applying for?
They said it was for I can't remember exactly what they did. This was a long time ago, but I think it was advanced propulsion or something like that. Something relatively generic. And they said it's in a remote area. It's going to be some days on, some days off.
No, call me Rabbi. I prefer
it was kind of not exactly a full-time job, but you might have to be out there for 2 weeks at a time and take 2 weeks off. So it was kind of the work schedule would be kind of broken up.
And did it seem attractive to you,
No.
or did it seem weird?
No, it really wasn't weird, because people that work at the test site, anybody that's familiar with the area up there, working at the nuclear test site or at the Tonopah test range north of there, that's typically how things go.
So you had known about it from the scientific community? Because the Area 51 at that time was
No, they didn't say
still
anything about Area
classified.
51.
Okay, so
They just said it was in a remote location, and you just know it was up at the test site.
Right.
So, but there was no mention of Area 51 at that time.
So they've done
Look
hundreds
at this
of
one.
nuclear tests in Nevada.
this
That
tree.
whole area there's giant chunks of Nevada that people.
Yeah, there's a
Under IDK.
big piece of
Look at this
Nevada, and
tree.
it's split up into different areas. There's a nuclear test site. There's Area 51.
wild.
There's the Tonopah test range north of that. There's little sub areas. There's areas where they test chemical weapons and things like that. So it's all broken up as a gigantic test area.
If you're
So
like,
take me
"Where's
back
that
to first
tree?"
day on the job.
Type viral
You accept the
Rabbi
job.
in
They
YouTube
take you
and
out
Filter
there.
by Live,
Yeah.
and you'll see
It's,
the one that has a red.
The first day, really, I didn't really get to see a whole lot. The first day was essentially just paperwork. That's when I flew into Area 51 proper. And I left McCarran Airport and flew what they call the Janet flights. Just, a passenger plane from Las Vegas to Area 51. And it was really just going through a mountain of paperwork that day. From security clearances to... it was like 2 or 3 hours of just solid paperwork. And that was really an uneventful first day.
When did things get weird? When did you realize Like, at what point in time did you say, hey, this is not normal work? Like, this doesn't even seem like it's from this planet.
That I can't tell you what day that occurred on, because so much time has gone by. The days have kind of fused into one, and I can't separate the days.
Was it a slow burn, or was there a moment of recognition?
Well, the first inkling I had was when I came in. There's this facility that is at S4. It's in the side of a mountain. And normally we had pulled in with the bus and gone around the front through a normal double door. This time that I went in, there were hangar doors open. I went in through the hangar door, and in the hangar door was the disc, the flying saucer that I worked on. I saw it sitting there, and we walked by it. It had a little American flag stuck on the side, and I thought, oh my God, this finally explains all the flying saucer stories. This is just an advanced fighter, and this is fucking hilarious.
Right.
So I went by, I slid my hand alongside it. I got reprimanded immediately for touching the thing. And there was a guy, an armed guard, that followed us in and just said, keep your eyes forward and your hands at your side and just walk in the door. So that was the first time I had seen anything that was weird. It was sometime later that I was introduced to my my lab partner, Barry, and we had some of the subcomponents of the craft in the lab. And Barry was very anxious to get a new lab partner, so he was very talkative and couldn't wait to show me different things. And it was in the demonstration of the reactor working where it caught my attention to where this is technology that doesn't even exist. So, I mean, that was the first time I knew that this is really something different.
What was it? What was it? What was it about this reactor that made you think that it didn't exist technologically?
Well, it was I actually have to back up, because there were some briefings that I read before that certainly gave me the impression that this was going to be a weird job, but this was the first hands-on thing. This was a small reactor about the size of a hemisphere, about the size of a basketball, on a metal plate. And when it was running, it produced a gravitational field of its own. Now, this is something that we can't do. We can't produce any gravity. The only way we get gravity is from large quantities of mass. But there's no machine we can have that turns on that makes gravity. Like, you can turn on an electromagnet and it makes a magnetic field. We can't make a gravitational field. Anyway, this device was producing that. And Barry said, almost like he was bragging, go ahead, try and touch the sphere. And I couldn't. It pushed my hands away, just like two like poles of a magnet. So that was
so like when you take two magnets and you try to press them together and they push against each other.
Yeah, that kind of cushion feeling, but you can't get them together. The closer you put them, the more they push. But
and you felt that physically
with my hand. Yeah. Now there's nothing that does that, and that immediately caught my attention. Going, wow, this is something else.
What was your thought? Like when you felt that and you knew that there was nothing that you were aware of that could produce
then
this?
That connected me to the briefings that I read on the first day at S4 was that, everything that I had read was apparently accurate.
What were you reading?
I read, it was kind of an overview. This project was to back engineer the alien craft. And specifically, it was to try and back engineer and see if we can duplicate the technology with available materials. Now, to do this, they split the project into many different pieces for several reasons. They do this on all classified projects, so nobody has the complete story, but they compartmentalize everything. And we had the power and propulsion system. So what the briefings they gave me were like a 1 or 2 page overview of some of the other projects that were going on, on the craft. The only reason they do that is just in case what you're working on is connected intimately in some way that we don't know of to one of the other projects. You have to know their their existence. So again, they have everything from metallurgy to weapon potential of the craft, and these were all essentially very short briefings, but mine was just power and propulsion, and it made it very clear that what I read was accurate.
So when you were reading that, before you actually saw the reactor, what were your thoughts on what they were describing? If you knew that something like that didn't exist, and they're describing it in the briefings, what did you think you were going to see?
I didn't know at the time. I mean, I was reading, I thought, is this some kind of test?
See if you're crazy?
Well, not to see if I'm crazy, to, a lot of times they'll take in real high security jobs. I mean, they'll intentionally insert nonsense into them, whether it's to confuse the fact or if for someone was to leak it out, they would carry that information along and know where it came from. So I read through the documents, but, I didn't know if this was, part of some kind of test or, or what, or was it potentially realistic? I mean, I really didn't consider it being all that possible as far as being the actual thing that I was going to work on at the time.
How did they turn it on?
The reactor?
Yeah.
The reactor can be turned on or turned off in a lot of different ways. The way Barry showed me it, the hemisphere is removed. There's a small tower in the middle. When you put the hemisphere on, the reactor activates. The reactor shuts down. It's load sensing. So if there's no load on the reactor at all, it shuts down. When there's a load present on it, it starts up again.
Load meaning?
You can consider it an electrical load. So although it doesn't necessarily operate electrically, there's no wiring that connects any of the subcomponents together whatsoever. They just have to be in the immediate vicinity. The stuff is borderline magic. And that's essentially where we left it, when I left the project.
So there was no progress made?
There was some progress. I mean, we did identify, at least we think, some processes and had a rough idea, we think, of what was going on. But I think this is a problem that they've had for a long time. And, I was replacing somebody that Barry worked with prior to me. And I think there was some horrific accident that I didn't have a whole lot of information on, but, Barry alluded to that.
A horrific accident, like where someone died, or?
Yeah, where somebody died.
Because they were trying to tamper with things or figure out how something worked?
Yeah, the reactor in particular.
But yet he let you touch it.
Yeah, I think what they were trying to do was cut into one.
Oh,
now
Jesus.
they had more than one there, and that was supposedly there was an unannounced nuclear test, and that's what it was. At the time, remember, they were still doing underground nuclear tests at the test site. But from what I understand, according to Barry, there was an attempt made. Now, this must have been a pretty desperate attempt because it's not a very scientific process to analyze something that way. But it looked like they used a plasma cutter or something like that to cut into an operating reactor.
How many of these things did they have?
They had nine craft altogether. I only got hands-on with one of them, so I can't really say how the others operated.
Did you see the other ones?
Yeah, at one time, and only one time, the bay doors that between the hangars were all open, and I could see all the way through.
And were they all exactly the same?
No, they were all different.
Different shapes?
Yeah.
But they were all from somewhere else?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, did anyone make any attempt to explain or to tell you where they came from?
No one is the least bit interested in letting everybody know all the facts. They want to give you the minimum information that's necessary to complete your task. So you're not getting the story of where they came from. You're not getting the story of how much progress other people are making. You just focus on the small component.
But they gave you some indication that they've been working on these for a while?
Yeah.
When do you think they acquired these?
I really couldn't say. I think they've been around for a while.
So they bring you into this room. You see this reactor working. You realize this is nothing that, as far as like the scientific community at current time, has the ability to create.
We still don't.
What is your life like from that moment on? Is that where everything changes? Because I would imagine the moment you actually make contact with something that's extraterrestrial, whether it's an object or a being, something where you can actually absolutely be certain it's not from here, your whole paradigm, the whole world you live in, is now a different place.
Well, this is the only time it became exciting. The rest of the time, it was really an ominous feeling being at work. But at that time, it was exciting. I mean, now I knew we were on the absolute beyond the cutting edge of science. And I was so absolutely excited to be there every single time I was. This was a fantastic opportunity. And however, in short order, it began to concern me. We really have no idea what we're talking about. And the excitement kind of turned to dread at some point, because the amount of power we're dealing with is astronomical. I mean, to affect gravity, to produce the effects like this equipment does, takes huge amounts of power. And I've given the example before of, taking a small portable nuclear reactor and, putting it back into Victorian times, with the scientists of the time, and just dropping it in a room. They come and look at it and see that it's producing power and wonder how it works. So they start taking it apart. And as soon as they get some of the shielding off, the people are going to drop dead because of the radiation inside. Now, the people have no idea that radiation even exists back then. But anybody that comes in to check on them will also drop dead. And, there's no reason that exact scenario couldn't happen with what we're dealing with. We have no idea how the physics operate within this thing. The power levels are, like I said, astronomical. Like, it's incredibly dangerous to tinker with something like that. And, in some respects, we were guinea pigs. Just try to find out how to make this thing.
So they had a series, as far as you surmised, they had a series of different scientists try to back engineer this thing, try to figure out what this thing was, and they would bring in new people and let's throw Bob at it.
Yeah. And I don't know how many, but I knew there was certainly one before me, and I knew he died during the analysis of the reactor itself.
And you don't know how many have worked on it, and no one gave
this
any
could have been
indication.
There for 50 years. It could have been there for 5 years.
When they're giving you instructions, what are they saying? Like, when they're giving you direction, they're showing you all this stuff. Like, what are they saying? What are they asking of you?
Well, essentially what they ask is what I said. We are just to gather as much information as possible, find out how it operates, and see if we can duplicate it.
But they never told you where it was from. They never let you ask questions about where it's from.
Well, if the information I read in the briefings was accurate, now what I do have to say is the information that pertained directly to the reactor was accurate. What I read did jive with reality.
In terms of how?
In terms of how it was made, what we saw, how it operated, the materials, how it, turned on, and what was discovered about it. I'm sorry, the migraine is really making it hard for me to think here.
Sorry, no, we talked that before the podcast. You tell everybody Bob was getting a migraine. I know you're very stressed out by this, which is one of the reasons why I appreciate you doing this.
Where was I already?
We were talking about
right,
the way you explained it.
And so there was some paperwork that indicated that this was from the Zeta Reticuli star system. Now, how they obtained that, I haven't the slightest idea. But it wasn't just from the Zeta Reticuli star system. It was what they called ZR3. So it was a third planet in that star system. So there was no other information about it other than that's supposedly where the craft came from. Now, is that true? I don't know. I have no way of verifying that. But that was printed in the same materials that referenced the reactor. Now, I looked that stuff up when I went home. And Zeta Reticuli is a binary star. Two stars that orbit one another. And it's only visible in the southern hemisphere, and it's about 30 some odd light years away. So that's literally all the information I have about that. I don't know how they found out it came from there.
And you also probably have some suspicions that they give you some disinformation like you were talking about before.
How are you, Don?
Yeah, I mean, if you ever decided to talk about this, they added a bunch of nonsense to make whatever is factual look ridiculous.
Right. Or be able to trace it down. Like, okay, this fax came out, and
I have
this Lazar guy said it had, came from Zeta Reticuli, so they knew it was.
When you read Zeta Reticuli,
you're
like, what in the fuck?
Yeah,
is
dude,
this?
you want to see
Well,
them?
reading all
I
of
got
the stuff,
four of
it was,
them.
what in
Right.
the fuck is this?
You're like, why did I sign up for
three.
this? Like, what-
No, it would. To me, this was cool. This was interesting. I said I was just excited to be out in a secure area, in the middle of the desert.
Follow
This is
bots and
awesome.
spam bots.
How old were you at the time?
I was in my 20s.
Yeah, so you probably were totally geeked out.
Oh yeah, this was great. I mean, I was excited, so I didn't care.
Oh no, I can't give him that many followers. I could give him that many followers over the course of like a month, and I can spam the shit out of him. Here's what these follow bots and spam bots do. They automatically create an account. Let me show you. Here's one right here. It automatically creates an account. It automatically knows where the follow button is, so it's going to press it. And then it automatically knows where the chat is, and it's going to come up and it can add any number of messages that I want it to. This one that I have it say says Rabbi Rothschild is world famous streamer. Go to YouTube, type in Rabbi Rothschild, share to be a trillionaire. And then it posts that. And then what it will do is sometimes people ban me, sometimes people time me out. You'll see it'll post another message in here, and then it will close this screen and go to the next one. And I have 4 of these that are simultaneously going at any given time. It's the biggest event in global history. I've live streamed my life now live 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years. This is the biggest event ever. It's going to close this, and now it's going to move on to the next one with all automated. It's a beautiful thing. Thanks, dog. One person's weird, another person's interesting. Doug, I'm live on YouTube on 6 different YouTube streams. Type in Viral Rabbi. Type in Viral Rabbi into YouTube and filter by live. And you'll see I'm live on, you guys are all live on 6 different YouTubes. You're live on 6 different TikToks, 6 different Twitches, 6 different Instagrams, 6 different caffeines, 6 different Billy, 6 different Rumbles. Dog, you can mute me if you want. Mute me on your end. It's a function. It's a function, dog.
Shut up. Oh my god, no, this thing's begging for things. Mate, shut up.
Dog, you are annoying. Check it out. I'm live.
Listen to you. You're 38, mate.
Thanks, baby.
38?
Cool story, bro.
Of it was essentially like a cyclotron, which is a small particle accelerator, a circular one. Particle accelerators, linear particle accelerators, are just a, long tube essentially, and they accelerate particles with high voltage and, radio frequencies till they reach high speeds. But a cyclotron does that in a small circular area. And there's this very heavy element fuel, element 115, something that wasn't on our periodic charts at the time.
But it is now.
It is now, yeah.
When did it become on the periodic table now, the way the charts now?
I don't remember. Do you remember when they...
2004, Darmstadt, Germany, I think is where they first fabricated 4 atoms. They lasted 220 milliseconds with the atoms. It's nothing, right? And then it later was discovered a couple more times they could fabricate it. Then they gave it a place then on the periodic chart. After that, called it moscovium.
So they told you about this stuff in 1982?
Yeah, well,
No,
we
not
kind of...
1982.
What year was this?
It was 88 and 89 when I
you were
was there.
Oh, okay.
82 is when
82 was
I
when
was
you
at
were
Los Alamos.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So 88, 89, they told you about this stuff. So this was not like
No, they didn't tell me about it. That's one of the things that this group came up with. The God, I keep losing my train of thought with this thing.
So this one area, this element 115 was the fuel.
Yeah, it was the fuel.
The world will forgive you for having a migraine.
It's really hard to think through this. Just give me a minute.
We'll just give you more booze.
I just want to say, yeah, definitely. I was going to say one thing. Bob, for the last 30 years, people have just been on the attack on Bob, getting to know him, the personal effects on his life. It's really hard to understand unless you meet his family and his wife. I mean, this is the last thing he wanted to fucking do was have to talk.
Yeah, we should explain that, Jeremy, that you and I had this conversation. I watched your documentary. We had this conversation, and I said, I have to talk to him.
Yeah.
The document, there's been detractors. There's been a bunch of people that called bullshit on many of the things that you've said. But over time, many of the things that you talked about, even in the 80s, have proven to be true. Things that people said were not true were proven to be true. Element 115 was one of them. Right?
Right. Element 115, the fuel they had, was stable. In other words, it didn't decay. It wasn't emitting radioactivity. When they synthesized the 2 or 3 atoms of the 115, it did decay, and it was not a stable element. So they're kind of 2 different things. But this is kind of typical. Elements always have, or pretty much always have, stable isotopes and unstable isotopes. Like I think cesium has like 30 unstable isotopes to it. So, hydrogen, for example, you're familiar with hydrogen gas. It's stable. It's not radioactive. But there's also 2 other types of hydrogen, deuterium and tritium. And deuterium isn't radioactive. It's another stable isotope of hydrogen. But tritium is radioactive. Now, they're all hydrogen, but they just have different amounts of neutrons. So it's the same thing with other elements and element 115. Depending on the amount of neutrons it has, designates the isotope, but it's 115. They will continue to take or experiment and try and make 115 at different isotopes, and I'm sure eventually they'll come up with a stable version, but it's the stable version that has the properties that we're talking about.
So they somehow or another had acquired a stable version. Did they say that the stable version had come with this craft?
Yeah, it absolutely came with the craft, yeah.
So at the time, you having a firm knowledge of the periodic chart and knowing what was real and what wasn't real, what was your reaction to having this stable element 115 that wasn't even supposed to exist?
Well, everything was impossible.
Right.
I mean, down to the metal. I did get a chance to look inside the craft on only one occasion. And this was important because where the reactor sat might have been critical to how it operated, since everything operates without any interconnection. So the placement of components might be critical. So they allowed me to go inside and look at it. Again, I forgot where the hell I am.
So you're going into this craft, and what are you thinking when you're inside of it? Like, what are you seeing?
It's a very ominous feeling because first of all, everything is one color. It's like a dark pewter color, and there are no right angles anywhere. It's as if somebody took, I've said this before, somebody took a model and fashioned it out of wax and then heated it just for a short time so everything melted. Everything looks like it's fused together. Everything has a radius of curvature where 2 items meet. It's a really weird looking thing. But there was almost nothing other than a small foldable hatchway that looked recognizable. Everything was really unworldly, to pick a way to describe it.
So you get inside this thing, and it's designed for something that's much smaller than a human being.
Yeah, you can't really stand up till you get to the very center of it.
And how tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
And what do you think this was designed for?
I'd say something close to half my height.
Wow. So these little 3 foot tallish creatures.
Yeah, and the seats were small too. I mean, obviously it was made, for something small. But there was no, there's nothing else in there. There's just seats, the reactor, and some of the subcomponents. There's no control panels. There's no bathroom. There's no decorative components or artwork or anything that you would recognize or trim. I mean, it's just a very bare bones thing.
You're not seeing any screens.
Well, there are archways around it that are part of the superstructure, and that one of the archways can become transparent. When I was in there, there was another group working on one of the archways, and you could call that a screen, more or less.
So through that archway, it would maintain the solidity, the solid, whatever metal it was.
Yeah.
But you could see
it just
through
became transparent. Yeah. I saw that happen once or twice before I left.
Did you ask any questions about what the fuck?
No, there's no asking questions.
No asking questions.
No.
But when you watch something become transparent and you realize it's still there, but you can now see through it.
Yeah, I mean, now that's not that impressive. We do have some liquid crystal materials that are like that. They have smart glass. Yeah, they call it smart glass. So this is just, and I don't know if the craft is made of, an advanced metal or a ceramic. It was cold to the touch. So, I would lean more towards a metal.
You're not allowed to ask questions.
No, they work on the buddy system. So I can only exchange ideas and talk to Barry. Now, this really interferes with science because science is based on free discussion. And ideally, you get a bunch of guys together, exchange ideas, work on problems, and that's how things move forward. But they're so over the top concerned about security, they split everything off, and everybody becomes stagnant. It just destroys any of the progress you can make, or at least makes it go so slow. I think they wind up shooting themselves in the foot.
Which is probably why they arrived at this bottleneck that they need to get this madman with a jet-powered Honda come in and see what he could do.
I think that was an act of desperation. I think they wanted someone that thinks out of the box, and let's just give this guy a try here, because they weren't, and they might have done this 4 more times since up to the point in time today, assuming they're still working on this thing.
And when you see this craft and you're inside, was there any indication that there was an area that they would use to control it, to pilot? Was there a pilot seat?
There were 3 seats. They sat around, the reactor was in the dead center of it, and then equidistant around there were 3 seats. And that's all. There was a large, they're not consoles, they're large rectangular objects, also spaced equidistant around the center. There's nothing on them. There's no buttons. There's no lights. There's no controls.
The same color, the same
Everything
thing.
is the same
It's
color.
just a different shape.
Right. And directly underneath them, there's 3 levels in the craft. The main level is what we're talking about. Directly under that, those are the gravity amplifiers, the big rectangular objects. Underneath them are the gravity emitters that look like, for lack of a better word, a trash can hanging on a pipe. 3 of those. And then the top layer, this is just my personal belief, I think that has to do with a navigation or their version of a computer with some planar panels, sensor panels around the craft that we would call portholes, but they're not portholes, they're just black areas. And I think that just determines its position in space. But I physically was in the center section, and I stuck my torso in the bottom section and hung upside down so I could see how the gravity amplifiers were positioned.
What is roughly the size of this thing?
I don't remember from being there, but after all this stuff was over, I had John Andrews, a guy from the Testers Model Corporation, and we sat down and tried to figure out from what I saw and known sizes of things, and we came up with 52 feet in diameter. And
so
I think that's
fairly small.
Yeah, so I think that's a reasonable guess.
Now, you said there's 9 of them, and you got a brief glimpse at the other ones. How are they different?
Oh, they looked completely different. One looked like I called it Jello mold, and it looked like a classic Jello mold with the rippled sides to it. One was a very flat disc, like like a straw hat or something like that. That was sitting up on its edge, and the thin part of it looked like a projectile had been fired through the edge of it. So I don't know if they were attempting to see if the metal could be penetrated, or if that's where the thing came from. Maybe it was shot down. But that was the only one where I saw there was, actual physical damage to it.
And that one was roughly the same size? They're all...
They were kind of too far away to tell.
And there was several teams that were working on the propulsion system, so there was different teams that were working on these different aircrafts?
I don't know. I could only assume.
Right. Now, when you're sitting in this thing and you're looking at this otherworldly craft, your goal is to try to figure out how this thing functions. Your goal is to try to figure out how this reactor, you would imagine they would give you more time than just one day to check that out.
Oh, it wasn't one day.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, Barry was there. I think Barry was sleeping there. I'm sure they had, that isn't weird. I mean, up at the Tonopah test range where they work on stealth fighters, you go, I think, 3 weeks on, 1 week off, and you stay up there too. So it's not weird to stay up at the test site.
Right.
So, yeah, I think he pretty much, and he acted like he's been up there for a long time.
Yeah.
But
he's still there.
Yeah. Who knows?
Do you have contact with this guy?
No. Oh no. I wish I did. I kind of thought he was going to come out after I did,
right.
And I think I took so much flack and it's so much shit for what went on. I think actually I wound up helping security there, and everybody became afraid of doing or saying anything after that.
So what kind of reports did you have to give? So you're not making much progress, right? You're just trying to figure out what this thing is, and it seems impossible.
Well, we didn't personally make them. I mean, we were always, there was never a lot of information that we gained. The guy, you would call him our supervisor, his name was Dennis Mariani, and kind of a military-looking guy. And he would routinely pop in, during the day and, hey, what's going on, guys? And he would essentially relay any information, anything new we came up with. I mean, he was our go-between, where we presented him the information, then he took it to wherever they were, assembling all the data from everybody.
Now, I assume you're working normal days, like an 8-hour day?
No.
No?
No, it was really weird that I would be only called in on certain times and certain days. And they would be weird hours, too. Most of the time was later in the evening. I mean, I can get a call at 11 o'clock at night, and they'll say, it's now 11 o'clock. By 11:45, you need to be at the McCarran terminal, and, we'll let you know when we have more information.
But what did you do while you were there? If you're looking at this object, this reactor, and you can't figure out what it is or how it works, other than the fact that it works on this element that we don't even know about.
Sure. I mean, the thing was what you do in, with anything. If you're trying to analyze it, all you can do is perform tests. And all we did is try and come up with every kind of test we possibly could. I mean, we tested, it violated a lot of what we thought was impossible to violate. I mean, one of the first laws of thermodynamics, I mean, essentially any machine, any device that operates always makes extra heat. Nothing works at 100% efficient. Even the headphones you're wearing, anything that takes power, some of that power is going to be converted to heat, and it's just wasted. This didn't. I mean, we looked at, back then we had infrared cameras. They're different today, but back then you had to pour liquid nitrogen into the camera to cool the sensor down and get these infrared images you've seen. But it never got, no matter what the load was on the reactor, it never got above the ambient temperature, which is impossible. I mean, you're, pulling out huge amounts of power and nothing ever gets warm. We tried measuring magnetic fields and there was nothing there. So we started playing around with the emission from the emitters, the gravity wave itself, and saw what we could do with it and how it was focused. So we really spent all our time just trying to see what the stuff can do and what we can control.
So you were seeing what it could do, but you couldn't ever figure out how it was doing it.
No, not really. I mean, we really could only use or come up with a best guess. Now, I can't say we really that I could absolutely state for certainty how anything actually worked.
Now, how did you know at all how they were piloting it? Because they were doing some tests where they were having these things fly around in the sky, and this is what gets us deeper into your story.
Right. I was out there for one test. Right. In fact, I was with Barry in the lab, and Dennis came in and said, "We're about to run a test. Why don't you guys come out?" Or I think he said, "Barry, why don't you come out here and bring Bob with you?" We went out there, and the craft was already outside the hangar and was just preparing to lift off. Now, they were in communication with somebody in the craft.
So there's a person in the craft?
Yeah, there was certainly a person in there. Now, it's not a comfortable place to be in because it's small. So the guy has to be sitting on the floor in the middle, my best guess.
And this is the same specific craft that you worked on, because that was the only craft that you were in.
The only one that I touched and worked on. And it quietly lifted off the ground, which was incredibly impressive to see.
Quietly or silently?
Well, quietly, because it produced a little corona discharge from the bottom. A corona discharge is kind of a high voltage brush, little bluish glow discharge. As it was lifting off the ground, you can hear a slight hiss sound. Now, as soon as it cleared the ground by about 5 or 10 feet, maybe even less than that, the hissing stopped and the blue glow disappeared. So it lifted off quietly, and then it hovered silently, if you want to be specific.
Wow. So then what kind of maneuvers was it doing?
It took, for that particular time, it took off, moved a little around to the left and right, and then sat back down. The craft itself, they communicated with it with because I saw the guy talking in a regular VHF radio to the person in the craft. And I even saw the frequency that was on the frequency counter of the communication, the transceiver there. But what's weird is he shouldn't be able to communicate with the craft with a radio. The radio wave should bend around the craft. I mean, it shouldn't be possible. Every single thing about the craft and the way they operated didn't make any sense to us. I mean, that's something we talked about for a while after.
Why should the frequency bend around the craft?
Well, you really have to look at the way the gravity wave comes out of the craft. There's the reactor's in the center, and there's a waveguide that goes up to the top. There's actually a small appendage that sticks out of the top of the craft, and it produces a heart-shaped gravitational distortion around the craft. Now, if the craft is sitting in the air and you walk underneath it and look up, you actually cannot see the craft. The light bends around it. You're bending gravity, bends light. It bends radio waves. It shouldn't be possible to communicate with a craft that has an envelope around it that's distorting all forms of energy. But they were apparently in contact with it.
Somehow or another, through some unexplained way that they didn't bother explaining to you. Mm-hmm. So this thing gets up, it just does some very simple maneuvers, left, right, goes down. And did they discuss this with you? I mean, they said they wanted you to see it.
No, they just wanted, they didn't discuss anything with me. It sat down, we looked around for a bit, and Barry said, let's go back. We went back in the lab. All we got to do was see it. Fast forward to some months later, I did have the test flight schedule of the craft. Now, they had designated high performance tests. This obviously wasn't one that was a high performance test. The high performance test goes above the mountain range, and they do much more radical moves with the thing. Look, this is a prized item, and they're not doing anything like taking it out of the atmosphere or flying around to other countries or anything like
Right.
that. They just play with this thing right over the test site. But they were doing some radical moves with it. And since I had the test flight schedule, statistically, the amount of traffic in the surrounding areas on the highway was lowest on Wednesdays. And that's why Dennis told us that all the test flights occurred only on Wednesdays, because it'd be the least chance that anyone would see what's going on.
And this was before the government had expanded the forbidden territory around Area 51 and Papoose Lake and all that stuff, right?
Yeah, I think that occurred after my story came out. Then people started going up on the mountaintops and trying to look down into there, and they kind of freaked out and then did the land grab and pushed everybody back. But yeah, I think all that occurred long after that I came out.
So you're working there, and while you're working there, you're under this crazy schedule. Forgive me for explaining your story, but you would get these phone calls. You would have to go to the airport at 11 p.m., and your wife started thinking that you were having an affair.
Yeah, apparently so. Now, I did give my permission to have, as part of the, security clearance process, I gave written permission to have the phones monitored and things of that sort. So they weren't doing any covert stuff. They, with any Q clearance, which is civilian top secret clearance or military top secret clearance, they go talk to friends and, places you've been, make sure you're not connected to foreign countries. But, monitoring your phone is nothing unusual. However, they insisted that, you don't even talk to your loved one, to your partner, to your wife, whatever, about what's going on. So she was essentially in the dark and didn't know the phone was being monitored. Well, part of the security clearance is that not only do you not have any connections to foreign countries and aren't a maniac, but you have to have a stable home life too. Well, she started having an affair with a flight instructor. Now, they were monitoring this on the phone, and they knew it and I didn't. So they stopped me coming in, and their attitude at the time was, we need to see how this is going to play out and if Lazar is going to get a little weird or anything. So let's just, hold him off from coming in and, see what happens.
And they explained this to you, what was happening?
Well, after the fact, yeah, because time kind of went on, and there were guys that were following me around, and I started getting a little concerned, going, well, shit, are they booting me out of the project? And if so, they're not just going to let me hang out at home and go get a new job knowing what I know. So as time went on, I started getting a little concerned, and I took my closest friends and just kind of got together and I said, hey, remember that job I told you about? This is what's going on. And you don't need to take my word for it. Wednesday night, we need to all go out here. I want to show you what's going on. So I took everybody and we went out to, remember, since I had the test flight schedule, and went outside the base, out into the desert, and so everybody could see, one of the high performance tests. And, it left quite an imprint on everybody, so they knew I wasn't.
And there's videos
crazy.
Of these tests, right?
Yeah, but remember, this is it's in the dark in the 80s with a big monster-sized camcorder, and you got, a bright light jumping around. But, yeah, I mean, we did video of it, but there's no, by today's standards, it's...
But is your video specifically available, the video that you took?
Yeah, well, George Knapp has it.
Is it online?
Do you know? I have no idea.
Jeremy?
Yeah, I show clips of it in my film. It's online, and someone did a deep analysis of it. It was interesting to take a look at how...
Pull this microphone up to your face. About a fist from your face.
All right. To see how his video looks now, but as far as video evidence, I mean, we are talking 80s camp, which the most important thing is the human story here. everybody that he took up there on 3 separate occasions, they don't all like each other. They don't all talk. They all agree on one thing. They saw something that night at the exact point in time and space that Bob Lazar said. And remember, this is 17 miles south of Area 51. No one even knew really about Area 51. We're talking Papoose Lake, and they all agree. They saw something that night they had never seen before, and they've never seen since, right when he said it. So that's one of like the 6 things where I'm like, how did he know? You can dismiss him. I tried to dismiss it. But some things we can't get around. And there's about 5 or 6 of them. How did he know about those?
If Jamie wants to find that video right now, what would he look under?
Bob Lazar, UFO, S4, Area 51, just kind of like that. So it's like the S4 UFO video, Bob Lazar. And a guy does an analysis, but you're analyzing these 80s videos.
Right.
He from the very beginning, Bob never said, I have proof of my story and I'm going to tell the world. He said at the very beginning, I cannot prove my story. That's not why I'm telling this. George Knapp convinced him to tell people, and he lived through it. And I didn't believe it either until I talked with George.
Okay, so you filmed this test flight, one test flight, and then you get caught.
Actually, it was, I think, the 3rd time, because we went out there the first time. Everybody saw it. Everybody was amazed because it did some radical maneuvers, and everybody had a lot to say about it.
Maneuvers that I've seen the video. It doesn't. I don't think there's something we have now that does that.
No,
in terms of like a human piloted craft. I mean, I don't know, obviously, with the government.
No, it's impossible. Nothing can move like that. And remember, we didn't start filming from the very beginning. We were waiting for something, to happen. The craft took off and then came flying at us, stopped, turned at a right angle, flew back. And then, after it did some, amazing stuff to get the camera. And then we started filming. So it doesn't have all of it on there. It just has some.
The way I describe it to my friends, and they said, what does it look like? I said, take a laser pointer and then have a wall and then move it around the wall. Like, how it moves around the wall? It doesn't seem like it has anything to do with inertia or physics, or it's not impeded in any way by the atmosphere.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
You're essentially separated from reality, as crazy as that sounds, with being in case its own gravitational envelope. Inertia is not going to affect it. And, this is how some of those recent sightings with Commander David Fravor, I'm sure you've heard of the Tic Tac UFO. I mean, he describes exactly, the thing operates exactly the way I was describing. That's why he was interested to talk to me. But we saw this, and, on the way home, it's like, hey, we got away with it. We should try it again the next test flight date. So this became a thing to do. And I think it was on the 3rd time that we got caught. I mean, we started becoming a little careless. I think we took a motorhome out there. And, I mean, it was like the stupidest thing you could possibly imagine.
Started tailgating.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. And
again, you're in your 20s.
Yeah. And, what was funny was we went out there, and my friend Gene Huff and I were leaning on the front of a vehicle. And just for some reason, we just started talking shit. Like, well, I hope they realize that, I don't remember what we were saying, but, that it's something about attacking the base or something along those lines and stealing the craft or something like that.
Crazy.
And then about 20 feet in front of us, we see a little green light fall on the ground and roll to us. And unbeknownst to us, now it's pitch black, you can't see your hand in front of your face. There were a bunch of guards standing right out there, and they had a night vision scope where they were like from here to the wall looking at us, listening to us, and the guy dropped it and the scope rolled over to us and you could see the green screen. We turned the lights on and all these guys are there. So it was
whoa.
Yeah. So we did incredibly stupid stuff and got caught, as we should have.
So when they catch you and they bring you in, then what happens?
Well, I went in for debriefing. The following day, I went to Indian Springs Air Force Base, which is kind of a defunct base that they used to use at the nuclear test site. And this is when they brought out the transcript of the phone call with my wife. And, they sat me down and we said, when we meant to keep the secret, we meant you can't tell your friends, right? You know, and it just being sarcastic and trying to. And then they got real serious. But this is where they, you know, took the transcript out and were reading me what my wife and, you know, our friend were talking about. And it was a hard time.
So what happens from there? What do they do with you? Why don't they arrest you?
I don't know. I don't know why. I'm not sure they knew what to do, but they did let me go that night, and I went home. And this is kind of when the most stressful part started,
because you're realizing that you're being monitored.
Yeah, now I know not only am I being monitored, but now I know I'm in trouble. And it wasn't a short time after that I contacted, you know, at that time the only investigative reporter I had heard of in Las Vegas was George Knapp. And, you know, told him some of the story because I had no idea what the hell was going to happen at that point.
So George Knapp tries to dissect your story, tries to find holes in it, tells it, puts it online, and makes everybody aware of it. And that's how I found out about it.
Yeah, to make a long story short.
What happens? Yeah, to really make a long story short. What happens from there on? I mean, do they contact you and say, "Hey, Bob, it's probably a good idea if you shut up"?
Oh,
Did they try to label you as crazy? Was there?
There were a lot of things that happened at, you know, between that point. I'm leaving out a lot of stuff to fill in the story. We'd have to go back to Los Alamos and well, I really don't want to talk about that. The
top secret weapons stuff that you were working on.
No, I'm talking about the 115. Well, I don't know. I have to think about how I.
What is the problem with this?
I don't want to get myself into more trouble by admitting something. So I just have to dance around a couple.
He was rated just during the filming of the movie. People thought it was
the movie's great, by the way.
Thanks, Joe.
And it's on Netflix right now if anybody wants to check it out. And if you're one of those people like me who, you know, I've always loved the idea of UFOs. I became extremely weary talking to people who are UFO believers and UFO fanatics because there's so many of them that are full of shit. And not just full of shit, they're childishly delirious. Like the way they talk about things. I mean, there's so many people that I'm in contact. They reach me in the night and they explain to me what we're doing to the ocean is wrong. And like, you're like, okay.
This is one of the reasons I didn't want to do the show.
I'm sure.
Well, no, it's no, yeah, well, it's no joke. We've had people literally camp out on our front lawn and, you know, in some ways I can relate to some of these people. You know, maybe some of them did really have some kind of experience or saw something and all their friends think they're crazy. But hey, now there's this guy I heard on the radio and at least he knows I'm not full of shit. So I got to talk to him. Right. And so most of the correspondence I get are people trying to get a hold of me going, Bob, you got to listen to me. I'm coming to talk to you. I'm driving from Oklahoma or whatever. But some of them are just fucking batshit crazy. And they're frightening.
There's a lot of schizophrenics that are involved in the conspiracy world. So there's a lot of people that have real issues.
Joe, it would be a disservice to your audience to not say that we have to look at what's going on now and understand. I've heard on your show a bunch of stuff about what's going on now, and to not really understand what's going on now, you can't see Bob's story in the correct light after 30 years. And at some point we should just touch upon that. The biggest being that things like the Tic Tac UFO case that came out, I've heard people even on the show say, oh, there's a glitch in the radar. That's a data poor perspective. You just don't know yet what's really going on. Commander Fravor, I was able to get the interview with him to talk with him way before it became public. I got that from him. He saw it. Other pilots saw it. This is a big thing that's going on right now. They had more sightings on the East Coast recently, cubes with spherical ores. These are not aerodynamic, and these are the people we trust to defend us on 9/11. Commander Fravor protected Los Angeles on 9/11. So we trust them, but they're not trained observers. Radar, individuals see these things, and the big one, just to throw down so we can consider a story a little differently, there's more depth to it. The big one is the United States government has admitted that they have been continuously studying the UFO phenomenon. That program was called ATIP, was called OSAP. That's the mother program. George Knapp got that out. They announced to the New York Times about ATIP, but OSAP, these acronyms, OSAP, Advanced Aerospace Weapon Systems Applications Program. Who cares? That was the mother program. So they've admitted we didn't stop studying UFOs in 1969 with Project Blue Book. We don't think it's crazy. We actually want to reverse engineer the technology. That's why on your other show, you said, what's this AAV thing? It's like they're making up another UFO name. Well, hold on. There's a reason. Because in the documents, the DIA documents that George Knapp released, that everybody said was fake till now they know is real, they call them AAVs, which is Advanced Aerospace Vehicles. People are getting the acronyms wrong. So the reason for the terminology change is so that we can mimic what we're reading in the DIA documents. People can look for that now. So they change the names to get people away from UFO or UAP, even like Hillary Clinton said on air, right? So
what are you talking about? Hillary Clinton.
Hillary Clinton informed the public on Jimmy Kimmel, oh, Jimmy, we don't call them UFOs anymore. We call them UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomenon, right? So she kind of was giving, the Clintons are very into the UFO topic. Senator Reid, he's done a lot for the subject, the study of it, right? So she informed the public so they could look for the right term. So these terms are important because the DIA in those documents, they've been calling them AAVs for quite some time now.
And they changed the name to anomalous.
No, that's kind of a misnomer.
No?
So they always mess around with things, but it's actually advanced.
Right, but when they're describing it in the news, they were calling it anomalous aerospace vehicles.
Totally, and that's cool. They were also saying anomalous aerospace threats, AAT, right? Because they want the sense of a threat.
Right.
So my point is, all of it, if people don't know this now and they think this stuff is fantasy, this part of it, that we're studying it, that we take it seriously, we're spending money on it, and that we're getting great data from visual pilots to radar. That's why we know it's aerospace. They dropped from 80,000 feet. But guess what? That's the top scope of the Spy 1 radar is 80,000 feet. So the radar system they were using, it was coming from above that. So my point is this. If you don't understand that this is happening, you're just behind the curve because you don't have the information because of the stigma that you're talking about. I saw you get totally upset with the UFO topic. I met you first when you were totally upset with the UFO topic. It's the people.
When
you're doing your, I'm sorry, man. When you're doing your show, the Joe Rogan Questions Everything, I could see how frustrating it is. Trust me, I have been frustrated to hell. Luckily, my mentor is George Knapp, and he's taught me the pitfalls as I went through it. My whole point in this rant right here is just that we have to now look at Bob's story, but knowing the facts, not someone saying it's a bird, it's a plane, it's a glitch. They're not. And so if you don't know that, you just don't have the information yet.
Well, not just that, knowing the facts as we know them in 2019, not in 1988.
Absolutely.
Right.
And so what has he said that has come true? He's totally unimpressed with it. Right? What has he said that's come true? So I was like, Bob, they've announced gravity as a wave. You were right, man. You're vindicated. And he looks at me. He's like, well, if you think about it, Jeremy, I had like a 50-50 chance. He was not very impressed, right?
When did they announce gravity as a wave?
So they detected, in a sense, gravity waves. And that
who is they?
You might know more. There's two black holes that were colliding, and that's how they were able to detect.
Yeah, somebody built, I don't know which group it was or what part of the government.
That's what Google's for.
Yeah. But they, built a gigantic gravity wave detector and pretty much detected
that there are such things as gravity waves.
First observation of gravitational waves. It says it was in 2016. Okay, the first observation of gravitational waves was made on 14th of September 2015, as announced by the LIGO and Virgo collaborators on 11th of February 2016. Previously, gravitational waves had only been inferred indirectly via their effect on the timing of pulsars in binary star systems. Dun, dun, dun. The waveform connected by both LIGO observatories matched to predictions of general relativity for a gravitational wave emanating from the inward from the inward spiral and merger of a pair of black holes around 36 and 29 solar masses and the subsequent ring down of the single resulting black hole. Whoa.
Well,
it's
no.
He was
in the 80s. The predominant theory was gravity is produced by gravitons.
Okay.
Theoretical particles, but they're not. They're waves. They're not particles. And that's
so the thought is that the way we experience gravity, it's based on mass, which is why the moon, which is roughly 1/4 the size of the Earth, has 1/6 of the Earth's gravity. So there's some sort of a computation you can make based on mass.
Right. And remember, we can observe the effects of gravity, but we have no idea what it is. All we can do is observe it, and we can't make it. The only way you can make gravity is just put more mass together, and it's just a product of gravity. But if you have a machine that makes gravity, you can pretty much do anything. You can affect time. You can have force fields. All of that stuff that's in science fiction becomes reality if you have a machine that can make gravity. And what we worked on in the desert was a machine that makes gravity.
I love your analogy of dropping off a small nuclear reactor to the Victorian era. I love that analogy because back then that was impossible. That was magic. What you're talking about here, the fact that they just discovered this 4 years ago, that this is a wave. And we're, as much as we know and as impressed as we are, as we should be, with how much more technologically advanced we are than every other creature on this planet, we're still in many ways in the adolescence of technological innovation.
Absolutely. If even adolescence.
And when you're talking about this binary star system and Zeta Reticuli, and who knows how much longer these things have been around than us, who knows what their evolutionary cycle's been, who knows what, we might be talking about something that's 1 million years more advanced than us.
Yeah, it could easily be. Now, believe it or not, I'm not into UFOs. I don't follow stories or,
Even after your experiences?
No, I'm fascinated with the technology, and it irks me like every night I go to sleep that, that it was my own doing, essentially, that prevented me from continuing on in the project. I mean, it's that to be on that cutting edge of technology is so alluring to me.
Right.
But by the same token, I don't really care that there's aliens or where they come from. I mean, the prize is the technology, and that's what I'm fascinated by. But so I don't listen to UFO stories and that sort of thing. But George Knapp is, he's the guy that has the contacts and tries to thread everything together. And what he recently told me is he found, I don't know, it was either documentation or people that he spoke to. It's that the existence of this project, the project that I was on, it's something that they seem to take out every 8 or 10 years.
So that's a very specific memo, and this is actually this is the first time I'll be very clear with people about it. It's a big topic of conversation right now. It's called the Wilson Memo. You can look it up. Admiral Wilson met with a scientist who's actually was featured in one of my films. Everybody has been debating whether or not this document of a conversation with a sitting admiral at the time is a real document. It's an actual conversation that happened, and this document is real. Everybody wants to know. The world is going crazy right now in the UFO world. I'll tell you straight up right now, I'm in the position to know, and it is a real document, that it is real. So the conversation you read in that conversation was had. I can't attest to every...
You're not being very clear.
Sure.
Please.
No problem. So there was a document that is circulating right now that is really big. It's going around everywhere. People are asking.
What is this document?
It's called the Wilson Memo, is how you can find it online. Or the Wilson Leak.
There it is. Jimmy's got it. The Wilson Memorandum. Use of human volunteers.
No, that's not it. Okay. Yeah. So Admiral Wilson meets with this scientist, and they have this discussion, oddly enough, at special projects at EG&G. And if I remember, the document is from 2001. I'm telling everybody right now, it's real. and we'll see. My history is pretty good with like saying if something's real or not, right? So here we go. The document comes out. They meet at EG&G Special Projects. In 1989, they stumble into a problem. This happens. They put the technology away, and then they bring it back out and see if material science has caught up and if they can make any progress. So this document kind of talks about this process. The big thing I get from it, and a lot of it's vindicating to Bob, and one of the things it's vindicating, besides the EG&G thing, is that private industry, so this guy's an admiral, and he says, I found out about your SAP, your Special Access Program. I need to know about it. And he's going to a private part of industry, and he is denied access. And he says, I should be running this program. And they were able to deny him access. So I think the takeaway here is, check it out. I'm telling you that is an actual correct, that is a leak. Now, everything said in that document, I don't know.
What are you talking about? What is said in that document specifically?
It's between a scientist and an admiral that are sitting, and they're having a meeting, and they're talking about the search for the UFO subject, the search to get Special Access Program access to all of these different things like reverse engineering programs. So in this document, they talk about it. I believe that this document, the person that went was employed by Robert Bigelow, one of the guys that has a couple of orbiting satellites and all that stuff.
He's the guy who owns Skinwalker Ranch.
No, he's not. He was the guy that owns Skinwalker.
Okay.
Yeah, he used to own it. There's a new owner, and I interviewed him for my other film, but there's a new owner, and you'll be hearing a lot more about that soon. But there's stuff that you'll be hearing about Skinwalker Ranch soon because there's a new owner. Anyway, the whole point of this, insertion here is just that document kind of validates a lot of this idea Bob just said, that they make a little progress, then they can't go anywhere. They tuck it away, and then they bring it back out, 10 years later and start working on it. What is the limiting factor? I think Bob should speak on this, but it's the material science.
Yeah, it's really where physics is. So I can see them doing that. I mean, I didn't have any information on that, but I think what George uncovered is probably accurate. That we
21 minutes ago
try and do what we can, and once we reach a roadblock on, we really can't figure it out. It's just friggin' wait, put the thing away, wait for science to catch up, and a decade later, let's take the project out again and see, all right, now where can we go?
But there's got to be someone who remains informed, right?
Oh, yeah.
So you've got your scientists like you and Barry. You got your people that you compartmentalize. You got these people working on this
there
project.
has to be some people that know everything.
You've got security, and then someone's going to be on the outside saying, hey, we need people to guard this building. Don't let anybody in for 10 years.
I think a lot of that is private industry, and I think that's how they keep it. Yeah, I think that's how they because the government is just so leaky. I think that's kind of what they're doing.
That's what the document kind of proves. You just articulated that it is in control of private industry.
What private industry? Some aerospace company? Something?
I don't know.
Yeah, the admiral wouldn't name it in the conversation.
Right.
Yeah.
So they still have these things, supposedly.
I would guess. I mean, I don't have any information on that.
Have you ever asked anyone that has any inkling of any idea of where they got them or how they got them?
No, but something must have been said to me from Barry. But it was just too long ago, and I can't quite remember what was said, but it just left a seed in my mind. I think at least one of them was part of an archaeological dig. So it's old. At least one of them is old. I don't know if it was the one I worked on, but I remember something to do with an archaeological dig.
Whoa.
So that means it's not just old, it's ancient.
That'd be a great Steven Spielberg movie.
Yeah.
Right?
As all of it would.
Yeah, that tripped me out when he said that for the first time.
Yeah. That's a freak out right there. Just a couple of dudes with some brushes looking for a Tyrannosaurus Rex bone and hit metal.
And when did they find it? That they have 9 of them.
Well, and how could we have not heard about that? What about the guys with the brushes? How could you uncover something like that? And
Joe's newspaper at home does. I mean, they said it on that first day.
Oh, you mean the Roswell?
Yeah, the one you told me.
Yeah, I have a cover. What is this here, Jamie?
This is the document, but I had to do some digging to find it.
Yeah, it's just kind of Yeah, so this is where they meet at EG&G, and this is Admiral Wilson, and there's a lot more coming out. I want to be clear, George didn't put this out. He didn't leak this out to anybody. This is, I can tell you how
Who
I
recorded this conversation?
So this was an employee of, at the time, Robert Bigelow.
And this is in 2002?
Right. Do you remember when he had that government contract called OSAP, the world all knows about now, and he had NIDS that studied the ranch? That $22 million, everybody is saying it was for ATIP, Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. The $22 million was for OSAP that was pushed through Congress, 3 congressmen, right? An astronaut. It was pushed through. And that's what that $22 million, by the way, they spend more money on Viagra every year than they do studying UFOs. If it was just this program, which I think is funny.
They probably make a lot more money from Viagra.
They probably do.
From UFOs.
Well, you never know how it seeds into population. But anyway, this program, this is what was the mother program. So it got the $22 million. And really, it was to study Skinwalker Ranch, oddly enough. That $22 million all was inspired by the phenomenon they were seeing at Skinwalker Ranch, because the scientists, they're seeing vehicles come through like a space in the sky.
Yeah, we went there. I went there
Right,
with Duncan.
yeah,
We interviewed a bunch of people that seemed full of shit, but a couple that didn't. It was very, very interesting.
Totally. And if you look, I spent a lot of time in the area. I'm not talking about those stories. I'm saying there were scientists hired by the government, right, through Bigelow to study the ranch because they thought it was important. And, you know, whatever. The point is that $22 million was to study that. Then we have ATIP, which is like an auxiliary kind of program of military sightings, like Commander Fravers and that sort of thing. This document is just one of those things that has now come forward that through the Bigelow studies, it was government funded, and then it was personally funded and then government funded. It's just one of those things that kind of shakes you, because you got this military guy who can't get access because of the private industry that's holding these non-terrestrial materials, that they can't study it. So that's the claim right now. Give it some time, let people dig more into this. It's fascinating, man.
So you are essentially you're kicked out, right? You're out of this program. You can't work with these crafts anymore. And do they give you any threats? Do they tell you what you have to do from here on out?
Yeah, well, I mean, the way it ended was I told George Knapp all this stuff, and he said, well, let's just get it on tape. Should something happen, at least we have a record of it. And I don't remember what the emphasis was, but at some point, George wanted to air it, and he said, you make the call on it, and look, if at any point you change your mind, we won't air it. And it came down to the day where George wants to put it on the 5 o'clock news. He said, hey, this is important stuff. People have to know about it. And I thought it was too. I thought it's kind of a crime. I know you got to keep the technology secret, but you can't not tell everybody that this stuff is going on, that we have, actual hardware from another civilization. It's a big fucking deal, probably the biggest one there ever was. And George said, today's the day we got to put it on the news, or something to that effect. And when it came right down to the time to air it, I changed my mind and I said, we're not doing it. And that's what turned into the famous wrestling match between me and George trying to get the tape, but he won because he was a bigger guy.
So you actually physically wrestled?
Well, I think it was more of a pulling match. I don't think we ever hit the ground, but he got the tape, he put it in the player, and boom, 5 o'clock news was on. And then I got a call after that, and they said, it was from Dennis. He said, do you have any idea what we're going to do to you now? And he hung up the phone. That was the last communication I had with him.
And what has happened to you since then?
After that, a lot of people I've known either were audited by the IRS, anybody I know that had clearances that worked in secure programs had the clearances pulled. One of them, one of mine that Jeremy knows.
He's going on camera with me soon. He'll tell the story now that he's out of work up there.
He was working up at the Tonopah test range, waiting for his clearance to come through, and they pulled that. It became, it's like if they can't get the person that's involved, they just create a problem for everybody that surrounds them. And so, I mean, the way it turns out, it hurt a lot of people's lives that I was connected to. And that's an effective way of shutting someone up. So
Did you feel that by coming forward and going public, they couldn't just snuff you out?
That was, I mean, that's what I was told, and George and everybody, said that. It's public. There's, no one will touch you, and I fell for it. And I
Do you wish you didn't?
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes when it's just overstressed and people are camping on your lawn.
Yeah, but this is going to make things worse doing this.
No, this is going to make things better.
That's what I was trying to tell him.
How is this going to make things better?
Well, because you're getting a real chance to explain yourself in a way that's going to make people who not only work in the government, people that are police officers and firefighters and first responders and doctors and scientists, they're going to empathize and empathize with what it must be like to be a person like you in your 20s who gets thrust into this world unknowingly and confronted with one of the most, if not the most important discovery in the history of human beings. The big question, are we alone? It's the number one question. There's two questions, right? What happens when we die, and are we alone? Those are the two big questions.
Right.
And if we're not alone, and someone knows we're not alone, and these some people who know we're not alone are these bungling sort of,
even if they weren't,
folks.
it's a crime that they're not telling the rest of us.
But I don't mean bungling in terms of they're incompetent. I mean they can't be competent. It seems to me that what you're describing, that no
which
one
one are
can
you
be
looking
competent
at?
with this technology.
Hell yeah.
Like the Victorian era scholars.
Where are you, baby?
Analyzing some sort of a nuclear reactor. There's no way.
Why do you think?
Oh, there you are.
Why do you think they're not
Hey,
telling us?
dog.
Let's just make an assumption that this is true right now.
There you go.
Why do you think that they're not
There you
telling
are.
us
Hell
that
yeah,
our
you get
government
Joe
doesn't
Rogan.
tell us? What's your best?
Well, let me put it into
Just one
what
moment.
you do.
You're gonna see yourself,
If
baby.
I'm the president,
Biggest fucking deal in
and I
global
get this
history.
information, what do I do with
stream
this?
live
What do I do with this?
24/7,
There's something that we don't know.
365
There's something we don't understand. There's something that came from another world. We got it tucked away in the
There you
mountains.
go.
And
I'm
just wanted you guys to know about it.
I'm
Hey,
gonna
sleep
fucking
tight.
roll.
Hey, American Idol's
You
on
rock.
tonight. Who do you think's going to win?
Yeah.
Who's going to win America's Got
that's
Talent?
not gonna
Da, 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 da.
So
Yeah, there you are. I
one is
gotcha.
uncertainty, and the other one is what Bob and I
Wow,
talked about a
this
lot.
is fucking
Absolutely
meta.
not knowing
Look at
what to tell
yourself,
people
dog.
because you don't really understand it yourself.
at you.
even though
Right.
you've got
What
these-
do you
You
say?
are
Do you
fucking
want to run a
bad as
government?
shit.
You want to
I
get people to
stream
pay their
live
taxes?
But there's something else.
Yeah. What do you say?
So you have these objects
want
flying with
anymore.
impunity, right?
And
And
what-
you have something else.
Well, not only that, what can you say? Like, how much do you really know?
I think it's mainly the technology.
That-
they
that's-
just want to keep the technology secret because
Military.
if there's
vertical
yeah,
Whoever
yeah.
gets this
There's
wins,
a-
dude.
Yeah,
They win.
you
Right.
control the where you literally become invincible once you master the technology. You cannot penetrate a field like that.
Cloud seeding.
So imagine
and
I know it's all
vertical
science
farming is a big
fiction, but
fucking
science
deal, dog.
fiction turns into science fact. If you have real
I've been doing
force
something for
fields
3
around
years. Yo, what
aircraft
up,
and
baby?
battleships, you
Very
win.
meta.
You win.
Bobby
You can
Costa's
force your will
amazing.
upon anybody.
Thank you
And,
so much, Bobby.
Like I said, there's so
You're
much
amazing.
more to the story. When I was first there, there were Russian scientists at S4. This was early on in the project.
So this was before Operation Paperclip became public as well, right? So
I would imagine.
that was
I don't know what the dates
Yeah,
were.
when was that?
when did that was that?
98, I think.
98.
Yeah, I don't know the dates on that.
So it's roughly 10 years later, Operation Paperclip becomes Freedom of Information Act.
We're talking about Russia, not Germany. We're talking about Russian scientists.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I mean, Russian scientists, a lot of them
Thank you
came
so
from
much,
Germany. A lot of those,
You take
those
care.
rocket scientists that work with
Thank
NASA, they all came from Nazi scientists.
Got it.
So
Love
some
you.
Russians got some of them.
I
we
just
got
know
some of them
at some point there was intense
collaboration
cooperation.
with
I
Russia.
mean, even
Yeah,
exchanging some ideas on nuclear weapons and EMP tests and stuff, things we would never have discussed with them. But at the same time, it was in the late 80s.
That's amazing.
They were involved and actually in the area at S4 with us.
What a
So you
And
got to communicate with these guys, or you saw them?
no, I knew they were there. Barry
What a nice person. Dude,
Harry would
shout
talk
out
about
to
the
Bobby
commies that
Costa.
were there.
The
And
commies.
yeah,
Shout
the
out to-
commies.
I know of
And,
Robert
That was back when they
Costa.
were the commies.
And
Yeah,
It was the
yeah,
Cold
they
War.
were real commies.
James Costa.
Um,
I know a lot of
and,
Costas. Shout out to the
at some point, it
Costas.
wasn't our group, but at some point there was a
That was
big
amazing.
discovery made. And this did not happen when I was there. It happened in between my trips to there. And after that, apparently they decided it was just too cool to share with anybody, and the Russians were never allowed back on the base after that.
But you don't know what that discovery was?
No. Like I said, it wasn't my group. So one of the other groups really found out something. But in typical American fashion, it was, all right, this is ours. You guys get the hell out of here.
Was there any inkling that any other government had something similar?
No, nothing that I had heard.
See, that was the thing that always freaked me out, was why, if something was so superior to human beings, it's almost like visiting an ant colony. Like, why would you go to the queen? I don't give a fuck who the queen is. I'm a human. I'm so superior to you ants. I don't care who you have running your hive. I'm just going to study it.
I think it's who got it.
Who got it?
Look at the, rocket technology in Germany.
But they got 9 of them?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me either. So they were either in the same area, or one had clues to where others were. I mean, I don't know. You have to fill that in there, but you're right. I mean, 9 of them. That's a big dig if it was archaeological.
Well, one of the more recent sightings and these discussions that have been coming out recently from Air Force pilots and Navy pilots, they've been talking about things happening in the ocean, and that something literally goes into the water, or something maybe below the surface of the water.
The 2004 Tic Tac Nimitz case. So that's when George Knapp and I broke on the radio twice before the New York Times, so I know this one really well. Commander Fravor and those pilots. There was a disturbance on the surface of the water. Commander Fravor visually saw what looked like similar to a cross, some object. So it's like as if you have some coral under the water and it's breaking over.
Right.
The Tic Tac is doing this crazy maneuver that defies. It's a gravity propelled system.
They saw it in the sky before they saw it in the water, right?
Yeah. So there were radar that was picking these things coming down from 80,000 feet, dropping to 50 feet in less than a second.
This is it, Jamie. What is this?
This is actually on the news today. There was a briefing.
So a lot of people get this confused.
Not this one then either?
No, so that is called the gimbal. So there's 3 videos released by the Pentagon that are all actual.
Just play and keep the volume up. Okay.
I would really just pay attention to the source videos. So you've got the Tic Tac, which is this object that Commander Fravor saw. Another pilot filmed it with a FLIR pod, and it goes. But this one you see is really important to Bob's story. The gimbal craft. It's been recently analyzed. It's FLIR. Not only does it's definitive that it's not conventional anything by its movements, but there's a pocket of cold air around a propulsion source. So this object, by the way, sat stationary for days, if not weeks. It sat stationary.
Yeah, they found it 11 hours later, and they were saying there's no way this thing, using that kind of energy to go that fast, could just hover for
the amount of time.
Hours.
And by the way, you're seeing a very small part of what happened that day. This object was not alone. And so hopefully that information comes out and we can, I wish we had video of it. I'm sure we'd all want to see it. But that's called the gimbal. That was East Coast, right? 2015. West Coast, 2004 was the Tic Tac. The disturbance on the water, Commander Fravor believes there was something under that water that was causing that disturbance when the Tic Tac was coming around and doing it. With inside the people that are studying this, they're thinking maybe the Tic Tac system was causing the disturbance, but the USO, unidentified submerged object that he visually saw, the whole interesting thing about that is, I would love Bob to describe it, is why it doesn't matter if these craft are in space, air, or water. Why doesn't it matter? I love when he talks about this shit.
Well, first of all, Commander Fravor was the F-18 pilot off the Nimitz that was sent out to find out what this stuff is. But and it wasn't just, I got a chance to talk to him recently, and it wasn't just a radar image. Commander Fravor had eyes on it for over 5 minutes watching this thing, as 4 other pilots did. So this wasn't a radar blip or anything. These guys were watching this thing. But, one of the things I think in the gimbal video, the way the craft that we worked on flies is it doesn't fly like a conventional aircraft does, and it doesn't fly like a flying saucer would in a 1950s movie. It flies belly first. It may set down conventionally, but it always rotates. It does a roll maneuver, puts its belly towards the target, and then moves away
So
at
it'd
high
be like
speed.
a car flying with the wheels forward.
Right. I mean, it may land on the wheels, but at some point when it wants to leave, flips up, points the wheels where it wants to go, and takes off. And the gimbal video, you can see the craft do the roll maneuver. And it's really interesting. It behaves exactly like the crafts that I worked on.
So much like we have different shaped aircrafts and fighter jets and cars, they probably have different shapes of these objects that operate under similar principles.
Right,
Perhaps.
but they all have the same power source.
They all have the same power source. And we're also dealing with, if you think about the laws of technological progression, you think of Moore's law and you think of how things accelerate, you've got to think that if this civilization is who knows how many years more advanced than we are, if not even years. I mean, we're thinking about it in terms of conventional terms, right? The way we look at the world. I mean, they might be just superior in terms of their intellect. They've got to be, maybe. We don't know, right?
Well, the only reason I say that is because, look, everyone doesn't necessarily start at a steam engine and go to an internal combustion engine and then, electric power, nuclear power, and go up the ladder that we come on. The binary, if the stuff is true about the origin and the binary star system, and they have heavier elements that we don't have, and this stable element 115 is a naturally occurring material, maybe that's the first thing they started experimenting with. And the version of their steam engine, their first product, was something that operated like this. And actually, when they came to Earth to look around, or whatever, they were amazed at the stuff we were doing. These guys burned stuff and squirted out the back to go forward. So, who says they follow any kind of normal progression like that?
My thought was, if you went back to the 1400s and then you went from 1400 to 1500, you're not going to see that much of a difference technologically.
Right.
If you go from 2000 to 3000, I assume there's going to be a radical change.
Right. Well, the delta, the rate of change is magnificently higher than it used to be.
Right. So if you think about what they had in 1988 and you think about what they probably have in 2019, just logically, it seems like they would advance.
I would think so.
The only question is, are they living? Is that a living thing in terms of like a biological thing? Or are they some sort of an artificially created creation like we are working on right now? I mean, we're in the middle of working on artificial reality, artificial beings, sentient beings, artificial intelligence. There's silicon-based life forms that they're essentially trying to create. Boston Dynamics that the company
you can make
robots? Yeah.
You can make machines out of flesh, right? So a cyborg or a cybernetic organism is just that, that's what a lot of people think those gray things are, that people call the grays.
Yeah.
Is they're machines printed from flesh. So what you're saying is not
well, they
so
could just
far
be
off
synthetic life. They don't even need to be machines.
Right. Well, they seem to have no sex organs. The way they're described by people that have had interactions with them, assuming these people aren't liars or crazy or whatever.
Right.
That they have no sex organs and that they don't seem to have any muscle. They're just almost like a frame.
Right.
And they have enormous heads. I mean, if you look at Australopithecus or depictions of ancient hominids, and then you go to human beings, one of the things you see is bigger heads and weaker bodies.
Well, you see a clear progression of evolution too, where something like that, I would lean towards a synthetic organism because it looks like it was made for a specific task. There's no reproductive organs, so I mean that almost kind of leaves out any kind of physical evolution.
Right. Well, that's also our bottleneck, right? Our bottleneck is our biological imperative. The need to breed, emotions, fear, anxiety, all these different things that exist in order to force us into making sure we reproduce. I mean, that's essentially what it is. There's human reward systems that aren't necessary once they can figure out a way to make some sort of sentient artificial life. Some sort of thing that doesn't have these biological limitations that we have.
By the way, these craft, all these different kinds have been reported because it was confusing. I always thought of flying saucer is what I heard Bob Lazar talk about, flying saucer, right? But if you look back in history, people have always reported the weirdest shapes. Like none of them are alike. You know, there are the saucers, but you got cigar shaped, you got, you know, the top hat shaped, you have orbs. Why? Maybe they're serving different purposes. They're doing different things, like we'd use different tools. And I want to be clear, the reason I know that memo is real is because I spent a lot of time with Dr. Edgar Mitchell, sixth man to walk on the moon. Last guy to film him before he died, right? That's how I know. I don't want any journalists thinking I got it from anywhere else. I know because of Dr. Mitchell. And he said the same thing. Maybe these things are performing different tasks, you know? And that's why
they seem, if you think about what an alien is in terms of our the sort of iconic image of an alien, like the Steven Spielberg Close Encounters of the Third Kind alien, they seem like what we'd assume a human being would eventually become.
Right.
And if these things are tiny, human beings are smaller than they've ever been before. They're weaker than they've ever been before. And there seems to be a trend in that direction. And this trend seems to be amplified by our technological progression. There are a lack of need for muscle strength and our lack of need for violence. And we're moving in a society to try to get away from all the things that we think are abhorrent about human beings and the terrible behaviors that we have. If we one day do give birth to some sort of an artificial being, like Marshall McLuhan's quote, "We are the sex organs of the machine world." You know, that one day we...
Okay, I'll buy this.
Yeah, McLuhan was brilliant. And that quote has always been one of my favorites because, okay, what are we doing when we're constantly technologically innovating? We're constantly looking for faster cars, better computers, bigger screens, faster, more resolution, more pixels, more this, more that, higher bandwidth, 5G, 10G. Right. What are we doing? We're moving into this, if you just follow it, objectively stand back, don't attach yourself or your civilization, your culture to it, and look at what it is. We're moving 100% towards technological innovation. If you looked at this species from afar, and if you weren't a part of it, you would say, well, what does this species do? Oh, they make things. They make things better every year. Beehives are the same fucking thing that you see 10 years ago. You go by, you see a beehive, it's amazing. It's cool, but they're the same fucking thing. They figured out how to do it. They make a beehive.
Right.
We don't do that. We make better things.
What would you
constantly?
And at some point, I think that technology is going to fuse with us.
Yes.
And we're going to become...
It's already happening.
Yeah.
And Elon Musk talked about it on my podcast, that we are cyborgs. You just carry it in your pocket. It's a phone. It answers any question you want. You can talk to it. It'll give you the answers instantaneously. It navigates you. It has all your phone numbers in it. It has all your contacts. You can get a hold of people. People are listening to you through it. It's connecting us in ways even involuntarily.
Haptics, that kind of thing.
Yeah. It's also getting on your wrist. How many people have iWatches, Apple Watches? That put them on their wrist?
Right. And that's only because we can't integrate them yet. But if you know that point is coming.
100%. Yeah. I didn't joke about it last night, but I have a bit about it that I do, about the integration between humans and technology.
What would you do if you were a hyper intelligence, right? Would you do the work yourself, or would you create some cool things called like humans to do it for you? Would you create things that are cybernetic organisms to come in with machines and do it for you? If you were a hyper intelligence that has kind of changed like you've described, you'd probably create workers, right?
Well, that's a vast conspiracy theory.
I'm not talking about conspiracy.
But it is a kind of a conspiracy.
I'm
right?
asking you.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's necessarily that. I mean, you could look at it that way, but that is the way a conspiracy theorist would look at it. The way I would look at it is like there's obviously a progression going on, a biological progression. There's some sort of an integration with technology. There's some sort of imperative, this need for technological innovation. It's inescapable. Everyone has it. And I think it's attached to materialism in some sort of a strange way because so many people work so hard to get new things. And like, God, that seems so illogical and preposterous, and it makes people unhappy, and depression's on the rise, but nobody seems to be able to stop it. Like, why is that? Well, maybe it's because we are the electronic caterpillars that give birth to the butterfly. Maybe that's what we're doing.
That
Maybe
could very well be.
What our job is to do is to make some sort of a cocoon, and we don't even know we're doing it while we're doing it. Do you think a caterpillar is aware? Like, hey, caterpillar, what are you doing? Man, I'm doing my thing. It's my job. I have to make a cocoon. Then I'm going to become like a butterfly.
This could be a natural part of evolution.
It could be.
That we're just supposed to do this.
Exactly.
And make the jump to some sort of mechanized.
Right.
Yeah,
have you ever seen
non-biological.
an orangutan that is fishing with a spear?
No.
They've figured out how to fish with spears. There's primatologists.
Wait, without somebody showing them how to fish?
No, they've imitated human beings doing it. And now they do it, but they do it independently. They're not trained orangutans. They're wild orangutans. Look at that. There's a wild orangutan.
Okay, that's impressive. That's impressive.
Well, there's these primatologists. I guess you would call them primatologists. That's the term.
That's a great
biologists. Biologists that believe that monkeys and chimps and some of the great apes are moving into the Stone Age. That they've currently entered the Stone Age. Like they're not staying what they were 100,000 years ago or 500,000 years ago, but they're actively using tools and they're experimenting with different ways to use those tools. And then they're making tools out of stone. They're making tools out of sticks, and they're using them. Well, this might just be what happens. This might just be what happens. I mean, why else? Why the fuck do we work so hard? I mean, I was driving to LA this morning. I had a doctor's appointment, so I was on the 405 at 8 in the morning. But Jesus Christ, like this is so crazy. When you're on the 405 in LA at 8 o'clock in the morning, you see literally a million cars, and it's just everywhere you go, it's people. And also, I'm in a Tesla, so I have it on autopilot. So I'm there sitting, I'm listening to a podcast. I barely have my hand on the wheel. I'm not touching shit. This car's driving me along. I'm not even doing anything. I'm just hanging out. It's so much less stress, by the way, to do it that way.
Right.
So it encourages you to innovate. It encourages you to embrace this new technology. I got this giant screen. It's showing me the navigation in front of me. Oh, I'll be there 5 minutes early. Excellent. And I'm listening to a podcast wirelessly. It's Bluetooth streaming from my phone, and I pulled that podcast, which came out today out of the fucking sky, and I'm listening to it, and I'm all comfortable in my nice little car, just driving on my way to the doctor's office.
This is irresistible stuff.
Yeah. It's different than your Walkman.
Yeah,
back in the day.
It is irresistible. It is irresistible.
It's frighteningly irresistible.
But is it frightening? I mean, if you were a monkey, right? If you were an Australopithecus, would you go, man, I don't want to fucking be a person, live in a house? That's bullshit. I like just swinging around on trees. I like running from jaguars. This is life. Guys, life is running from crocodiles. It's not living in a fucking suburban community.
There's probably some that are like that.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think when it comes, we're going to embrace it. We're going to embrace it the same way you embrace cell phones, the same way you embrace television. There's going to be a few holdouts. I don't even have an email address, man. Those there's a few and far between. Good luck with that, fuckface. Go move to the woods, Ted Kaczynski.
Yeah,
Go live in a
I was
cabin.
just going to throw Ted Kaczynski.
Oh, man. Ted Kaczynski was right. This is something that I think about sometimes when I get really high. That Ted Kaczynski was a part of the Harvard LSD studies. This has been proven. Ted Kaczynski, they cooked his fucking brain when he was at Harvard. And then when he went over to Berkeley and became a professor, his goal was to make enough money so that he could implement this program and live in the woods and then write his manifesto and start killing people that were involved in propagating technology.
He was expunged from the Harvard logs, by the way. This is something my friend just called me about. So there's like this private library, and they used to print people's names whenever they were part of a university, and he was one of a handful of people that were expunged from it. I want to jump back to the one thing, Joe. I want to be very careful with that word conspiracy theorist. What I was saying to you was we terraform our earth, right? We terraform, we change the environment, we do all this innovation. What is stopping us from thinking that that's not being done? I'm not saying it is. I'm saying what's stopping us from thinking that that's being done on a much bigger level, on a cosmic level.
You mean like aliens coming down doing that to humans?
Well, I'm telling you that there is something here. There's a fact. There's something. There are craft. They're here. They're not ours. They're here. So the question is, what is that about? And I'm just looking at what we do with what you're describing with technology.
Well, I think it's much more likely that the same way we observe chimps and we observe that they are now in the Stone Age, that they're observing us, and that they're recognizing that there is a pattern, that there's steps that happen. I mean, Carl Sagan talked about the different levels of civilization, and that that if we don't get past certain levels, we're never going to reach this.
Right.
I mean, we're
a
in
type
this,
1 civilization. We're going to stay type 0.
Well, we're in this warring polluting, pillaging.
We're awesome.
Civilization.
Humans are awesome.
It's well, I mean, we're awesome in a lot of ways, you know.
But in that way, we're not.
But yeah, we're children that have immense power that we didn't really. The other thing is you're using the immense power that other people have created, right? I mean, even when you're driving a car and you're stomping on the gas, like, woo, you didn't invent the fucking engine. You didn't invent tires. There's all these things that were involved in the creation of this thing that is really outside of your grasp of understanding, but yet you have the ability to use it. Like a person with a gun. I'm just gonna bang, bang, bang people. You didn't invent a gun. So like you've without the intellect to craft and engineer and manifest these creations, you just have access to them because you have paper or you have Bitcoin or you have whatever the fuck you're using a credit card. Now you have almost no responsibility. You could just flippantly use these things, which is why we were very childlike in our actions. We haven't had to earn the responsibility. We haven't had to earn these things that we've been able to have, and you've only been able to have them because other people have innovated and spent ungodly amounts of time and effort and focus in the lab to create these things. And then they've all put them together. And then what's the reason to put them together? To profit. Well, what's the reason to profit? Well, why are you doing this? So you can buy more things. Well, what are we doing? What are we doing? We're making better things. That's what we do. That's all we do.
That's all we do is make better things.
Yeah. Why the fuck do we need oil? Why do we need oil? Why can't we just burn wood and stay home? Why can't we grow chickens and food in the backyard? Why can't we do it? Well, we fucking can. We certainly can. People do it. But we decide to make that almost impossible. Our preferred way of living is to stuff everyone into a very small area where no one grows anything other than weed. This is what LA is. LA is 20 million people with hard surfaces, as many hard surfaces as you can. Boy, if you got an acre backyard in LA, holy shit, look at all that green. This is amazing. Well, no, that's the fucking earth coming through this weird sort of creation that we've put on top of the earth. But the goal is that, like New York City, there's none of it, right? You've got Central Park and they just got human shit. Stacked up. No one's growing anything. And then constant work. Everyone's up early. Go, go, go. Innovate, progress, make that money so you can buy more things. And every year, hey, Apple, where's this fucking new phone? As if your phone isn't good enough. Like your phone's taking pictures and videos and people are calling you and you got applications that tell you which way the wind's blowing. It's not good enough.
A blink of an eye, it's all gone though. That, like 10,000 years and the Hoover Dam goes or whatever, Mount Rushmore disintegrates. So it's amazing because we have created that and everything's trying to spring up through that. We keep it maintenance down, but we're a blink, man. Something hits.
But we don't think that way. Well, you think in terms of your own life, right? You think in terms of what you want and what you need right now. We are in many ways this combination of this weird, primitive, ape-like thing with the ability to calculate and manipulate our world and our environment that makes us wholly unique. On top of that, with existential angst and fear. So what do you do with that? We fucking water it down with the antidepressants. Give these fucking people some shit that keeps them moving. They're worried about the future. They're trying to figure out what reality is. You're on a goddamn convertible spaceship spinning 1,000 miles an hour, hurling through infinity. There's no meaning to this thing. Just keep making shit. Keep making stuff. And then one day they're going to be able to hit that switch and this life will be born out of innovation and thinking and progress and technology. And more than likely, it's probably going to be what we're seeing that these things are that you're observing.
I'm not observing them, but yeah.
Well, someone's observing.
Are you implying that they're us?
I don't think they are us, but I think they are what happens when things keep going. It's not us, just like we're not monkeys, right? I'm not a chimp.
Oh, that'd be cool. They're from here, is your idea?
No. That this is what happens all over the universe.
Yes, right. Yeah, totally.
That this is what happened. Look, here's the thing. I went to see Brian Cox's. He has this amazing live show with Robin Ince, where they have these LED screens, these huge screens with high resolution depictions of the cosmos. And one of the most mind-blowing things was he has this large scale image of the universe, and it shows all the individual galaxies of the universe, and it just keeps moving through all these galaxies in 3 dimensions. And it's fucking incredible. But what's stunning is the relative uniformity of it, even at, you know, I mean, you're obviously looking at an incredibly small depiction of something that's immensely large, like a galaxy of hundreds of billions of stars. You're seeing it as this little dot, but this little dot that's flying through space, surrounded by other little darts with very similarly spaced distances.
Yeah, homogeneous all
them.
through, yeah.
So, Mike, if we see uniformity in that form, in terms of like the distance between galaxies, so many galaxies it's so similar. They might vary slightly, and that slightly might be hundreds of millions of light years, right? But there's so much uniformity. Why would we not assume that uniformity exists pretty much everywhere, and that all these things that you're seeing that are so similar, you do see binary star systems, you do see single star systems like Star, but there's also some speculation that Earth and that our solar system was one time was a binary star system. Right. I mean, that's one of the speculations about that object that they find outside the Kuiper Belt, that the thing is 10 times larger than Earth. They think it might have been at one point in time a star. But this uniformity that you see, why wouldn't we think that has its same implications biologically? That there's some sort of a biological uniformity, and that this happens given the right sets of circumstances.
Yeah, it could be.
You should tell them some of the stuff that you read that you don't know is true. I mean, if the stuff was true about the propulsion stuff. I mean, anyway,
well, what have you read? What
you saw too. I mean, you know,
what are you talking about? Spill the beans, Bob.
I got to poke the bear here.
Get some more liquor in you.
Well, I mean, the only thing I could verify was what I had my hands on. There was talk of weapon systems, that there were different projects. Project Galileo, Project Sidekick was supposed to be weapon applications of the craft. Project Looking Glass had to do with time, any effects of time in the craft. Now, I don't think we're not talking about making a time machine like in science fiction, but we're talking about, small distortions, intentional distortions of time, and how that can be used, as a not as it was part of a weapon program.
How are you informed in this?
These again were just those small briefings that I read, but again, I don't really like to talk about those because I don't have any information on them, and it was just small briefings.
But you told Commander Fravor that what he saw might have been a time dilation, and not
it could be because gravity affects time. Space time. I'm sure you've heard of that, and what Commander Fravor saw as he was in the F-18 approaching it, he said he described it as a ping pong ball in a cup and shaking it back and forth. It was moving that fast. Now, obviously, if there's anything inside there, it's going to be battered to hell. But, my point was that, one of two things. Either there's a gravitational envelope in there which negates any inertia effects, or you are seeing through a gravity distortion field. So, just like you're looking at a highway and you see, an optical distortion going through there. Well, the same thing happens in gravity, and the craft may not actually be moving like that. It may just look like it because you can only see it through the field. So it may be making much more gentle moves. I'm not saying that's it, but it has to be one of the two.
And the thing shows up 60 miles away. They noticed it on radar 60 seconds after it left Commander Fravor, but it was at his cap point, which is the next point he was destined to go to, 60 miles away. And in 60 seconds on radar, the same object ends up there.
So it's going a mile a second?
No, I think the radar just picked it up in 60 seconds.
Yeah, it could have been there instantly, but
we don't know.
The cycle time.
Nobody knows. That's the whole thing.
So it cycles, like radar cycles? Like
it doesn't sweep, but I mean, it scans. It's a planar array, so it just, scans around at random places.
That's the Spy one does the really cool. Yeah, it doesn't do the whole loop anymore.
Right. The point is, though, that the craft moved to his next location before he knew where his next location was going to be.
Jesus.
And that's I mean, that's well
Documented.
documented. So that's a pretty shocking piece of information.
What's fascinating to me too is that you were discussing this, the way this reactor worked, and that these things were not really connected.
No, nothing is connected. There's no wiring at all.
That freaks me the fuck out.
Charge your iPhone, you know.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, wireless.
on the little, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's a
Well, I mean,
simple electromagnetic.
Tesla.
Yeah, I know again, but that's just simple electromagnetic induction.
Right, but I mean, Tesla, the scientist, had this concept of
right. That's
send,
what he's,
yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, for other people that don't know what we're saying, he wanted to send wireless electricity through the sky, and Westinghouse was like, "Get the fuck out of here with that!" Like when anybody could just pull electricity out of the sky.
Can't meter it.
Yeah, they
It's-
couldn't. They couldn't.
We had
meter
this
it.
talk in the car right over, trying to chill him out. You know, we're talking about Tesla and how he couldn't be metered and how it all went down. So it's funny you bring it up.
Yeah, I mean, who knows what would have happened in terms of innovation had he been allowed to go forward with that.
Well, we probably wouldn't have computers.
You think?
Yeah, I'm pretty positive.
Why
I
is
mean,
that?
forget about microelectronics. Well, this is dumping huge amounts of electromagnetic energy in the air. And yeah, we'd be able to wirelessly turn on our lights, but there'd be no radio communication. The interference would be something would be overwhelming. It would induce electric currents in anything with a small wire on it. So integrated circuits, transistors would be disintegrated before they were even, tested for operation. So it would
Maybe
destroy.
it would have fucked us up.
Yeah, it would have stopped us dead. It'd be great. You could turn lighters on and heaters from all over the place with no wires, but it would stop modern electronics.
And if we became dependent on it, it would almost be like our dependence on fossil fuels. Although it's destructive, it's very difficult for us to get off the nipple.
It would have changed the course of how we developed, which is so interesting when you talk about it. A civilization, other star system didn't even start with fossil fuels. They had 115 naturally on their planet, and they're like, cool, anti-gravity is pretty awesome.
Well, the fact that they
I think it's important that actually happened.
Yeah.
It might have been stopped in its tracks for a reason.
Whoa. And I think it's incredibly difficult for us to imagine technological progression under another timeline other than the one that we've experienced.
Yeah, that's difficult.
If we imagine what this alien race must have been like, and God, just to be able to see something, obviously we've seen it in different life forms, right? Like we see the life of certain beetles in comparison to the life of certain fish. Very, very different existence, very different life cycles.
Octopus.
Yeah, octopus. I mean, we see all these different variables in terms of biological entities on Earth, but we don't see it in terms of technological innovation, as we're the only one that's intelligent that can innovate. And we have intelligent creatures, but they're in the ocean. The only other thing that are like us are dolphins and orcas and whales, and they don't have the ability to manipulate their environment. And subsequently, because they don't have the ability to manipulate their environment, we put them in fish tanks. And we're like, get in the tank, do some tricks.
You're right.
The only thing he saw in the craft, if we were considering Bob's story, the only thing that he saw in the craft that he related to that looked like a human could make was this honeycomb hatch. And I always love that because you're like obsessed with this thing that you could recognize.
I only focus on that because it was the one thing that I understood how it worked.
What was it?
And it was the access to the level below, and it was if you take you have a 6-pack of beer and you take out the cardboard dividers, set it on the table, you can put a lot of pressure on the top, but if you push it from the sides, it collapses flat. So it was something like that in a honeycomb shape that was essentially some sort of sheet metal, and you could walk on that in the upper layer, but if you took the corner, stuck your finger in and pushed, it collapsed and made an entryway. So I thought that was a really unique, I'd never seen that before, and it was the only thing in the craft that made absolute sense to me. I said, we can make that, and all that is a hatchway.
Was there any discussion about the materials that were used to make the craft?
I'm sure there was, but that was the metallurgy division. It had nothing to do with us.
So you never got
not even the slightest briefing. I don't even know if it was metal in between